I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. No matter what injustice you have suffered, the company will remember it for you. The interview that had exhausted Yang Ruoqian finally ended in a whimper. He had made a mess, given gifts, and done what he should do. What the final result would be was up to fate. Although it turned out to be a matter of fate, the ending was generally not as good as Yang Ruoqian imagined. After driving back to the company, Mr. Yang turned on his computer, played 2 games, and then opened the Voice of China to relax. The last time he saw Wei Ling and Zheng Yi appear, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the interview team. This time, the latest episode just came out, and Yang Ruoqian could watch both episodes at the same time and have a good time. The screen lit up, and Wei Ling and Zheng Yi were singing passionately. An extremely familiar melody poured into Yang Ruoqian's ears from the headphones, and the 2 singing skills were as good as ever. Cut a piece of time flowing slowly, flowing into the moonlight and rippling slightly. Just listening to the first 2 sentences, this familiar melody with a rustic and popular flavor ignited the memories that were sealed in Yang Ruoqian's mind. Wait, why does this music sound so familiar? Exclamation mark. I must have heard it somewhere. Yang Ruoqian is not the audience group for the duo's singing style. He prefers to listen to some pure pop music, so there must be no songs of the 2 saved in his mobile phone playlist. So where did he hear it? Soon, Yang Ruoqian found the answer from his mind when he took a taxi home. Before, the square dance uncles and aunts opposite his house used this song as dance music, and it seems to be very popular with a very wide audience. Fuck. Yang Ruoqian, who had just sent away a bunch of plague gods, suddenly felt that he was going to welcome back 2 evil Buddhas. What a cruel strategy. They actually chose to bypass us and enter the sinking market. In many cases, based on the information acquisition channels, Yang Ruoqian's judgment on a matter can only be limited to his own circle. It's nothing more than a question of whether the circle is big or small. Just like the audience group of superhero movies basically does not include the older generation, Yang Ruoqian will subconsciously ignore this group of people when making judgments. The same is true for the judgment of music. Because the older generation rarely go out to eat, and even if they do, they won't go to the Xingrazi restaurant under the Kuiguang group. As a result, Wei Ling and Zheng Yi songs were not spread through the correct channels, and the result has been tepid. At the same time, Yang Ruoqian made a mistake in judgment, thinking that the audience of the 2 songs was really not wide. So he boldly signed them to the company and let them go out and toss them. But when the 2 really appeared on programs like The Voice of the Motherland, the communication channels were opened, and everyone spread the word, and the audience hidden under the surface immediately floated up. Obviously, the 2 songs are extremely lethal to many people, especially the older generation who are older and don't like contemporary pop music. What a vicious mind. After thinking through the logic, Yang Ruoqian pressed his chest, his eyes widened unwillingly. They actually sneaked around me and played a sneak attack on me. After thinking about it, President Yang shook his head again. That's not right. They didn't sneak attack me. I was too busy and didn't pay attention to the show in time. Yang Ruoqian is not a fanatic of this kind of variety show. He won't catch up with the latest episodes at the first time. Sometimes he will even watch 2 or 3 episodes at a time. So, others have listened to Wei Ling and Zheng Yi's new song and downloaded it to their mobile phones, but Yang Ruoqian still doesn't know anything. Even when he heard the song was widely spread on the road, he didn't realize that the singer was an artist under his own company. Raising a drama will harm people. In the future, if it is a drama starring your own artist, you must follow it closely. Never raise it. Yang Ruoqian once again summed up a successful experience and recorded it in his memo. While recording, Yang Ruoqian did not forget to watch the drama. Anyway, things have already happened, and it's too late to remedy it now. It's better to have fun in the midst of suffering and deceive yourself. But as he watched, Yang Ruoqian's expression, which was originally in a state of mind to watch the fun, gradually became serious. At the current stage, the elimination mechanism of the Voice of China is completely different from the previous direction of rotating seats. Now is the scoring elimination stage. As the name implies, after a performance, all contestants are judged, and those with high scores are retained, while those with low scores are eliminated. But the problem is that the composition of this score is very unreasonable and opaque, because it includes the popularity votes cast by the audience outside the venue, and the weight of this popularity vote is quite large. The popularity score plus the professional score, the score calculated by the combination of the two, is the final score that determines whether the singer stays or leaves. In other words, if a singer has a high popularity score, so high that his singing skills are not so good, it is very likely that other contestants with better singing skills can be eliminated. Anyone who has seen this competition system knows that there must be something fishy in it. Through what channels are the popularity votes calculated? Is there a phenomenon that one person casts these popularity votes more than one vote? How to ensure that the contestants do not influence the delivery of these popularity votes through various off-site means? Even if the delivery of popularity votes is completely fair and just, it is too easy for the program team to influence the audience. Variety shows are not live broadcasts, but images released after editing. If the organizer wants someone to be popular, they will play more clips of this person, let him continue to appear in the public's sight, and deepen the audience's impression of him over and over again. If the organizer wants someone to be unpopular, they will directly cut all the clips of this person, so that the audience can't even remember that there is such a person on the variety show. There are dozens of people participating in a show, and the time of a program is so short, and the update frequency is also low. How can the audience remember every contestant? As long as the frequency of each person's appearance can be controlled, the flow of popularity votes can be controlled in disguise. Does the program team have any explanation for this? There is no explanation at all, and there is no answer. Anyway, people's popularity votes are higher than yours, so what? Yang Ruoqian looked at Wen Yiling and Zheng Yi, who were in the third from the bottom in popularity, and his brows were slightly locked. For a program that can allow the recommended contestants to advance in the first stage by paying money, Yang Ruoqian is very confident in their bottom line. Paying money to advance is obviously not a fair competition method, but Yang Ruoqian can actually pay with a public account and not even be warned by the system, which is enough to explain something. This means that even the system has determined that it is almost impossible to win the championship by pure strength without spending some money to build connections in this variety show. However, after Yang Ruoqian spent money to send the two to the finals, he did not use his money again in the next stage. What does it mean to put them in the third from the bottom? Yang Ruoqian frowned, reminding me that the sponsor has insufficient money and it is time to renew the contract. If he was not involved, even if Yang Ruoqian knew that there were many shady things on this show, he would at most laugh and watch it as a performance. But the problem is, the singers of Kuiguang Group are performing on the stage now. There is no way to watch the show as fun. Yang Ruoqian frowned and stared at the center of the screen. After the song was finished, when the judges gave the professional scores, the two combined, Wei Ling and Zheng Yi's scores narrowly surpassed others, and they barely advanced to the next round. At this time, it was obvious that the tension on their faces was relieved. But that was all. They did not show too much joy about the successful advancement. They were able to successfully advance this time, but what about the next time? The two have been in the society for so long. How could they not see that the whole show is full of undercurrents? When singing in the restaurant of uncommon characters, when had Yang Ruoqian seen such expressions on their faces? With a strange feeling, Yang Ruoqian finished watching this long sealed episode and clicked on the content of the next episode. The reason why it was strange was that Yang Ruoqian, from a utilitarian perspective, must have hoped that the two would not become famous or out of the circle, and it would be best if they were eliminated early in the competition. But now it seems that they are indeed going to be eliminated, but they are eliminated by a lot of shady dealings. Mr. Yang is a little unhappy. After clicking the member skip advertisement button and dragging through a lot of sponsor advertisements with his hand, Yang Ruoqian quickly came to the main film stage of the latest episode of The Voice of China. In the camera, Weiling and Zheng Yi, as usual, sang with all their strength. But after the end, due to the popularity votes and media voting, even if the professional scores given by the on-site mentors were high enough, the two inevitably got a very disappointing score. In the final selection stage, the two who had held on for 2 rounds finally couldn't hold on this time. After all the contestants' scores appeared, they were ranked last without any surprise. So, they were eliminated. How can this be eliminated? Yang Ruoqian saw this, and was really a little angry. Anyone with ears can hear that it is obviously much better than some people, right? Even if the style of the song may not be mainstream, the other people's singing skills and musical level are there. You can't lie with your eyes open, right? At this moment, the instructor in charge of the two of them stood up from his chair and applauded in front of everyone. He faced the camera and said in a loud voice, "You two. I really enjoyed working with you. You are leaving the stage today, not because you didn't sing well, not because you are not good enough. Because of some off-site factors, you have to leave the competition early. As a mentor, I have to take the primary responsibility. I didn't protect you well, I'm sorry. Come on. I believe that with your strength, even without this stage, you can still shine. I hope to meet you two again at the top." As these words ended, thunderous applause broke out at the scene, which lasted for a long time. It was as if the people standing on the stage were not losers who were eliminated. Even the mentors hired by the program team began to express dissatisfaction with this blatant black box operation. Yang Ruoqian looked at this scene with a gloomy face, and suddenly a message came from his mobile phone, which was sent by Weiling. "Boss, the latest episode is out. Have you seen it? I'm sorry. I was pretending to be dead for a while, and didn't dare to tell you about being eliminated. Alas, I failed your expectations, and made you lose so much money." Yang Ruoqian directly quit the variety show The Voice of China and permanently removed it from the favorites list. After cleaning up the garbage from his mobile phone, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Weiling. "I watched the show. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Boss, don't make excuses for us." Yang Ruoqian sent another message. "Don't worry. The group will remember any grievances you have suffered. You continue to do what you want to do and don't be hit by small setbacks. Whether you fail or not, the group will always support you." After sending this line of consolation without any grammatical errors, Yang Ruoqian directly called the group's public relations department with the landline at hand. The head of the public relations department quickly answered the phone and said respectfully, "Mr. Yang, do you have any instructions?" Yang Ruoqian said calmly, "Have you paid attention to the latest issue of The Voice of China? As the group has grown to the current stage, it must have established a public relations department. However, due to Yang Ruoqian's own reasons, the public relations department has never had a high presence in the group. It is a department that gets paid but does nothing. Yang Ruoqian doesn't want to do positive public relations, nor does he want to deal with crisis public relations. Isn't the final result that there is not much presence?" Tang Jian, the head of the public relations department, immediately replied, "I have paid attention. The singer under the group was eliminated in the latest episode of the program. Do you have any instructions? The public relations for this matter is mainly for the program team. Don't hype the popularity of the singer. If you need funds, report directly to the finance department." Yang Ruoqian issued his order. In fact, for an entertainment company, especially an entertainment company with brokerage business as its main body, public relations is the most expensive and costly project. But Mr. Yang doesn't spend much money on public relations, because the impact that public relations can bring is also huge. It can not only increase the influence of his side, but also suppress the opponent. However, Yang Ruoqian did not want to make money, and did not want to harm others and benefit himself, so the public relations department just picked up the empty salary, and did not play its real role. But now, the situation is different. Yang Ruoqian can spend money to discredit the program group without scruples. While burning money, he can help his own artists vent their anger. Kill two birds with one stone, why not? It just happened to test the business level of the group's public relations department. If the business level is too high, we have to recruit more people to fish in troubled waters to lower the level. Tang Jian seemed to be a little excited when he heard such a clear and concise task. Yes, Mr. Yang, we guarantee to complete the task excellently. Do you have any specific requirements for the public relations task? At what level will we stop? His emotion was not fake. It is cool to get a salary and not do anything, but it is a bit too scary to get too much salary and still not do anything. Tang Jian, who was oppressed by huge economic pressure all day, did not refuse the salary and immediately took on this arduous task. Yang Ruoqian secretly glanced at his system panel, checked his account balance, and then said very generously, as long as their program has not been suspended, keep going, never stop. Don't worry about how much money it costs. I just want things to be done, understand? Directly give a public relations team that has never done anything big an almost impossible goal, and the funding will not stop until the task is completed. This bleeding slot is really too creative. Just like the legal department, that is almost impossible to find evidence and cannot identify the loss standard. It can be said to be the pinnacle of Yang Ruoqian's creativity. With these two bleeding slots, combined with the continued losses of Spark Records, the positive impact of Black Robe Inspection Team on the company will definitely be eliminated. What if other industries have risen? What if the three old lost gods of esports, peripherals and live broadcasts have fallen? Now that the three new gods of legal affairs, public relations and records have gathered under the Kuiguang Group, they will definitely lead the company back to a dark future. Tang Jian, who was carrying the hopes of the group, promised solemnly on the other end of the phone, Boss Yang, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with the attitude of his employees and hung up the phone. At the same time, he sent his instructions to the finance department. As long as the legal department and the public relations department want to take money, no matter what the amount is, they will be given a green light all the way, and no extra questions should be asked. After arranging all the affairs, Yang Ruoqian was planning to find a peerless bad movie to cultivate his sentiments, when his mobile phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Yan Janayu. Who is this? Yang Ruoqian was a little confused for a while. He had given a note, so it shouldn't be a stranger. After recalling for several seconds, Boss Yang, who was forgetful, finally remembered that, when he went abroad to watch the YTG game, he spent a lot of money to recruit a simultaneous interpreter girl. Then, using the excuse that the group might have overseas business, he directly poached this girl from her original company at a high price and left her to eat dust. Why did this girl suddenly call him? How could Yang Ruoqian not know whether the group has overseas business? The company's overseas projects are infinitely close to zero, and the only way to connect is to connect with the air. It's just an excuse to spend money. Yang Ruoqian picked up the phone with some surprise and asked, hello, Zio Yan, what's the matter? Yan Janayu's standard voice came from the receiver. Boss Yang, congratulations. The overseas box office performance of the movie is good. Now some foreign entertainment companies have sent us invitations for cooperation. I will give you my solution. Do you have any questions? I originally thought that I was a newcomer and had to start as a deputy when I was recruited to the company. As a result, I became the boss, and the business I got was so important. Yan Janayu was moved and worked hard, but she still had some fear and uncertainty in her heart. After drawing up a plan with her colleagues, she hurried over to inform Yang Ruoqian. Yang Ruoqian was stunned. Overseas box office? What the hell? The movie Black Robe Inspection Team can actually have overseas box office? Exclamation mark. The distribution task was Chen Gai's business. When Yang Ruoqian heard the news, he was completely unprepared, and his mind went blank. Then he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Isn't this another surprise prepared for him? Exclamation mark. Yan Janayu was a little surprised. Yes, overseas box office, Mr. Yang, don't you know? Yang Ruoqian, who always cared about his reputation, immediately acted calmly. Of course I know, but in the future, you can decide on such trivial matters by yourself, and don't need to ask for my opinion. Since I put you in this position, it means trust in you. Okay, I have something urgent here, so I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ruoqian didn't waste even a second. He directly opened the address book, turned to Cheng Fei's contact information, and edited a message for her. Mr. Cheng, why don't you tell me the bottom line? How much is the overseas box office of our movie? I want to be mentally prepared. The new pillar industry of the 3 companies over there had just been established and immediately faced the first major challenge. Which is stronger, the speed of making money at the box office of the movie or the speed of losing money at the 3 pillars? Soon, Cheng Fei sent a message. Mr. Yang knows? I was just about to give you a surprise. Thanks for your monthly votes. I'm a bit busy during the holidays, so I can only update every day. I'll add more when I have some free time in the next 2 days. Chapter 227 Interested. After a while, Cheng Fei sent a data chart. A summary message was also attached. If we estimate the global box office, based on the 2-week trend of the domestic box office, it should be around $80 million, which is more than 600 million RMB. But the share of the global box office is also different. After all, the publicity and distribution costs of overseas theaters are higher, and the tax regulations in different places are also different. If we follow the previous contract, the final share that will go to Kuiguang Group should be around 100 million. Now we are in a hurry to sign a new contract, and your share will be higher. The new contract. Yang Ruoqian's mouth twitched. It's the new contract that was thrown over with the sports car last time, right? A sports car destroyed Yang Ruoqian's current finances, and a contract cut off the subsequent way of making money. It can be said to be cutting off the source of funds, and the means are extremely cruel. Yang Ruoqian, who had been dragging his feet on the contract and taking it one day at a time, took a deep breath to ease his emotions. Boss Cheng, let's just stick with the old contract. It's too much trouble to change the contract at this juncture. Let's do it for the next movie. It is predicted that a full 100 million in global box office revenue will eventually reach the group. This is another very scary income. Although Yang Ruoqian has authorized the legal department and the public relations department to have the greatest authority to spend money, even with authority, it takes time to spend money. The original domestic box office revenue has not been spent yet, and the global box office revenue is coming in again. Who can bear this? If it weren't for the 500 million big project of Titanic 2 that Shoyuki was in charge of, Yang Ruoqian wanted to give up the lost target for this quarter and just take the commission. Cheng Fei sent another message. Yes, I forgot that you, Boss Yang, are not interested in money. Then let me tell you something that you are interested in. Yang Ruoqian, who racked his brains every day to make more money from the system. No, what did I do to make you think I'm not interested in money? It is clear that Yang Ruoqian never hides his happiness every time he gets a red envelope, and he almost laughed out loud when he got the sports car. It is so obvious. Why can someone still have such a big misunderstanding about him? Yang Ruoqian tried to explain. Boss Cheng, I'm actually quite interested in money. Cheng Fei, who had already completed the logical loop, did not believe it at all. Boss Yang needs to practice pretending to be happy every time he receives money. Do you know the Water City Film Festival? Pretend to be happy! Exclamation mark. Is it possible that I was really happy at that time? I pretended to be happy when I acted happy, and I was really unhappy when I acted unhappy. It's a 3-dimensional difference, right? Anyway, as long as the conclusion is that Yang Ruoqian is not interested in money, it doesn't matter how outrageous the reasoning process is. Sure enough, people are only willing to believe what they believe, even if the person himself comes out to refute the rumor. Yang Ruoqian is completely desperate to convince his partners, so he can only bring the topic back to business, so as not to continue to reinforce this incorrect stereotype. Water City Film Festival? I know, it's one of the most authoritative and valuable awards in the world. What does it have to do with our film? Could this movie that I came up with my feet win an international award? For a movie to win this kind of award, a large part of the winning movies are those that have connotation and depth, but are well received but not popular, and have failed to make a good impression at the global box office. Commerciality and whether a movie can be popular are certainly important factors in whether a movie can win an award, but they are by no means the only factor. Although the box office of The Boys is high, it is not high enough to break the circle. Can a popcorn movie with a superhero theme really have any depth? It's enough to fool yourself. Why can it really fool the international judges? Most of the judges of this kind of international film festival are Westerners, and they naturally conflict with the film culture content of the motherland. Different cultures will create different aesthetics, and the sense of cultural identity will naturally be much weaker. It can be said that it is difficult for a domestic film to win an international award. Not to mention the highest honor Golden Lion Award, even the second-class Silver Lion Award is extremely difficult. Cheng Fei obviously took this matter very seriously, since our film has a very deep content. Even though the box office performance is not among the top ones, it has been nominated. This is a big breakthrough. Mr. Yang, who had just denied the depth of the content of the Black Robe Inspection Team, was completely speechless. It can only be said that whether a work has depth sometimes does not depend on what the author thinks, but on how the audience sees it. Just like the author of an essay simply describes the color of a carpet, there may be countless people who are full and have nothing to do to analyze what the color of the carpet reflects about the author's mood. They can even turn this completely nonsensical analysis into a series of questions. As for the author's own thoughts, most of the authors who can contribute test questions are now buried in the soil, and they can't be asked, even if they want to. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and replied, "It's just a nomination. I don't think we should be happy too early." In fact, Yang Ruoqian feels that there is little hope for film awards. International awards lack cultural identity and are difficult to be awarded. Domestic awards have been rotten out of the circle, and there is almost no gold content. Yang Ruoqian is too lazy to spend this effort. Moreover, the awards are selected based on the content and box office of the film. When the awards are finally issued, the popularity of the film has long passed, and the subsequent impact will not be great. The most important thing is that the 3 major international film festivals are all initiated by non-profit organizations. They only set awards, not bonuses. Mr. Yang, who thinks he has lost his taste for high-level things, doesn't care about this kind of honor. Therefore, Yang Ruoqian basically has one attitude towards winning awards. There is a high probability that he will not be awarded, and it doesn't make much sense if he is awarded. Cheng Fei sent another message. "This is just our first movie. It is not easy to achieve such an achievement. Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. If we make a little progress in each movie, won't it be easy to get an award? Compared to this, I have also won some domestic awards, but Mr. Yang should not be very interested." Yang Ruoqian made a joke. This kind of industrial assembly line wholesale award, Mr. Cheng, who is picky about people, also likes it. Yang Ruoqian was not completely joking. Programs such as Weibo Night will give various artists, idols, and actors a formal award. There are a lot of awards that don't seem to have much value, such as the most influential singer, the most breakthrough actor of the year, the most enterprising artist of the year, the most cutting-edge artist, the most goddess of the year, the king of social software, etc. It looks like an award ceremony, but it's actually a large-scale cake-sharing scene. The scene is comparable to a trophy wholesale market, which is very funny. The awards in the domestic entertainment industry have always been very watery, which is a consensus. Yang Ruoqian doesn't want to integrate into this circle, and there is no need to integrate. Cheng Fei understood what Yang Ruoqian meant, so she explained very seriously, "I know that Mr. Yang doesn't think highly of these awards, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are not strong enough now, and we always have to borrow momentum." Yang Ruoqian is not a self-righteous person. Not being interested in such awards does not mean that he must completely draw a line or even fight to the death. Anyway, as long as it does not cause significant profits to the Kuiguang Group, Yang Ruoqian basically holds an indifferent attitude. Yang Ruoqian typed a line of words. "Okay, Mr. Cheng can arrange this kind of thing himself. It's not a big problem on my side. Okay, Mr. Yang, go ahead and get busy. I'll let you know when I have news." Yang Ruoqian glanced at the unread messages that suddenly popped up in the upper left corner of WeChat. After a polite remark, he poked his finger and exited the chat box. The name that was pushed to the top by the new message was Xiaoyiki. Of course, Mr. Yang's note for this college classmate was adopted son. On the top message, the message from Shaoyuki was simple and clear. Boss, the shelter company has basically agreed to the acquisition, but there are a few details that I can't make up my mind about. How about you go and talk to them in person? As the boss of such a large group, in fact, most of the business does not need to be done personally, and the people under him can decide for themselves. But after all, it involves a super large production estimated to be 500 million. Such a major decision cannot be taken by any employee. The final decision must be made by Yang Ruoqian himself. And at this stage, most of Yang Ruoqian's attention is indeed on the new movie and the newly acquired film production company. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and felt that such a huge project with a lot of profit risk was indeed not reassuring, so he decided to go to the shelter company in person to see what they were like. Boss, this way, this way. At the door of the shelter company, Shaoyuki waved to Yang Ruoqian and introduced several persons in charge of the shelter company. His name was Kaimeng. He was an employee of a large production company in the early days. Later, he resigned from the company and found some professionals through his connections in the industry to set up a production company. Yang Ruoqian always remembered that he had to think about problems with a profit model this time, so he walked up and shook hands with Kaimeng. Hello, Mr. K. Hello, Mr. Yang. You're welcome. Please come in. Shaoyuki had basically discussed the specific matters, and there were only some details left, and Kaimeng wanted to talk to Yang Ruoqian in person. Mr. Yang, I personally welcome your willingness to invest in the shelter company. As you know, our business is somewhat single. Although we are confident that we will be able to make a profit in the long run, the failure caused by short-term risks may very likely bring us down. We can sign a bet agreement with you. If we cannot achieve the profit target within 3 years, the company will be at your disposal. But if it is completed, we have a small request. Okay. Yang Ruoqian, who thinks of profit, nodded with satisfaction and said, you can make any request now. If it is reasonable, a bet agreement may not be required. Seeing the other party's attitude, Kaimeng was a little relieved and said, that's right. I hope that, after you become the company's largest shareholder, you will not interfere too much in the relevant decisions of film production. I know our company is a little strange, but please believe me, it will definitely be profitable. From the perspective of profitability, Yang Ruoqian's initial idea was not to acquire all the shares of the shelter company, but to acquire only 67%, to gain absolute control, but retain the status of other shareholders on the board of directors. Only in this way, shareholders can still serve as management and think about problems from the perspective of the company's long-term profitability. If the acquisition is in full, the former shareholders will become pure managers, and their interests will conflict with those of the shareholders to some extent. Kaimeng hopes that the acquisition of shares by Kuiguang Group will not exceed 1/3 and only have relative control, leaving the original shareholders with the veto power of major decisions. If the profit target is not achieved within 3 years, it will be up to Yang Ruoqian to decide whether to kill or cut. If the 500 million investment is lost, the Kuiguang Group, which cannot hold more than 2/3 of the shares, will bear a loss of more than 300 million. Even if it is not a total loss, it will take time to wait for the box office to recover, and by that time it will have long exceeded the second quarter settlement date. The overseas box office revenue of the Black Robe inspection team is only an estimate, and it will take some time for all the money to be credited. In short, from the perspective of normal acquisition and profit, Kaimeng's request is logical. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently and said, how about this? Let me see the profit statements of the movies your company has shot before, and then take me to your studio for a walk, and I will make a decision. Kaimeng, who was very confident in his own ideas, had already prepared the relevant information, and immediately sent a copy to Yang Ruoqian. However, Kaimeng was a little embarrassed about the request to inspect the studio. Well, Mr. Yang, our studio is rented, and it may not be what you think. Kaimeng certainly knew that the boss in front of him had made a top-notch hit movie like the Black Robe inspection team. The problem is that only the people in the shelter company know that, after deciding to transform, their profit logic is completely different from that of ordinary movies. It is even different from the small-scale boutiques they shot before. This difference is difficult for ordinary people to understand, and Kaimeng does not think that a big boss like Yang Ruoqian can understand it. So he simply proposed a gambling agreement and let the results speak for themselves. While flipping through the movies produced by the shelter company, Yang Ruoqian asked casually, "It's okay, just take a look. What are the specific differences?" Judging from the profit report, the people at the shelter company did not lie. Although these small-scale movies did not make a high profit, the investment was also very small, and the profit margin was very good. At the same time, as they said, due to the low profit, it became a very troublesome thing to maintain the company's daily expenses. It's like assuming there is a business that can return $1 with an investment of 50 cents, but it can only be done once an hour. Then even if the profit margin is high, it is difficult to maintain the expenses other than the business. As long as the movie fails by accident, the capital chain will be broken immediately. Even if they have enough ability to make more movies to make up for the losses in the future, the stretched finances will not give them this time. Everything looks like a normal project. I just don't know why they suddenly came up with the idea of filming Titanic 2. Kaimeng said helplessly, "How about this, Mr. Yang? I will send you some photos taken on the set." Yang Ruoqian thought about it and felt that it was okay, so he nodded, "Then send the photos to me." Kaimeng operated on his mobile phone twice and transferred several files to him, and his attitude was a little cautious. "Mr. Yang, don't feel strange after you see it. Our company has always been in this style. Why are you so shy?" As an investor in the Dragon Son-in-Law and the Black Robe Inspection Team, Yang Ruoqian often walks around the set and is a person who has seen big scenes. As the leader of domestic superhero movies and a strong competitor in the top 3 annual box office, what else in the world can make him feel strange? What scene has he not seen? At this time, Yang Ruoqian had the mentality of a city dweller entering the village, and he looked at the pictures sent by Kaimeng with confidence. Just one glance, and the knowledgeable Mr. Yang fell silent. After 3 or 4 seconds, Yang Ruoqian asked uncertainly, "Mr. K, are you sure this is really your studio?" There were only a few old sofas and some messy lamps scattered around. There were no carpets or tiles on the ground, only bare cement floors with some dirty cloth on them. It seemed that the studio had not been cleaned for a long time. Yang Ruoqian could feel the faint smell of mold on the scene through the screen. The staff on the studio were busy in simple clothes, and they seemed to be fiddling with the old equipment and debugging some old fans and curtains. Because it was too dim, only the swaying table lamp in the corner and the weak light from the few remaining bulbs on the empty ceiling could barely see the surroundings of the studio. This can't be called minimalist style. It can only be called war damaged style. It's too simple, right? Exclamation mark. When has Yang Ruoqian seen such a scene? Just this studio, can it really support a big production estimated to start at least 500 million? At this moment, Yang Ruoqian almost doubted whether he and Shaoyuki had misjudged something. No, the other party is a professional from a large production company with a professional team, and judging from past results, they have performed quite well. Obviously, it was just Yang Ruoqian, an outsider, who was overthinking. Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly, smiled and said against his will, "It looks good. There is nothing strange." In order to make the nonsense seem more realistic, Yang Ruoqian now has some acting skills. Kaimeng was immediately a little impressed. As expected of the investor of the Black Robe Inspection Team, he really has a unique vision. Obviously, it was just Kaimeng, a person with little experience, who was overthinking. The overthinking Kaimeng nodded slightly, smiled and said the truth. "Mr. Yang is indeed knowledgeable. In this case, what do you think of our small request? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Thank you for the tip from book friend 201911130935536622. Thank you very much. Although I have already thanked you on questions, I would like to thank you again. PS. Does anyone want Maxim's mooncakes? I have a box here that I can give away." Chapter 228. Mr. Yang may have accidentally forgotten to put a decimal point. Yang Ruoqian returned the information in his hand and nodded, saying, "I have seen your past performance and I believe you can make a good movie. There is no need for a gambling agreement. The group will not join your board of directors and will not interfere with all your decisions. How to make a movie, what actors to invite, and what channels to distribute it are all up to you. If you need the group's help, contact the operation department directly. Many companies that were originally doing well have lost their advantages and eventually lost money because the people sent by the group messed around after being acquired, always wanting to show their presence. For example, there is a novel website called Tower Reader. It once fought its way through the two old subscription novel websites Gideon and Lucy with a paid boutique subscription system and became one of the most profitable reading apps. Unfortunately, after being acquired, they were forced to switch to free reading, but they couldn't make it at all. Most of the free traffic was taken away by Tomato Reading. They were once in the limelight, but now they are almost unable to recover. There are many similar examples, but in most cases, as long as the new officials take office after being acquired, the ending will not be good. If we think about the problem from the perspective of profit model, Yang Ruoqian should not intervene too much. Hearing Yang Ruoqian's attitude, Kaimeng's eyes lit up. Judging from the tone, Kuiguang Group intends to be a hands-off boss, only acquire shares, not participate in management. Such investors are exactly what they need the most. Mr. Yang, you are so sincere. How about this? We show you the shooting plan of Titanic 2, and you decide after reading it. Kaimeng thought for a while and asked again. Yang Ruoqian immediately refused. No, I don't care. Let's talk about the specific matters of the new movie. Do you need any help from us? For example, distribution resources? The movies shot by the Shelter Company before were small-scale productions, most of which were distributed online, and there were few opportunities for theater distribution. So they may not have as good distribution resources as Kuiguang Group. Kaimeng shook his head. Boss Yang, don't worry, we can handle the distribution ourselves. Yang Ruoqian nodded again. What about the actors? Have you found the leading actors? Everything is done, just wait for good news. Kaimeng said confidently. Everything is done. This is what a profitable company should look like. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. After asking a few key questions, Yang Ruoqian finally felt relieved. He called the company's legal department and left the Shelter Company with Shaoyuki. After sending the big money away, Kaimeng hurried to the conference room and called all the company's executives, screenwriters, and directors. Although they had held a meeting before and had a detailed discussion on the acquisition, now that the dust has finally settled, there are things that need to be said. The acquisition has been negotiated, and they have fully agreed to our terms. Kaimeng coughed lightly. After all, this is our first attempt at transformation. With a big sponsor, even if we fail, we will at most lose part of the control of the company and will not go bankrupt. But everyone should not be too relaxed. Don't let others look down on us. Another shareholder of the company nodded. She was once kicked out of the film production company under Yufu. She felt that her talent was not appreciated, so she invested in the Shelter Company with Kaimeng in a fit of anger. Okay, then let's review the transformation plan again. The woman nodded. See which wordings need to be changed. Although everyone present had already memorized the transformation plan, an investor suddenly came this time, and no matter what, the copywriting had to be made more beautiful. For example, the wording of copycat can be changed to reference, and reference can be changed to micro-innovation. So copycat can be changed to innovation. After all, the two words copycat are too ugly. In order to give the big boss a good impression, the wording is slightly changed. The meaning remains unchanged, but it sounds much more comfortable. Kaimeng nodded and let her continue. Through market research, we found that whenever a blockbuster is about to be released, the demand for movies with similar themes will increase significantly, even for some very shoddy movies. So, we are thinking, can we make macro innovations in the movie names to take advantage of the popularity of blockbusters and reduce the cost of publicity and distribution? For example, when Titanic was very popular, we made Titanic 2. When others made Thor, we made Thor. But in terms of film production, we choose to compress costs to the greatest extent. Whether it is special effects or actors, we choose the cheapest. The cost of each movie should be controlled within 500,000 yuan as much as possible. Then it will be released at the same time as these blockbusters, or even earlier than them. After all, there is a long time between the promotion and release of these movies. As long as we get this time right, it is not difficult to achieve the feat of macro innovation being released earlier than the original. In this way, the overwhelming publicity of these blockbusters is also equivalent to helping us promote. Since our film production costs are extremely low, as long as we can catch a little bit of the leaked traffic, we can achieve the profit target. After saying that, the woman put down the information in her hand and indicated that she had finished. That's right, this is the transformation plan of the shelter company to take advantage of the promotion of blockbusters. As long as a movie is promoted well enough, even if the content itself is very poor, it can always get some traffic. However, for big budget productions, such traffic can't make up for the cost, so they must pay attention to the quality of the movie content. But for a movie whose name is completely copied, which takes away a lot of publicity traffic, and has a production cost of 500,000, it can be said to be easy to make up for the cost. In China, and even in the entire international market, they are the first to do this. In a rotten environment, there is still a completely undeveloped blue ocean. This is also the reason why the shelter company has the confidence to swear to Yang Ruoqian that they can make money, even though they have just started to transform. Kameng lowered his head and continued to ask, how did we explain the copyright issue? Please repeat it again and see if there is any wording that needs to be changed. The woman nodded and continued, our macro innovation is limited to the cover style and the name of the movie. As for the content, we will only refer to the introduction of the original work, and the script is completely original by our own imagination. Our movie can even be released earlier than the original. What copyright issue does not exist at all? So what if the name is a little similar? The content of the movie is completely different, and we will not deliberately conceal it from the audience, who can sue us for infringement. A movie with a similar name, completely different content, and an even earlier release time does not constitute infringement in any way. Kameng carefully reviewed the copy, nodded slightly, and said, then what is our standard for macro innovation? You can also tell me. The woman continued, first, the popular movie IPs that have been released recently, such as the recent resurgence of the popularity of Titanic, have been re-released. We will spend 500,000 to make a Titanic 2. Second, the name must be exquisite. It must not be suit, but also attract audiences. Third, save where you can, and where you can't. Don't do special effects if you can. Only hire 18-tier actors for the leading roles, and only hire local community performance enthusiasts for the supporting roles, and don't spend a penny on publicity. Fourth, the movie is not all copied, and occasionally we have to make real original works to prove the strength of our company. For example, we are currently planning Sharknado. Fifth, the speed of filming must be fast, and we should try to make a new film every month. After listening and reviewing it carefully, Kameng felt that there was no problem at all, so he concluded, anyway, we will make a profit through the method of small profits but quick turnover. The woman also said jokingly, besides, we can also support a large number of unknown directors and unknown actors by doing this, which can be regarded as providing them with a living guarantee. If these actors perform well in the copycat films, or if the directors can make a copycat film look particularly good, maybe they can help them open the door to the real entertainment industry. The only ones who are hurt may be those big budget movies. The problem is that such injuries may not even be considered as skin breaks for them. For the consumer group, the shelter company will also seriously tell them that this is not the original version and there is no deception. If they still want to watch it after being reminded, it is a willing bait. After comprehensive consideration, the senior management of the shelter company collectively agreed to this beneficial and harmless transformation plan. Kameng nodded again and asked the woman to sit down. At the same time, he looked at the person in charge of the marketing department and asked, we just talked about the production side. You can talk about the consumer side and see if there are any problems. Will the audience really buy into this kind of knockoff film? If someone is willing to take the bait once, will they be willing to take the bait twice, 3 times, or even countless times? This is a big question. If there is no reasonable theory, it may be difficult to explain to the senior management of the group. The head of the marketing department had already prepared the manuscript. He nodded and said, in fact, many times, whether to watch a bad movie depends entirely on the mentality of an audience. If everyone's expectation is to watch good movies and blockbusters, then people who watch our movies will definitely be furious. But now everyone knows that the movies we make are knockoffs, so expectations are naturally lowered, and there will even be curious people who want to spend money to see how bad the movie can be. After watching it, they may even think that it is not as bad as the legend says. There are also some movie bloggers and their fans in the 2KO area. These people come here just for fun, and they don't care whether it is bad or not. They just care about whether it is fun. There is never a shortage of fun people in the world, and this is the core consumer group positioning of our movies. We never lie, we really mess up. Satisfy all the audience's needs except for watching good movies. Kaimeng listened to such a report and nodded with great satisfaction. Very good. That's it. You should hurry up and compile the report into a document, and I will send it to the group headquarters later. It happened that the Kuiguang group would send someone to sign the contract later. Take this time to prepare the information and send it to the boss of the group, Yang Ruoqian. I just don't know how Yang Ruoqian, as the most successful young entrepreneur in Jinhei, will feel after seeing this information. Will such a completely different plan that uses rottenness as a selling point be regarded as a shame by a top successful person like Yang Ruoqian? The Kuiguang group has always won fairly and honorably. Will taking over the shelter company have some impact on their reputation? Kaimeng doesn't know. But since the Kuiguang group chose to cooperate actively, they should have something in mind, right? They can't just buy their own company blindly without doing any research, right? This is a local giant enterprise. It is impossible for them to do things so hastily. Thinking of this, Kaimeng was completely relieved. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Kaimeng said to other executives, I'm going to sign a contract. You wait here for me. It shouldn't take much time. After that, he pushed the door open and went out. The other people in the meeting room hurried to organize the information into a document. In fact, although they are called executives, they all have multiple roles. There are only about 30 people in the entire shelter company. Most of the props for the crew were outsourced after the filming started. The company has few people and pursues the ultimate cost effectiveness, so the boss naturally has to do the work of employees and make use of every human resource. After about 10 or 20 minutes, Kaimeng pushed open the door of the meeting room with a relaxed expression on his face. The last breath held by all the executives in the meeting room was finally let go. The contract is signed. Everyone can rest assured. Kaimeng smiled and sat down in the main seat. With a solid backing, they can also walk the road of transformation with more confidence. Old K, we have almost sorted out the information here. You can send it to the group headquarters. The person in charge of sorting out the information passed the document to Kaimeng. Kaimeng took a quick glance and did a final review. After confirming that there were no problems, he uploaded the document to Yang Ruoqian. After sending it, he looked up and said, very good, all the miscellaneous things are done. Next, let's talk about the new electricity. Wait, Mr. Yang sent a message. Kaimeng was a little surprised when he saw the new message pop up on his phone. Mr. Yang finished reading the document so quickly, it only took a few seconds. There is a lot of content on it. It must take 2 or 3 minutes to read it. In the chat box, Yang Ruoqian only replied with a very simple message. I have carefully read your stuff. It is very professional. I'm very satisfied. If you need funds, don't take out a loan. Go directly to the group finance department to withdraw. You don't need to report to me within 500 million. If it exceeds this number, just call me to explain the purpose. Hearing that the new boss had sent a message, the other people in the meeting room also unconsciously gathered around. Everyone has worked together since the early days of the business. After so many years of sharing joys and sorrows, they are no longer so unfamiliar. Looking at this long list of numbers, Kaimeng and other executives who gathered around to watch fell into deep thought. It was amazing that they actually saw a 9-digit number starting with 500 million! Exclamation mark. What kind of movie is this? 500 million? If Yang Ruoqian hadn't invested in the black robe inspection team and was a well-known figure in the industry, the people in the shelter company would have almost thought that they had run into an amateur who knew nothing. It should be that Mr. Yang forgot to put a decimal point. He might have meant 5 million. K-Meng thought about it and gave a reasonable explanation. Perhaps this is the corporate culture of Kuiguang Group. But even if it is 5 million, it is much more than our upper limit. Someone questioned, didn't we write it clearly in the document that the production cost of our movies is capped at 500,000? You said that the 500,000 group will only give 500,000? They are a large company with a valuation of so many. It's just 500,000. Maybe they feel that they can't afford it. Then Mr. Yang is really a particular person. He just gave an extra zero. Big groups are like this, so we have to make money. Otherwise, when they come to hold us accountable, we won't even have the courage to quibble. Indeed. Then should we use this 5 million? The conference room fell silent again. The cash flow of the shelter company is still acceptable at present. At least the money for filming Titanic 2 can be taken out. Finding a sponsor is just to worry about bankruptcy after failure, not to urgently need money. K-Meng thought about it carefully and gave his own answer. No, not only 5 million, but even 500,000. Old K, why? This cooperation is the first cooperation after the company was invested in, and we must do our best to demonstrate our abilities. K-Meng analyzed in a serious manner. We don't use a penny from the group. On the contrary, we can bring profits to the group. Will our status in the group be rising in the future? Won't it be easier to get resources at that time? And it also proves our independent profitability. In short, we can't let others look down on our shelter company, even if that person is our boss. The others were excited when they heard it, as if they had returned to the energetic state when the company was first founded. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. I agree. I will not spend a penny of the group's money. Not today, and not in the future. Not only will I not spend a penny, but I will also make money for the group in return, so that the elites of big companies can be shocked by a little micro innovation. I think we can't spend nothing at all. Give the group some face. Spend more or less 10,000 yuan. At least let them feel a little involved. Otherwise it will be so embarrassing. Yes, then let the group feel a little involved. While the shelter company was having a passionate meeting, Yang Ruoqian was happily playing games in his office. He didn't realize that the direction of the development of things had long been out of control. He thought that the super production that could cost 500 million was actually just a copycat movie with a cost of no more than 500,000. And the shelter company didn't even plan to help Mr. Yang spend the 500,000. Yang Ruoqian, who was immersed in the fact that the company would suffer a huge loss on its books this quarter, returned to the office and started playing games. He didn't even look at the message sent by K-Meng and just perfunctorily dealt with it. The 500 million is already here. Use it as you like. Don't bother me for such a small matter. Next, just wait for the knock. When the game was halfway through, there was a knock on the office door. Hello, Mr. Yang, are you free now? It was Yang Ruoqian, who was in charge of the live broadcast operation and Wang Ziqin's subordinate. Yang Ruoqian, who was in charge, said without thinking, wait a minute, I'm holding an important online exchange conference here. Come back in 20 minutes. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll wait for you outside. Please call me when you're done. The girl outside said very respectfully. Soon, 20 minutes passed, and Yang Ruoqian, who had easily won, hid the game interface, adjusted his facial expressions, and then said to the outside, okay, come in. As soon as the voice fell, the girl from the operation department pushed the door and walked in. Boss Yang, this is the monthly data of the live broadcast module. Please take a look. Yang Ruoqian took the file, glanced at it casually, and nodded and smiled after confirming that there was nothing terrible in it. Just send me the document for this kind of thing in the future. No need to print it out. The operation girl said embarrassedly. I just feel that our data has declined recently. Boss Yang, you didn't say anything. Everyone is embarrassed, so I want to report to you in person. The data is declining. I gave you those orders to increase operating costs and push back the orders of partners, and my original intention was to make the data decline. Now it seems that my conspiracy is very effective. Yang Ruoqian, who was very satisfied with his masterpiece, smiled. How can the data continue to rise? If it exceeds the necessary limit, it will become a bubble. We are not here to make a quick buck and run away. What's more, I made the decision to change the direction. Even if there is really a problem, you don't have to take responsibility. Okay, don't be too nervous, just do your job well. The operation girl nodded gratefully. Mr. Yang, you are really far-sighted, thank you. After that, she bowed to Yang Ruoqian and left the office respectfully. Yang Ruoqian was a little puzzled. What is far-sighted? The data has declined, and you are still far-sighted, and thank you? Just saying some inexplicable words. Yang Ruoqian, who has already successfully walked on the road of failure, shook his head with a smile. But I haven't watched live broadcasts for a long time. Let's go shopping. The system quarterly settlement day is coming soon, just in time to pick a few cosmetics for Chang's liking. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian opened Douyin and quickly found the relevant live broadcasters under Kuiguang Group through keyword search. After clicking into the live broadcast room, the young lady on the screen was trying to introduce the products in her hands. From time to time, the screen showed that someone was placing an order, and the frequency was quite fast. But the content of the interactive area made Yang Ruoqian a little confused. Congratulations, Anchor, the wealth is pouring down on your head. Congratulations, Anchor, get rich. Sometimes wealth comes so unexpectedly. Yang Ruoqian, who turned on his electronic device to play games, looked at these barrages in confusion, and had the illusion that he was out of touch with the times. What kind of riddle is this? What wealth? Where does wealth come from? Now I'm afraid of the word wealth. Thinking about the reaction of the operation girl just now, Yang Ruoqian suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Don't mess with me. Thanks to everyone for the monthly tickets, more than 3,000, which forced the monthly ticket list and opened the author's eyes. Thank you so much, Kowtow. Chapter 229, the price has been this long. After returning to youth and suddenly reducing the pressure of life, Yang Ruoqian also restored the appearance of a young man and directly expressed his doubts in the barrage. What is the overwhelming wealth? Can anyone explain it? In a few seconds, many friendly and kind answers appeared in the barrage. Where did you find it? It's already 2016. The overwhelming wealth means that the anchor has become rich. You can search the keyword 79 yuan eyebrow pencil and then look at their recent public relations, and you will know why the anchor has become rich. Yang Ruoqian searched for useful information in the sea of useless comments and then quietly exited the live broadcast room and typed 79 yuan eyebrow pencil into the search bar as these people said. He now has a bad premonition. Very bad. Why do accidents always happen when the settlement date is approaching? Can't I just get through the disaster safely? While Yang Ruoqian was terrified, the search results came out. The titles of several videos on the homepage were surprisingly consistent. #HUAZZ, the complete version of the 79 yuan eyebrow pencil INCIDENT does not getting a promotion or a raise mean you're not working hard? Lee Jiaqi apologized and then turned around to continue selling goods. Original video of a live streamer on the internet arguing with fans. Who was Izzy? Yang Ruoqian still has some impression of this brand. First, when the group's live streaming business was at its peak, this brand had also cooperated with them. However, in the subsequent rectification, considering that the cosmetics of this brand are overpriced and have huge profits, Mr. Yang, who has always been unwilling to make a penny more, naturally included it in the list of companies to stop cooperating. Second, the advertisements of the brand Who is Izzy are too overwhelming. You can always see the three words Who is Izzy on the big posters of department stores, the pauses of film and television software, and even the inserted advertisements of TV programs. Even when I watched the Black Robe Inspection Team last time, the advertisement before the movie was sending flowers is not as good as sending Who is Izzy. Judging from the intensity and content of publicity and promotion, Who is Izzy should want to shape itself into a high-end brand and take the route of luxury goods. But Yang Ruoqian doesn't wear makeup, so he doesn't know much about these cosmetics. Whenever he sees this kind of advertisement, he usually lowers his head to play with his phone. Although Chang Ziking knows how to use cosmetics, she has a good foundation. She is still a great beauty without makeup. She doesn't have many requirements for cosmetics. Even if she uses them, she will use the fixed brands she is used to. In short, the two people in the family have no interest in who is Izzy, so they don't pay much attention to it. However, it seems that the reputation of this brand has collapsed. Yang Ruoqian looked at these titles, frowned slightly, and chose the one with the highest number of views and clicked in. As soon as he entered, he saw two people sitting in front of the camera. The lips of the person in the lead showed a very exaggerated inverted U shape. Just looking at his expression, you can tell that he is extremely unhappy. He shook his head slightly on the screen and repeated a sentence on the barrage with an undisguised sarcasm. Oh, who is Izzy is getting more and more expensive. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles on his face slackened, his eyes were slightly empty, and his impatience could be seen from his whole demeanor. Where is it expensive? It's been this price for so many years. Please don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. It's difficult for domestic brands. Really nonsense. It's been 79 yuan for so many years. How is it expensive? Sometimes, look for your own reasons. Okay. Have you increased your salary in so many years? Have you worked hard? Okay. After talking about this long conversation with excitement, the anchor named Li Jiaqi was silent for a moment, and then shouted in an even more excited tone. It's been this price for so many years. I'm really going crazy. 79 yuan is indeed not expensive, but the anchor's attitude is really bad. Yang Ruoqian thought about it subconsciously, and then looked at the title of the live broadcast room. Wow, it's 79 yuan for 0.08 grams. This price is more expensive than gold, and it's much more expensive. Originally, most people would ask in a joking tone whether an expensive item is gold plated or diamond studded. Well, now there is no need to worry about it. It is directly more expensive than gold. The comment area below refreshed more than 10 times, and almost everyone who watched the video couldn't help but spray or ridicule. Judging from the impact of public opinion, the high-end image that Who is Izzy spent so much money and so much time to build bit by bit collapsed overnight. Because no matter what media, even if it is Bilibili, which has the relatively friendly user group, or Douyin, which has the largest number of users, the search volume of related keywords has reached the top 1. And all the comments are negative. Being bombarded by so many different people in turn, being criticized by people of different ages, personalities, and genders, from the oldest to the youngest, is enough to show that they have offended the public. After watching the video, Yang Ruoqian finally understood why Li Jiaqi and Who is Izzy behind him would attract so much abuse this time. Your death is really not unjust. Yang Ruoqian did not feel sorry for the merchants, but instead laughed at them with some gloating. It is not entirely true that this incident made such a big fuss because the price of the goods was too high, the gimmick of cutting leaks under the gimmick of domestic brands, or the bad attitude of the anchor. After all, there are many high premium products, many products that sell feelings, and even some merchants who insult consumers. Even from other videos, it can be seen that Li Jiaqi, the anchor, has mocked consumers in the live broadcast room not once or twice, but is a repeat offender. But none of these times can cause such a huge impact, because he has a sentence that deeply hurts countless people. Sometimes, look for your own reasons. Have you increased your salary over the years? Have you worked hard? The scope of this sentence is really too wide. It even includes Yang Ruoqian, who is now sitting in the office watching the excitement. No salary increase means not working hard. No success means not working hard. In his previous life, Yang Ruoqian did the work of 3 people every day, worked hard for 10 consecutive years, and finally died suddenly in the office. He earned less than a fraction of Li Jiaqi's, which was also because he didn't work hard. Too much belief in success through hard work will not make people humble, but will make people proud, just like Li Jiaqi. Because when he succeeded, he felt that it was all due to his hard work, and the hard work accounted for 100%, so he deserved it all. So this kind of people look down on those who fail, and live unsatisfactory from the bottom of their hearts, and think that their failure is because of not working hard. But I never thought that most people in this world have tried hard, but in the end, they still end up with nothing. Isn't this a kind of arrogance with great prejudice? After Yang Ruoqian was reborn, his whole state has changed a lot. Hard work is still important, but you can just do your best and leave it to fate. If you can't lose money, then work hard next quarter to lose again. But why did this anchor collapse, and the collapse of this brand affect the anchors of our group? After Yang Ruoqian finished eating the melon and understood the ins and outs of the whole thing, he still didn't understand this. Others are unlucky, but why is my side so rich? Could it be that Huazizi users collectively fled and chose to buy products from other brands, resulting in a sharp increase in sales? But this is not rich as hell. Yang Ruoqian felt a little strange and opened Weibo, wanting to see what happened from the dynamics of Huazizi's official media. With such a major reputation crisis, Huazizi, as a big brand, would definitely not be so slow to react and not do public relations for so long. Could it be that the attitude of the PR department was not sincere enough? After the initial panic, Yang Ruoqian calmed down. The settlement date is very close. Even if Huazizi has a reputation problem now, which has led to many customers flowing to the anchors under the Kuiguang group, the realization of these revenues will have to wait until next month. It will not have a big impact on the profit and loss of this quarter. Mr. Yang, who suffers from procrastination, is in a state of not knowing and not wanting to know about the next quarter. Let's live well in this quarter first, and then think about the next quarter. With a bad attitude, Yang Ruoqian found Huazizi's official media and clicked on their public relations draft. What came into view was the content that could be called the pinnacle of nonsense literature. First of all, it thanked everyone for their attention, then recorded everyone's opinions and criticisms, and finally introduced the company culture, and then shouted 2 slogans at the end, and it was over. With such a small draft without any substantive content, they actually wrote a full 700 to 800 words. Mr. Yang was full of admiration. To be honest, if this PR article is given to a school as a reading comprehension question, it is guaranteed to make most students cry. And as expected, in the comments section under this PR article, everyone's anger was successfully raised to another level. Huazizi, do you want to check what you are saying? Are you X or X? I hope your PR people will say the same thing to your parents in the future. I don't know if the PR of these big companies has a problem with their brains. Apologies and refunds can restore most of the reputation, but they have to disgust people. Why do you still have the nerve to claim that you are a domestic brand? Who doesn't know that you are a fake domestic brand from Zai or Izzy to cheat money? Amid the overwhelming abuse, it seems that, because it can't stand the pressure at all, Huazizi's PR appeared in the comments section again. And this time, it seems that even the employees of the PR department have some problems with their spirit. Yang Ruoqian focused his attention on several top comments. These comments were all Huazizi's official media commenting on itself. These top comments directly elevated Hanako's nonsense literature to crazy literature. There are similar comments, like we are on par with Mayozi, Ali, and who are we, and we want a benchmark channel, and who in the family understands, while playing outdated jokes, and colluded with other major domestic and foreign manufacturers. She feels sorry for the product manager and the boss works very hard. She hugs herself tightly and turns from crazy to green tea. She even made shocking remarks, comparing her own products that are advertised as high-end and high-quality with automatic pencils. She stepped on the high-end label that she had painstakingly created for several years into the dirt. She was scolded so badly and news broke that Hanako's public relations department resigned collectively. In short, after reading it, it makes people doubt Hanako's mental state. Is she already a little terminally ill? But after reading these crazy literatures, Yang Ruoqian was not so excited. Instead, he said to himself, this PR is quite clever, but only a little clever. With just a little analysis, we can see where the biggest crisis of Huazizi is at present: internal product problems such as pricing, quality, technology, feelings and anchor share, and external packaging problems such as word of mouth, high-end labels, and even the most fatal fundamental problem, that it is not a domestic product. Now, a wave of nonsense literature plus a crazy literature has diverted the attention of many viewers to the public relations itself. The company's handling of the problem is evasive, insincere, crazy, replaced Lee Jerky and the 0.08 gram Sky High eyebrow pencil to become the new hot topic of discussion. Although it is still a negative discussion, in fact, this is an attempt by Who Is Izzy to downgrade the crisis. Let the crisis go from the public discussing how bad this brand is to discussing how stupid this brand is. In fact, it can be seen that they are trying very hard to divert attention. This strategy may look magical, but it is actually very effective. When a company is criticized by the public, and the point of criticism is real and cannot be solved, the public relations department has very limited ways to deal with it. Either they simply play dead, or they cry we can pay money, and package themselves as victims. But considering that Anako's incident was too big this time, playing dead is not going to work. No one believes that she is a victim, and no one will buy into refunds and compensation. The strategy of playing dumb came into being. Many people will laugh at idiots, but they will not really argue with idiots. Besides, the news of the collective resignation of the public relations department is even more nonsense. Resignation is not leaving the job. Can't the resignation be approved? Release a resignation message, and countless people will feel sorry for the public relations department dragged down by the product department, further diversifying the crisis. The public relations copy looks stupid, and the comments in the comment area look crazy, but sometimes the correlation between these behaviors and whether they can achieve the public relations purpose is not that high. Can these employees really be so incompetent to become the public relations of such a large company? Is this PR strategy really that stupid? On the contrary, it can't even be described as smart. It can even be said to be brilliant, provided that they can sort out the root cause of this conflict. Yang Ruoqian looked at Who Is Izzy, who was playing tricks in the comment section, and seemed to have completed the crisis de-escalation, and shook his head gently. Their way of handling and thinking mode are based on the fact that they were really criticized this time because of the poor price and quality of the product. But the real reason they were spurned is not because of this. This is such a morbid and arrogant analysis of hard work. Even if the product quality is good and the price returns to normal, no one will buy it. Because Who Is Izzy is facing this group of consumers. Now Who Is Izzy not only denies the fact that this group of people have worked hard, but also denies the fruits of their hard work. If you don't die, who will die? The operation of trying to separate Lee Jerky, a major shareholder with a stake of about 30%, from Who Is Izzy can't fool even a fool. No matter what Who Is Izzy does, it is powerless to turn the tide. The brand is rotten. Such public relations not only failed to achieve the strategic goal of shifting everyone's attention from bad to stupid, but instead made everyone think that this company was stupid and bad. That's why Yang Ruoqian said that Who Is Izzy was just being clever. After scanning a few top comments, Yang Ruoqian continued to scroll down. Just after the top, he saw several accounts with Blue V certification advertising below Who Is Izzy's comment area. Our eyebrow pencils are better made and made of more materials. £1 only costs 79. If you need it, please hurry up and buy it. Our brand has been 7 years and 372 months. It is a real domestic product. The manufacturer and shareholders are pure and authentic. I suggest that everyone support us. Let me show you the after sales service level of our brand. Our brand's automatic pencils cost 79 yuan and can be used for a lifetime. Our family. Looking at the comment area, that has become a treasure land of traffic and advertising venues. Yang Ruoqian was completely confused. Because 6 or 7 of the 10 brands here have cooperated with Kuiguang Group. After most of the high premium and high profit orders were dissuaded, wouldn't the ones left be the ones that made small profits but quick turnover? Fuck. So this is what the meaning of overwhelming wealth is. Go directly to other people's comment area to advertise and accept other people's corpses? Yang Ruoqian finally understood what it meant to have a fire in the city gate and affect the fish in the pond. A company and anchor that had nothing to do with him collapsed, and it could eventually lead to his making a fortune? What a magical scene. Kuiguang Group is not a place to escape. Can you go to harm other brands? Yang Ruoqian shouted in his heart and recalled what the operation girl said just now with some despair. No wonder she wanted to come to thank him in person. No wonder she wanted to brag about Mr. Yang's foresight. It turned out to be because of this reason. Because others had problems, he got a blessing in disguise. Can this also be blamed on Mr. Yang's foresight? Are the company's employees now treating themselves as prophets? Exclamation mark. The time for reading comments and having fun is always short, and the time to get off work is approaching quickly. Yang Ruoqian sighed heavily, turned off the computer, packed up his personal belongings, went downstairs and got in the car to go home. He also sent a message to the shelter company, ordering them to take all the funds they needed within this month. Otherwise, they would be delayed by something and suffer financial losses before the quarterly settlement. After making sure everything was safe, Yang Ruoqian whistled and started the car. Go home. We will definitely make a fortune this quarter. Happy holidays everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Where is the company's money? How come not a cent is missing? June 30th, Friday. Yang Ruoqian, who had been looking forward to the settlement day for a long time, simply took a day off and stayed in his room playing games to get through the day as quickly as possible. In his opinion, it was a good idea to get rich this quarter and there would be no unexpected situations. The legal department, record company and public relations department were fully engaged in the money shredding machine to withstand the profits of live broadcasting, esports and surrounding industries. Then the 500 million yuan of the shelter company, the big investment, swallowed up the domestic box office revenue of the Black Robe inspection team and created losses. Other more distressing income, such as the overseas box office of the Black Robe inspection team, such as the overwhelming wealth that was equivalent to an unprovoked disaster, the major impact that Do and Run's interview team might have, etc., are all things that need to be considered in the next quarter. Even if it is very difficult to solve these problems, it is not a matter for today. It was evening, and after Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking finished their meal, they couldn't wait to come to the sofa while casting a bad movie on the TV, while waiting for the system to settle. The only advantage of bad movies is that you don't have to take them too seriously, and they are a great way to kill time. Even if you go to the bathroom and come back to watch them, it won't affect anything. If you watch a good movie, you might miss a particularly important plot if you slack off for a few minutes. Time passed by. The familiar and friendly panel of the system also popped up on time. Artist Training System 2.0. The company's profit and loss situation this quarter. Profit of 270,913,471.98. The company's profit this quarter has achieved a qualitative leap, but the system noticed that the host still attaches too much importance to short-term profits, deliberately ignoring the fact that the payback period of some projects is far longer than that of the first quarter and is too eager for quick success. In order to encourage the host to overcome good times, the system will reward the host with an additional surprise grand prize on top of the 300,000 personal loss consolation bonus in the previous quarter, hoping that the host will complete the change of mentality as soon as possible at a ratio of 1/10,000. Congratulations to the host for receiving a commission of 27,100.00 yuan. No, what happened again? Yang Ruoqian saw the number that was so different from his expectations, and he felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. No, even if all the company's projects suddenly took hormones these 2 days and made a lot of money, it is impossible to create a profit gap of 270 million. Even if the overseas box office of the movie and the income from live streaming were all credited, it would be impossible for the profit of this quarter to soar to nearly 300 million. Even if all the accidents happened at the same time and all the subsequent possible profits were settled together, Yang Ruoqian would still lose tens of millions at the bottom. There must be a huge loophole in some important link in this loss plan. Which link is the most important? Just thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian can think of the answer-only Titanic 2 that the shelter company is about to start filming. This project, which can burn 500 million, is the largest and most important project in this settlement. It is also the only possible project that can suddenly leave so much money in the account. But the problem is that Yang Ruoqian has repeatedly ordered the shelter company to withdraw all expenses from the finance department before the end of June, and they are not allowed to raise funds through loans or external financing. So why haven't they taken the funds until today? Exclamation mark. What happened in the middle? That's not right. Yang Ruoqian has ordered the shelter company to report to the group immediately if it has difficulties. Time is more important than money, and it must not miss the opportunity because of greed for saving money. Could it be that the shelter company itself has enough funds to complete the Titanic 2 super large project that is expected to cost 500 million yuan? Even more impossible. With 500 million funds available on the books at any time, the company's overall assets and scale will not be small. The shelter company is better than Spark Records. It is not poor, but at first glance, it is definitely not a company that can take out 500 million in cash. If they don't take money from the company, they must use full leverage. Although the moves they made before can make a profit, the profit scale of 500,000 is an overestimation, and it is far from 500 million. So, what happened? Why didn't the shelter company take 500 million from the company as planned? Even though Yang Ruoqian was extremely anxious and wanted to know what happened at the shelter company, it was already time to get off work and all employees were out of contact. He could only wait 2 more days to find out the truth, which would be revealed next Monday. Yang Ruoqian had no choice but to follow the system panel and continue to look down. A new milestone has been detected. The company's profit this quarter exceeded 9 figures, achieving a new milestone. At present, Kuiguang Group has become a truly leading local enterprise. In order to help the group grow smoothly into a large national enterprise, the system will give a development support award. It is detected that the Kuiguang Group is currently facing a large number of lawsuits, and the Kuiguang Group's legal department is facing the dilemma of insufficient evidence. It is detected that the group's lawsuit is to safeguard the legitimate interests that the group deserves, and the legitimate rights and interests of its artists. Milestone rewards have been issued. The evidence of the video blogger's malicious slander and rumor-mongering black robe inspection team has been delivered to the group's legal department, and the internal voice recording of the program The Voice of the Motherland has been delivered to the group's public relations department. Yang Ruoqian system: if you want me to die, you can just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. The reason why Yang Ruoqian chose to set up an unprecedented and expensive super legal department is for a large number of lawsuits that are impossible to win. For this reason, the group also specially found an outsourced detective team to collect evidence that is impossible to collect. Whether it is a lawsuit that is like a quibble or a joke, to collect evidence, it is to extend the cycle as much as possible and increase consumption items. As a result, the system directly issued all the evidence as a reward. Moreover, it was sent to the company's legal department and public relations department very considerately and intelligently. Yang Ruoqian could not interfere and conceal the evidence. This reduced the huge expenses of the detective project and greatly reduced the lengthy time of the lawsuit. What's more frightening is that Yang Ruoqian originally just wanted to use the lawsuit to disgust those upmasters and video bloggers who took black money to do bad things. As for whether to compensate or not, whether to get money or not, he was not prepared to get a penny back. But now, everything is different. With such ironclad evidence, it is a very likely thing to get compensation from so many upmasters. Although so many things combined are still not enough to make the judicial department of Kuiguang Group profitable, this pillar, which was originally regarded as one of the 3 pillars of Kuiguang, has already fallen halfway. The role it can play has been greatly reduced. What's more, due to the strategy of drinking poison to quench thirst in the second quarter, the pressure of losses in the third quarter is unprecedentedly huge, far exceeding any previous quarter. What should I do? Should I just give up the losses in the third quarter and make a profit? As soon as the discouraged thought emerged, Yang Ruoqian suppressed it forcefully. It's impossible. With a ratio of 1/10,000, Yang Ruoqian has to earn 3 billion to get 300,000. But even if he loses 1 yuan, the system will give him a consolation prize of 300,000 and a mysterious gift. How can I give up the hope of failure because of a temporary success? In his previous life, Yang Ruoqian struggled for 10 years and finally succeeded. Now it's only been a year. How can I give up easily? The third quarter, just to the end. If there is such a system, but Mr. Yang can't make a serious loss once, he will definitely die with regret. Soon, July arrived. Monday. After 2 days of torment, Mr. Yang came to the company on time for the first time. As soon as he sat in the office, he called the finance department anxiously. The man on the other side picked up the phone and greeted Yang Ruoqian excitedly. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Do you have any instructions? On the last Friday of last month, Mr. Yang was playing games at home, but the group was very lively because their performance this quarter broke a new record, 270 million. Many employees of Kuiguang Group are fresh graduates with no work experience, such as top student Zhu Changming. There are also grassroots or middle-level managers who are frustrated in large enterprises, such as Lin Ko. But these people, whether they are new or knowledgeable, whether they come from big places or small places, are still shocked when they see the grand occasion of making 270 million surplus in one quarter. Who has fought such a rich war? If this money was given to Lin Ko, he would dare to go to war with Yufu directly. In order to celebrate this great victory, the top management of the group organized a rare meeting and awarded bonuses to many employees under the authorization and encouragement of Yang Ruoqian. Things like awarding bonuses do not need his approval. As long as the management thinks it is reasonable, they can be awarded. Yang Ruoqian didn't even mention the criteria for awarding bonuses, highlighting that he did it at will and almost forced the senior executives to give out more bonuses. And the financial girl who answered the phone happened to be one of the recipients of the bonus. She was so happy to receive 6,000 yuan and a commendation from her leader. In other companies, a financial officer would get as much money as he should, and what does it have to do with you if other businesses and projects of the company make money? On the contrary, once the performance is not good and starts to lose money, all employees of the company will have their salaries cut, and they call it collective honor. When the performance is good, the salary will not increase, and the bonus will not be issued. When the performance is poor, they will be reduced in salary, transferred to another position, or even laid off. You can share the hardships, but not the happiness. This is the current situation of most companies. It is rare for everyone to share the profits like the Kuiguang Group, not to mention layoffs. Fair awards and punishments will naturally boost employee morale. Mr. Yang, who was totally unaware of the matter, asked quickly, "Do you have any records of the financial withdrawals from the shelter company?" The highly motivated financial girl answered very quickly, "Yes, Mr. Yang. I'll send you a copy right away." "Yes!" Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian was not happy when he heard this answer. At first, he guessed that the shelter company might have encountered some non-financial difficulties and could not spend money to open the way, and did not dare to contact him after get off work, so it had to be delayed. But from what the financial girl said, the shelter company had taken the money. If they took the money, why was there still so much balance in the company's account? How much money did they take for the 500 million project? Yang Ruoqian was confused and could only say, "Send me the information." The financial girl's happiness could be heard from her tone. "Okay, Mr. Yang." Soon, Yang Ruoqian saw the relevant information on the computer. Seeing what was written on it, Yang Ruoqian was so unbelievable that he read out the relevant content directly. On June 29th, a grant of 10,000 yuan was applied for from the company's finance department. Yang Ruoqian rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. It was 10,000 yuan. Good fellow. No wonder he said that he could leave a huge sum of money close to 300 million in his account. It turned out that the shelter company took a symbolic sum of money. 10,000 yuan? You only took 10,000 yuan from the company for a project of 500 million yuan. Aren't you a little too considerate of the company? You thought you were holding back, but ended up pulling a big bubble? Yang Ruoqian was confused and reached out to pick up the phone and called Kaimeng. Without asking the truth, he was too unwilling to earn 270 million. Soon, Kaimeng picked up the phone. "Boss Yang, good morning." "Kaimeng, how is the progress of your film preparation?" Yang Ruoqian pretended to know nothing and asked insincerely, "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Kaimeng was confused and said confusedly, "Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. Boss Yang, you can rest assured. From the tone, it seems that he is not really holding on. He is very confident, at least the funds are ready. Strange. Oh. Yang Ruoqian was steady and led the topic to the issue he was most concerned about. It's just that I see that you haven't used the budget I allocated to you, which I find a bit strange. Is your cash flow so sufficient? Kaimeng smiled shyly and said, it can't be said to be sufficient, but it can still be barely made up before filming Titanic 2. As he said that, he also felt that Yang Ruoqian was a really good boss. At this time, he still cares about the funding problem of a branch. Obviously, a movie can earn hundreds of millions, but they are so concerned about a movie with only 500,000 yuan. It is not surprising that others can make it so successful. Success is the accumulation of details one after another. It is enough to make money to shoot Titanic 2. Yang Ruoqian continued, I'm a little curious about how you can get so much money. Kuiguang Group made a lot of money from the boys, but the share was only 300 million, and the profit was only 200 million. What kind of magic did the shelter company use to get 500 million? Kaimeng laughed again. Mr. Yang, you are joking. Although the movies we made are not as good as yours, they are still small boutiques. It is not difficult to get 500,000 yuan with our family property over the years. What? Exclamation mark. After hearing Kaimeng's words, Yang Ruoqian was completely blown up. 500,000? Exclamation mark. How dare you? If you dare to use 500,000 to shoot Titanic 2 today, will you dare to use 5 million to develop a photolithography machine tomorrow? The first work cost 500 million US dollars. As a sequel, you dare to spend only 500,000? Yang Ruoqian was shocked by this statement and was speechless for 3 or 4 seconds. Just when he was about to ask, he suddenly remembered that Kaimeng had sent him a document before. But at that time, Mr. Yang was slacking off and put the document aside without reading it. The answer to why he dared to shoot Titanic 2 with 500,000 yuan may be in this document. In order to maintain the prestige of being the boss of a large group, Yang Ruoqian said lightly, okay, then no problem, I'll hang up, you guys keep going. After that, without waiting for Kaimeng to say anything polite, he hung up the phone directly, received the document at the speed of light, and clicked in to check it word by word. Site selection, the cheapest. Casting, acting enthusiasts. Script, magical. Director, a name he had never heard of. The final comprehensive cost is estimated to be no more than 500,000 yuan. After reading it, Yang Ruoqian collapsed directly on the chair, his brain completely dead. It was a mistake, carelessness. I was fooled by Shaoyuki. This is not a big budget sequel that pays tribute to the classics or the previous work, but a knockoff. Yang Ruoqian and Shaoyuki's thinking was wrong from the beginning. They originally thought that this movie was about the relationship between Dark Souls and Elden Ring, but they didn't expect it to be about the relationship between Sprite and Rebecca. The boss of Kuiguang Group, a leading local enterprise and an outstanding young entrepreneur, actually accidentally invested in a knockoff film company? Exclamation mark. It turns out that his previous chat with Kaimeng was not on the same channel. The transformation that the shelter company talked about was to transform their company from the production of small cost art films to the production of knockoff bad films. When Yang Ruoqian saw the extremely confusing movie named Titanic 2, he subconsciously thought that the shelter company wanted to go all out and reproduce a classic to become famous in one fell swoop. The two of them were so speculative and fascinated about this completely different topic, and they even signed a contract directly. No one realized that something was wrong. Kaimeng thought that making a bad copycat movie might lead to a lawsuit from a big company. Even if the shelter company could win the lawsuit, it would probably be dragged into bankruptcy. So he wanted to find a financial backer. That's why he was willing to sell the shares of a film production company that was doing well. But Yang Ruoqian thought the opposite. He thought that the shelter company had to attract some investors to invest because it lacked funds to fulfill its dream of making a blockbuster. A small misunderstanding directly led to the bankruptcy of Yang Ruoqian's original plan of spending 270 million. Shaoyuki, you deserve to die. Yang Ruoqian closed the document and shouted in despair, you fucking hurt me so badly. Revenge must be taken. But there are priorities. Mr. Yang's current priority is to think of a way to save the precarious third quarter performance. Just as Yang Ruoqian was racking his brains, the front desk suddenly called. Mr. Yang, someone wants to see you, claiming to be a director of Chengaiyu Group. Yang Ruoqian was interrupted and asked curiously, does the Chengaiyu Group need to call from the front desk? Isn't it enough to contact directly on WeChat or make a private call? The girl at the front desk explained, Mr. Yang, it's not Chengaiyu Media, it's Chengaiyu Group. Chengaiyu Group. Yang Ruoqian took a breath. It's fine that there is a Chengaiyu Media that does bad things every day, but now the big one is coming after the small one. Chapter 231 High Intensity Mobilization of Mr. Yang's Enthusiasm. Yang Ruoqian made up his mind that he must reject whatever the other party wanted to do. Cooperation? There would be no cooperation at all. Oh, it's someone from Chengaiyu headquarters. Yang Ruoqian said in a friendly tone. Did they say why they wanted to see me? The girl at the front desk replied. He said his name is Cheng Fang, and he didn't want to see you for business, but just wanted to treat you to a meal. It's not business. As long as it's not business, it's easy to say. If a person of this level wants to treat someone to a meal, the restaurant he goes to must be good. It's just right for Yang Ruoqian to eat and drink for free. Yang Ruoqian immediately agreed. No problem. Ask him about his specific schedule and let the administrative department arrange it according to the situation. Okay, Mr. Yang, do you have anything else to say to Cheng Fang? That's all for now. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and replied. Although Cheng Fang's identity can be roughly guessed from the name, the two can be said to be complete strangers. What's there to talk about? After hanging up the phone, within a few minutes, the employee in charge of the arrangement in the administrative department sent him a message. Boss Yang, the arrangement has been made. The other party wants to invite you to your favorite restaurant at 6 p.m. for dinner. Is it convenient for you? Yang Ruoqian's mood when he saw this message can be imagined. No, what do you mean by my favorite? Are the people from Chengaiyu Group targeting me deliberately? The media is familiar with me, so it's okay to go to Shengpizi restaurant for dinner, but how come even the people from the group headquarters do this? Exclamation mark. Get out quickly, my restaurant doesn't welcome you. Taking 2 deep breaths to ease the sad and angry mood, Yang Ruoqian gritted his teeth and sent a reply. Okay, at this time and place, see you there. At 6 p.m., Yang Ruoqian arrived at the restaurant on time, only 3 minutes early. Seeing that the restaurant was crowded with people, and it seemed difficult to even put his feet, Boss Yang, who had just made a profit of 270 million, couldn't help but sigh again. The entire restaurant was packed with people on the upper and lower 3 floors. The lobby and private rooms were all full, and there were still many guests queuing outside to get numbers. Yang Ruoqian tried to go inside several times, but the people outside the restaurant wanted to go in, but the people inside didn't come out, so he was blocked at the door and couldn't get in or out. Yang Ruoqian had actually expected this situation in the restaurant. Ever since the powerful singers Wei Ling and Zheng Yi left the stage of The Voice of China early due to various off-site factors, the Xinggrazi restaurant, where they started, became popular. It would be fine if the business was just more popular. After all, Yang Ruoqian didn't franchise. How much money could he make just by doing catering honestly? There is a limit to the number of customers a store can receive in a day. As long as it is not expanded, no matter how many people come, the restaurant can only accommodate a part of them. This is also the reason why Yang Ruoqian has always rejected the request for restaurant expansion. But the problem is that Yang Ruoqian miscalculated that the main group of people attracted by Wei Ling and Zheng Yi's songs are not trendy young people. Instead, it is a large part of middle-aged people. These middle-aged people look ordinary, but when they make a move, they know what hidden rich people are. It is true that the number of guests is limited, but the consumption level of these guests is too high. They often open 2 bottles of wine and serve all the dishes, except these 2 dishes. It is unbearable. What is more terrible is that, after participating in the variety show, these 2 singers who have already shown signs of becoming popular returned to Jinhei and performed a surprise concert in the restaurant. At the same time, they also announced that they would perform in the restaurant at irregular intervals and without prior notice. After this sentence, it was like throwing a bomb in a cesspool. Many people who want to try their luck and happen to have to go to a restaurant, don't they regard Shenggrazi restaurant as their first choice? Yang Ruoqian in the crowd was very sad. When the restaurant was first changed, the days when there were few people and the atmosphere was elegant and quiet were gone forever. At that time, such a large restaurant basically only served Yang Ruoqian, and he could do whatever he wanted. The idle waiters would also serve him with the most impeccable attitude. By the way, it can also lose money every quarter without interruption. What a perfect link in the ecological chain of Kuiguang Group. Unfortunately, one wrong step leads to another. Now, it is so difficult for me to even enter the lobby. Oh, forget it. I will go to the surrounding areas of Kayanda Plaza to eat in the future. I can never come to this Shenggrazi restaurant again. Anyway, my extremely cool and distinguished black gold card can be used in any industry. Changing restaurants is not a big deal. Yang Ruoqian squeezed out of the crowd and was about to call the person in charge of the restaurant to let him go in through the employee channel. A busy receptionist suddenly saw him, put down his work, and ran to Yang Ruoqian. "Mr. Yang, please come in. The room has been cleaned up and prepared. Because the restaurant is too popular, Shenggrazi restaurant has reserved a room that will never receive outside guests in order to meet the sudden needs of the group. This room will only be used if the group employees make reservations through the group's internal procedures or Yang Ruoqian comes in person. Even though most of the room is vacant, the restaurant still cleans it every day with the most serious attitude to ensure that the group's people can enter the room as soon as they arrive at the restaurant and can do their work as soon as they enter the room." Yang Ruoqian glanced at his phone, shook his head and said, "Just take me to the King Tae private room. Others have already booked the room." Since Cheng Fang acted first and then asked for permission and chose the restaurant on his own initiative, he could only regret missing the opportunity to enjoy the top private room. The receptionist nodded immediately and said, "Okay, Mr. Yang, please follow me. I will take you to the employee passage." At this time, the store manager who had been notified also came out, escorted Yang Ruoqian out of the crowd, and took him into the King Tae private room on the second floor of the restaurant. In the room, stood a man holding a wine glass and wearing various expensive fashion brands. He looked young and unruly, but he had a strong aura. It was quite similar to Cheng Feng's aura. As expected, people of the same family often come into the same door. "Boss Yang, I've heard a lot about you." Cheng Feng picked up the wine glass and said a word. Without waiting for Yang Ruoqian to react, he raised his head and drank the wine. "I'll drink first to show my respect." Yang Ruoqian looked at the expensive bottle of foreign wine that was specially used for decoration, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. This bottle of wine was nothing to Cheng Feng, but it hurt Yang Ruoqian immensely. No need to be polite. Yang Ruoqian smiled and sat down. "I wonder what Boss Cheng wants to talk to me about." After saying this, Yang Ruoqian felt a little bit strange. After all, he mostly called Cheng Fei Boss Cheng. Two Boss Chengs at once. It's quite interesting. Cheng Feng raised his wine glass casually, sat on the chair, and pointed to the menu. "Mr. Yang, do you have any taboos?" Yang Ruoqian was not a person who would sit back and watch others pretend in front of him. He immediately responded with an equally casual smile. "Don't worry, the things I don't eat will not appear on the menu." Cheng Feng was stunned and immediately laughed. "I didn't expect. Mr. Yang is such a humorous person. No wonder my sister thinks so highly of you and is so willing to cooperate with you." Pretending to be cool with each other, a few jokes, the unfamiliarity between the two of them faded a lot. At the same time, Yang Ruoqian was sure that Cheng Feng really came to him for Cheng Feng's matter. Yang Ruoqian picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and said very sincerely, "It's not that mysterious. In fact, a large part of the reason is luck, coincidence and accident. The TV series I made casually with my feet became popular purely by luck and coincidence. It is also a complete accident that a movie that is the opposite of the market response can be expected to become one of the top 3 domestic box office this year. If he knew in advance that he would make so much money, Yang Ruoqian would never cooperate. Mr. Yang, you are too modest. Cheng Fang laughed. There are only 2 children in our family. She has been particularly interested in film and television entertainment since she was a child, and her temper is also very stubborn. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, Mr. Yang. My father and I are actually very opposed to her getting involved in entertainment projects. When Chengai Media just started, we actually secretly put some obstacles in the way, but you resolved them one by one. 2 completely unexpected works. If it were me, seeing this kind of script and this kind of subject matter, I would immediately ask the person who wrote this thing to take his things and get out of the company. You can convince her to accept such a script, and it can succeed in the end. It is really not easy. After all, she is the most restless one at home. Mr. Yang, don't worry, my father and I are not unreasonable people. After your first success, Chengai Group never put obstacles in the way again. Yang Ruoqian listened to Cheng Fang's endless chattering silently and did not reply, but he had already complained 10,000 words in his heart. Not only is she the most restless one in your family, she is also the most restless one among all my partners. Compared to Cheng Fang's actions of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, the actions of others can only be regarded as minor ones. Since the 2 companies cooperated, Cheng Fei has caused far more damage to Yang Ruoqian than any other forces, even hostile forces. For example, without saying a word, he gave the entire industrial surrounding area to Kuiguang Group, arbitrarily designated the Shengyaozi restaurant as the company's designated dining spot, and gave Yang Ruoqian a supercar that was extremely expensive, but had to be treated as a treasure. Such things are everywhere, and they always bring huge losses to Yang Ruoqian. Oh, speaking of this, there is also Cheng Fei's exclusive double standard. They have a very poor vision in selecting singers themselves, but when they select singers for Kuiguang, it's like they have changed people in an instant. If Chengai Media hadn't been so optimistic about Wen Healing and Zheng Yi, Yang Ruoqian would not have thought of signing them. Yang Ruoqian caught a key piece of information in Cheng Fang's words and asked in a nonchalant tone, "From what you said, it seems that, even though Chengai Media has achieved such great success, you still don't want Cheng Fei to continue to manage entertainment projects? We need to understand Cheng Fang's specific ideas to understand the current situation. If the opposition from Chengai Group is too loud, maybe the cooperation between the 2 sides can be weakened." Cheng Fang smiled bitterly and said, "Yes. The old man and I are not unreasonable people. She has made the media company so successful and profitable. What reason do we have to force her not to continue?" Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked, "Then I want to ask, why do you oppose Cheng Fei to be in charge of the media company? In fact, from the perspective of the company's interests, we should not oppose it, but support it. Since Chengai Media and Kuiguang Group cooperated, our performance has been raised a lot, and the old man has boasted about it outside." Cheng Fang said helplessly. The problem is, the original reason why she likes the entertainment industry is that she likes movies and TV series, likes those actors, and likes the feeling of creating an imaginary world and imaginary stories. But behind these glamorous big screens, what kind of smog is there? Mr. Yang, you are an expert. I believe you can understand what I mean. She is the resource party, so she doesn't have to face these problems, but she also can't change anything. Instead of facing such a huge contrast, it's better to be a movie and TV drama enthusiast. There are many big projects in the group, so there is no need to mix in the entertainment industry. Yang Ruoqian's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. So this is the reason. That's right. After all, she is a daughter and a sister, and she is not very old. It is really embarrassing for her to face the unspoken rules that are everywhere in every corner of the circle all day long. Many times, others follow the rules in front of Yang Ruoqian or Cheng Fei just because they need to cooperate. There is no need to break up over such a small matter. Yang Ruoqian put the dish in front of him into his bowl and asked, "What do you think?" Cheng Fang said, "Let's not talk about the interests. From the emotional point of view, I'm personally very conflicted. First, we don't want her to be overly exposed to these things. Second, she really likes it. If the previous project had failed, it would be fine. Now it is so successful, we can only respect her personal wishes. Actually, I personally think it's a good thing. to let her go out and gain some experience and hit some snags in society. Unfortunately, she didn't hit any snags, but she did make a lot of money. I can understand her choice. After all, I also dreamed of becoming an actor when I was a child. Unfortunately, I had to give up my dream in the end, go back to inherit the family business, and was forced to become the CEO of Kuiguang Group. If Yang Ruoqian hadn't been swallowing, he would have almost rolled his eyes. Listen, is this human language? A person who wanted to be an actor gave up his dream for various reasons, returned to his hometown, and regretfully inherited tens or even hundreds of billions of assets? After Cheng Fang finished recalling his own affairs, he put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, "Mr. Yang, I'm not here today to ask you to terminate the cooperation. If there is really a day when Shanghai media changes people, I can also guarantee that any cooperation plan and contract will not change. My sister must have caused you a lot of trouble during this period. Thank you for your care, Mr. Yang. As long as I'm still the CEO, Kuiguang will always be Shanghai's friend." Yang Ruoqian, who was in a lot of trouble, sighed. "It's not about care, just a mutually beneficial cooperation." Cheng Fang waved his hand. "To express my gratitude, I have asked people to purchase a lot of goods in your live broadcast room, just as a small gift to Mr. Yang." Yang Ruoqian, who was eating a free meal, was stunned for a moment. "Purchase a bunch of goods? Stop it. With so much money, you can just buy some wine, go out for a vacation, or even directly transfer it to my bank account. Why purchase mouse goods?" From an outsider's perspective, creating performance for Kuiguang Group, which is 100% owned by Yang Ruoqian, is equivalent to giving him money personally, which is not much different. But for Yang Ruoqian, it was simply bad news that made matters worse. The funds that were already too abundant became even more abundant. Yang Ruoqian remained calm and said in a very generous manner, "No need for purchasing, just receive the kindness." "No, no." Cheng Fang waved his hands again and again. "This kindness must be delivered. Mr. Yang, to be honest, I personally have a small request. I wonder if I can tell you?" Yang Ruoqian nodded curiously. "Mr. Cheng, is there anything else you need to ask others for?" It is estimated that Cheng Fang has already completed the procurement, and there is no real effect to persuade him now. You can't be so particular as to ask others to handle the 7-day no reason return, right? As for the request, Yang Ruoqian was very interested. Although the scale of Kuiguang Group is now large and profitable, compared with Kuiguang Group, which has been involved in many fields, the gap is still huge. Now Cheng Fang actually said that he wanted to ask for his help. Alas, an unwelcome request. "Mr. Yang, don't you have a lot of movies to shoot? I just want to satisfy my acting addiction. How about you arrange a role for me?" Yang Ruoqian was surprised to hear this request. "With your company's strength and financial resources, it's no problem to customize a movie for you directly. Why do you have to find me?" If it was just to satisfy his acting addiction, Cheng Fang could just invest in a self-entertaining movie. Or he could play a cameo role like Yang Ruoqian and Cheng Fei as the largest investor or distributor. "Oh, Mr. Yang, you don't understand. The feeling is different." Cheng Fang shook his head. "It's like using a cheat to win the game, and the sense of accomplishment of clearing the game by yourself is completely different. And who am I, Cheng Fang, to make a self-entertaining movie? If you want to shoot, make a blockbuster. At least it has to be a supporting role." After an impassioned speech, Cheng Fang turned to look at Yang Ruoqian and asked expectantly, "Mr. Yang, do you think I can do it?" "Not at all." Yang Ruoqian didn't want to introduce another unknown factor in the tense third quarter. From past experience, doing so would in most cases lead to a wolf in the house. And the explanation of wanting to make a movie was really far-fetched. This was obviously the most natural way that Cheng Fang thought of to make a deeper acquaintance with Yang Ruoqian. However, before Yang Ruoqian could say no, Cheng Fang suddenly changed the subject, and his voice and tone were extremely low. "Mr. Yang, I understand the rules. So, I will give you a small red envelope of 200,000 yuan. Do you think I have the qualifications to be an actor?" In Cheng Fang's view, 200,000 yuan and 20 yuan are basically the same for him and Yang Ruoqian. It's like a good brother helped him a little, and he paid a few dozen yuan to treat his brother to a spicy hot pot meal. Cheng Fang wanted to use this more casual attitude to show his purpose of wanting to make friends with Yang Ruoqian. Yes, I really do. Yang Ruoqian almost didn't think about it and said to Cheng Fang, to be honest, your current level has actually surpassed many professional actors. 200,000. This is 200,000. If he didn't make this money, Yang Ruoqian would be so angry that he would wake up in his sleep. Cheng Fang is a good friend. I'm sure he will make friends with him. Cheng Fang, who had a childhood dream of becoming an actor, was overjoyed and asked quickly, does Mr. Yang have any movies that are still short of people? I can fill the gap. Yang Ruoqian was about to say no, but suddenly remembered that he still had a bad card in his hand. I'm not sure about this. I'll ask and then give you an answer. As he said that, Yang Ruoqian opened the chat box with Kameng. In the chat box, the information about Titanic 2, a shocking copycat movie, was still in the most conspicuous position. Chapter 232, a bad movie is still a blockbuster when rounded off. A few minutes later, Yang Ruoqian looked up and said, well, I'm indeed short of someone, but the movie may not be quite the same as you imagined, and you may not like it. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and decided to tell Cheng Fang the truth. After all, he was a big sponsor who paid 200,000 yuan. The name of Titanic 2 sounds scary, but it is not a big movie in fact, and it does not meet Cheng Fang's requirements. But Cheng Fang showed great interest. I may not like it. Why? Can you tell me in detail? If it involves commercial secrets, just pretend I didn't ask. Yang Ruoqian sighed helplessly and said, the new movie we are about to shoot is called Titanic 2. Do you think there is anything worth paying attention to? The moment he heard the name, Cheng Fang was shocked. Although Chenggayu Group did not involve too much in specific matters in the entertainment industry before, anyone on earth, even if they have not seen Titanic, has more or less heard of it. As one of the most shocking accidents, and one of the most epic movies, the name of this ship can be said to be resounding through the sky. Now someone actually wants to make a sequel to this movie. This person is sitting right in front of him. You know, due to cultural differences, it is rare for domestic film production companies to shoot sequels to foreign film IPs. And how can the Titanic, a ship that has sunk to the bottom of the sea for who knows how many years, be filmed as a sequel? Is it possible to film the Titan sightseeing submarine that had an accident while visiting the ruins of the Titanic? One question after another lingered in Cheng Fang's mind. But no matter what difficulties there are, Cheng Fang believes that Yang Ruoqian is not a person who makes decisions on a whim. As a rising star in the entertainment industry who cannot be ignored, Yang Ruoqian must have perfectly solved these problems before he dared to make such a bold decision. Mr. Yang, I have to say that your company and you are both quite courageous. Cheng Fang sighed. At least if it were me, I wouldn't have the courage to shoot this movie. In the eyes of outsiders, although the Kuiguang Group is of good size, it is just a medium-sized enterprise with an asset scale of about 1 billion. Although various businesses make money, how much money can be left in the account after deducting costs and company assets? How much does it cost to make a Titanic? I'm afraid it will directly eat up the cash flow of Kuiguang Group. He is worthy of being the person who can make Cheng Fei so trustworthy and help Cheng Fei quickly gain a foothold in the entertainment industry with proud achievements. It's really an honor for Mr. Yang to get a role in such a movie. Yang Ruoqian carefully observed Cheng Fang's reaction and said in an unclear tone, don't rush to compliment me. I just said that the situation of this movie may be a little different from what you imagined. After saying this, Yang Ruoqian was also sure that it was not his fault for misjudging the copycat movie as an epic movie. Even people like Ruoqian and Cheng Fang were also confused. Cheng Fang asked in confusion, minor differences? What kind of minor differences are they? Yang Ruoqian, who had thousands of words to complain about, opened his mouth, but found that there were too many complaints about this matter, and he didn't know where to start. After taking 2 bites of food and calming down, Yang Ruoqian said, well, the filming should have started now. You will know if you come with me to the set tomorrow. Seeing is believing. If you don't see the filming site of the shelter company in person, you will never feel the shock that hits your soul just by listening. Tomorrow is also okay. Cheng Fang nodded gently. Boss Yang can give me an address. Yang Ruoqian sent an address on his mobile phone. Tomorrow at this place, see you there. Hey, Boss Yang is quite good at keeping people in suspense. Cheng Fang laughed, looked at the food on the table that had been almost eaten, and waved to call the waiter over. After all, it was the private room where Boss Yang was, and the restaurant specially assigned a waiter to guard the door at all times. Seeing Cheng Fang waving, the waiter immediately walked in and said respectfully, "Do you have any instructions?" Cheng Fang whispered a few words to the waiter, who bent down to listen, then nodded, left the room, and whispered something to his colleagues on the intercom. Yang Ruoqian didn't know what Cheng Fang was up to, so he just reminded him, if Mr. Cheng wants to pay, don't buy it directly, use the membership card. As he said that, Yang Ruoqian took out the ultra cool and exclusive black gold membership card that he had prepared for a long time, which was limited to one in the world, from his wallet, and placed it on the table. Cheng Fang's eyes were immediately attracted by this card. As a top boss who recharges membership on every mobile app and applies for a card at any consumption place, Cheng Fang is of course very interested in the card in Yang Ruoqian's hand. There are many surrounding industries under the Kuiguang group. Cheng Fang applied for the card when he was spending money by chance, and it was the highest standard platinum card, even though he has only spent 3 times since he applied for it. But, what is this black gold card that looks so cool? Why have I never seen it before? Mr. Yang, your card is very rare. I have never seen it before. Cheng Fang did not hide his novelty at all. What channels do I have to go through to apply for it? Seeing that the other party noticed his black gold card at once, Yang Ruoqian was immediately touched. What does it mean to have vision? As expected of the eldest son of Cheng Gaiu Group, he has a unique vision. Last time when Yang Ruoqian and Cheng Fishankai were having dinner, he also showed this card, but no one noticed it. It made Mr. Yang uncomfortable for a while. Just because of this small move, Yang Ruoqian felt that Cheng Fang's image was much closer. Yang Ruoqian pretended to be casual. This card can only be obtained by the boss of Kuiguang Group, that is, me. There is no external channel to obtain it. It is limited to one in the world. Cheng Fang heard it and became more envious. It's too cool to have it for one person. Alas, I'm different. Although the old man is the largest shareholder of Cheng Gaiu Group, there are still other shareholders on the board of directors. Internal membership cards are also shared by all board members, and no one person has it alone. There are roughly 2 ways for the Cheng family to control the decision-making power of the group. The first is the simplest family holding the father, brother, and sister. 3 family members enter the board of directors as major shareholders and occupy 3 seats. The second is a relatively complicated holding company method. Why do many company chairmen now have the final say, even though they only hold 1% or 2% of the shares? In theory, to be able to have the final say, they need to hold at least 67% of the shares. But the operational point is also here. The shareholders of a company can be another company, not necessarily an individual. Simply put, as long as Company A holds 67% of the shares of Company B, Company A can absolutely control Company B, and to absolutely control Company A, you only need to hold 67% of the shares of Company A. This means that, as long as a person can hold 67% of the shares of Company A, he can absolutely control Company B. This operation is not the limit, because the person who controls Company A does not necessarily have to be an individual, but can also be a company. By controlling companies layer by layer in this way, and companies can also hold shares in each other, a person can achieve absolute control over the entire group through a relatively low shareholding. Structural holding is the means by which many large groups truly control people and control companies. A very simple example is that Li Jiyang, who controls such a large group as Samsung, is worth less than 2% of the entire Samsung group. He used the means of structural holding to control the entire Samsung. As a comprehensive group with many industries, Cheng Gaiu Group also did the same. Like Kuiguang Group, it is the most bizarre among the bizarre. Yang Ruoqian certainly knew what Cheng Fang was talking about. He nodded gently and said, "You should also know that many of my decisions are not so in line with common sense. Introducing other shareholders will bring some unnecessary troubles. The group is not short of funds now and does not need financing, so it is better not to go public. Anyway, there are many large companies that are not listed, such as Ruoqian. Cheng Fang's attention is all on the black gold card with limited edition in the world. He said absent-mindedly, yeah. Yang Ruoqian likes this feeling very much. He picked up the teacup and wanted to drink the tea in it. When he was halfway through drinking, the singer on the stage downstairs finished singing. A clerk walked up to the stage and took the microphone. Everyone. Good news. Master Cheng will pay for all the consumption tonight. Screams. Suddenly hearing someone paying the bill, everyone present was stunned at first and then burst into huge cheers. So generous, so generous. Being able to shout this sentence generally means that 3 or 4 million have disappeared. Because it means that as long as there is no waste, you can order as many expensive dishes as you want. Yang Ruoqian almost spit out the tea he had just drunk, but at least he swallowed it down and didn't make any embarrassment. Cheng Fang, who spent a lot of money, nodded to Yang Ruoqian and signaled with his eyes that you're welcome. Mr. Yang, who hadn't swallowed the tea in his throat completely, he really couldn't say anything. For the sake of momentary pleasure, you made me earn more than 1 million with this one move. Thinking about the sad past of his cooperation with Cheng Fei, Yang Ruoqian became even sadder. Since you just gave me 200,000 yuan, I won't bother with you this time, and I won't do it again. Cheng Fang was a little surprised when he saw Yang Ruoqian drinking tea silently. To him, a few million is nothing more than a number, and it doesn't matter at all. But the Kuiguang group is 100% owned by Yang Ruoqian. If the restaurant earns more than 1 million yuan, it is equivalent to Yang Ruoqian earning more than 1 million yuan. An income of more than 1 million yuan a day can't move him at all. But when he received the 200,000 yuan red envelope just now, he seemed very happy. Why did he have such different emotions? It must not be the factor of money. Cheng Fang thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He just felt that Yang Ruoqian was more mysterious. Sure enough, just like Cheng Fei said, he is a very special and powerful person. Thinking of this, Cheng Fang is more looking forward to watching and even participating in the filming of Titanic 2 tomorrow. The next day, in front of the shelter company, Cheng Fang got off his luxury car in a chic manner, looked around the company, and asked curiously, "Boss Yang, is this where Titanic 2 was filmed? It looks a bit simple. A blockbuster movie was born from such a simple company?" Sure enough, you can't judge a person by appearance. Perhaps in this impetuous and fast food era, only such an inconspicuous company can truly make a masterpiece that combines depth and quality. Yang Ruoqian, who was always over-imagined by others, had no intention of explaining the misunderstanding, and nodded, "Yes. But I said, the movie may be a little different from what you think. You'd better be mentally prepared. Boss Yang, don't worry, I haven't seen any big scenes." After saying that, Cheng Fang took out a pair of big sunglasses and put them on and walked into the shelter company in a chic manner. Chengdu Group has been through so many years, so many ups and downs, and the old man has told so many stories. Any of them can be told for at least half an hour. A movie, no matter how great it is nothing more than gathering all kinds of big name actors and directors and using all kinds of props and special effects like they are free. The shooting scene was far from being as shocking as the movie itself. Kameng had been waiting at the door. Seeing the boss and the distinguished guests, he hurried over and made a pleased gesture. "This way, both of you," he said, and walked towards the direction of the studio with the two of them. As they walked, Cheng Fang asked Yang Ruoqian, "Mr. Yang, I know it's a bit presumptuous of me to say this. It's okay if you don't agree. If it doesn't involve confidential information, can I see the script of Titanic 2? The question of how to make a sequel to this classic has always been like a feather in Cheng Fang's heart. Yang Ruoqian immediately agreed and said, "Okay, no problem." Cheng Fang was stunned and was immediately moved. So happy. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider. You know, the script of a movie is equivalent to the entire storyline. If someone gets it and releases it as a spoiler, it will be a fatal blow to the mystery and expectation of the movie. Even actors who play important roles may not get the complete script sometimes. But Yang Ruoqian agreed to give it to him without blinking an eye. It is indeed reassuring that my little sister can find such a partner. Well, I will find a chance to report to the old man. If I can help with the business, Chengdu Group headquarters will not be stingy with resources and will help if we can. A few minutes later, an employee of the shelter company walked over quickly, holding a thin script in his hand, which was estimated to be only a dozen pages. Mr. K, this is the script you want. K-Meng nodded and handed the script to Cheng Fang. Cheng Fang looked at the light script in his hand, and his eyes flashed with shock. He asked in disbelief, is this the entire script? It's too little, right? Exclamation mark. How can such a small plot support a big production? Exclamation mark. Is it all up to the actors and directors to perform on the spot? K-Meng scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. The style of our company has always been to keep it simple and fast. Please forgive me. With great confusion, Cheng Fang flipped through the script in his hand. The expression on his face changed from confusion to distortion, shock, and then to enlightenment. Such a change was completed in just 3 minutes. When Cheng Fang finished reading the script, the three of them came to the set together. Cheng Fang had just put down the script that destroyed his 3 views and looked up to see the shabby furnishings, which looked like the props bought by a lady from Xianyu. The actors were absolutely 18th tier actors that no one had ever seen or heard of. The scenery, script, casting, and so on all made the knowledgeable Cheng Fang see the scenery he had never seen before. Mr. Cheng, who thought he would not be shocked by the shooting scene, was deeply shocked in the end. Damn, it turned out to be a copycat movie. After more than 10 seconds, he held the script in his hand, his voice trembling a little. Boss Yang, this. Yang Ruoqian sighed. I told you that this movie is somewhat different from what you imagined. I didn't lie to you, did I? K-Meng on the other side also nodded and echoed. So, Boss Yang, the 5 million you gave is indeed too much. We don't need it. Yang Ruoqian, can this matter be turned over? Also, I didn't give you 5 million. I didn't miss the decimal point. I really want to give you 500 million. Cheng Fang looked at the set, and the trembling on his face was gradually replaced by excitement. Boss Yang, this is really interesting. You are such a genius. Which role I play? I can't wait. I can actually think of using this way of making a copycat movie to save publicity costs. Make money with gimmicks. If this is not genius, what is it? Moreover, the movie script itself has a bit of a funny meaning no matter what the subject matter is, what field, including novels, movies, and TV series. As long as it is a funny style, readers or audiences will subconsciously forgive some of the illogical plots. As long as there are enough laughs, and they are big enough, any shortcomings are not shortcomings. Who would delve into the logic of a comedy? No wonder Cheng Fei praised Kuiguang Group. How can people with such ideas not kill indiscriminately in the entertainment industry? Playing a role in this movie is so exciting. K-Meng also deeply agreed. No one was optimistic about this movie before, and we ourselves didn't have much confidence. But Mr. Yang took the initiative to contact us and gave us so much investment, and everyone was reassured. Everyone knows that in the entertainment industry, the projects that Yang Ruoqian likes are basically equivalent to the word big money. This can also be seen from the reactions of other companies since the shelter company was acquired by Kuiguang Group with 51% of its shares. Those companies that were originally indifferent to them suddenly became like a new person and suddenly became extremely enthusiastic and wanted to acquire the remaining shares. K-Meng rejected them all one by one. It's too late to remember. When you make money, Yang Ruoqian had no way to defend himself against this stereotype. Just as he was about to explain himself, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Ding Daoye, the head of the legal department. Chapter 233 You have already got a way to die. At the same time, in the studio of the movie review area up Masters Xiaoyu watching small films, the atmosphere was depressing. One of them held a document in his hand and asked with a sad face, Brother Key, what can we do? It feels like we are in big trouble this time. Not long ago, they celebrated for a whole day because they received a sum of money from the U Mansion. Now, for the same reason, they have to put down their work and do their best to clean up their butts. At that time, when the U Mansion gave them 6,000 yuan, and asked them to do everything they could to discredit the black robe inspection team from all angles. Several people took the business almost without hesitation. After getting the money, the three spent a few $100 to have a barbecue outside, with good wine and good meat, and they were very comfortable. However, before they were happy for a few days, the bad news came. The word of mouth and box office of the black robe inspection team exploded. Countless people who went to the cinema to watch the movie went directly to his comment area to blast and ridicule. The lively scene in the comment area can be called a settlement scene. Many fans even announced that they would stop following the film review account. The number of fans of this film review account was growing rapidly, but it was interrupted because of a momentary obsession and received several thousand yuan. The most direct reflection of the problem is the video playback data. The playback volume, completion rate and like rate of several videos released recently have dropped drastically. Most of the comments in the comment area are even sarcastic, and few people really watch the video content. The studio was desperate to restore its reputation, and happened to see that ZIOLIU movie posted a dynamic which said that the discrediting of the film was a market research behavior authorized by the film producer, and clarified that the act of posting the discrediting video was not paid for. So a few people had a crooked idea and forwarded this dynamic. They didn't dare to spread rumors directly, but forwarding this dynamic and misleading the melon-eating crowd. Wouldn't it be simple to restore the reputation? Kuiguang Group is such a big company, it can't be that it still holds onto its small studio and has to issue a statement saying that it doesn't support a certain studio, right? There is not much benefit, so why bother? Besides, they are all in the film and television industry, and they will meet each other sooner or later. At most, after the next release of Kuiguang Group's new movie, Ruoqian will release a praising video as an apology. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Save us some of publicity and distribution costs, and make friends by the way. Why not do it? Is there really a company that spends that much money on a rights protection that has no benefits? Several people in the studio don't believe that Kuiguang Group will really hold them accountable. They are annoyed about their behavior of accepting black money only because of the subsequent troubles, not because they regret the behavior itself. As a large company that can be so successful in the entertainment industry, several people don't believe that there are no dirty things in Kuiguang Group. Even if they hold accountable, most of them stay on paper, and they will just talk about it. When most groups encounter similar situations, they will issue a serious statement, and at most add a lawyer's letter that has little deterrence. Several people in the Ruoqian studio also believe that the Kuiguang Group is no different from other companies. Just when they thought they had finally made it through, an email made them realize what a bolt from the blue is. Just now, they received a flyer from the court. They were actually sued by the Kuiguang Group. They didn't even go through the basic procedures of posting harsh words on the internet and warning with a lawyer's letter, but just sued. Everyone in the entire studio was sued, and the other party was particularly cruel, asking for 200,000 yuan at the beginning. You know, studios like this can only be considered individual business owners and have to bear unlimited liability. It is impossible for them to walk away and go bankrupt like a company if they can't pay back the money. As the head of the studio, Kifu is now in a state of panic, not really worried about losing the case, but for such a brainless and highly subjective film review, as long as he bites his tongue, who can do anything to him? The problem is that litigation is expensive, time consuming and energy consuming. You have to spend money to hire a lawyer and waste time preparing materials for the court hearing. How much direct and indirect losses will there be? Even if you win the case in the end, you will get nothing. For large groups with legal departments, losing the case doesn't matter. For small studios like them, winning the case will be a big loss. It is unwise to go head to head. Kifu thought about it, gritted his teeth, turned around and said to his anxious colleague next to him, "How about this? You contact the Kuiguang Group, be nicer, and accept the compensation. As long as the lawsuit is withdrawn, we will do everything we can. By the way, remember not to give the other party any handle when you speak. Otherwise, it will be really boring if you lose the case." Brother Ki, has the Kuiguang Group gone crazy? I heard that not only us, but many other ups who took money to smear us have also received subpoenas. Yeah, it's like they can win the lawsuit. What's the point if it hurts others and doesn't benefit yourself? Kifu smiled bitterly and shook his head. We must have walked into trouble. The Kuiguang group doesn't want to win the case, but to deter. They want to use this huge action to show that they are not just talking nonsense. They will really appeal. After doing this, will they have to think twice before trying to smear their movies and artists in the future? Anyway, I won't do this job, no matter how much more money I get in the future. It's just 6,000 yuan. I lost hundreds of thousands of fans, and I got sued. It's a huge loss. Even if someone takes the risk to do this in the future, the charging standards will definitely be different from before. If others want to smear and spread rumors about them, the cost will soar. The Kuiguang group is so cruel. It spent money to build the company's reputation. Yang Ruoqian has built up such a big company in just 1 year. How could he not be ruthless? He has offended someone who is not easy to offend, so he should just consider himself unlucky. Then Brother Key, how much should we pay? Obviously, the people in the studio did not really take the 200,000 yuan claim seriously. It was just a gimmick. Kifu thought about it, gritted his teeth, and said with pain, this time, the Kuiguang group is determined to establish its prestige, and it is impossible not to bleed a little. 10,000. Tell them that we will pay 10,000 yuan, delete that video, and make a separate apology video. If they have artists or movies that need public relations in the future, we can provide services for free. After Kifu said this, his heart ached. This is really a big loss. Not only did he lose the 6,000 yuan he earned, he also lost 4,000 yuan, and even had to make a separate video to apologize. Of course, this apology video must say something, like he was blind and too impulsive to draw conclusions based on the promotional video. He would never admit to taking black money. Brother Key, is it necessary to pay so much? Another colleague was really distressed about the money. Do we have to pay it out of our own pocket? We must apologize sincerely. Otherwise, if others don't withdraw the lawsuit, we will have more trouble. Okay. Shelter company. Seeing the caller, Yang Ruoqian had the urge to cut off the phone directly. Ever since the system sent the evidence to the legal department without his permission, Yang Ruoqian no longer had the courage to face the relevant personnel. Cheng Fang, who was warming up and preparing to devote himself to the filming career, saw Yang Ruoqian's tangled expression and asked casually, Mr. Yang, have you encountered any difficulties? No difficulties. Yang Ruoqian shook his head, just some things about the lawsuit. After speaking, Yang Ruoqian still chose to answer the phone. After all, they are in the same company. It doesn't matter if you get hurt early or late. Hanging up the phone and disappearing is just a lie. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. This call was answered. Mr. Yang, there is a new development in the lawsuit. Ding Daoi, he said excitedly, as soon as he answered the phone. The lawyers in the legal department were sweating because of the difficulty in finding evidence. As a result, at the beginning of July, General Manager Yang's information was sent to the computer like a god. Sure enough, my initial worries were too unnecessary. How could General Manager Yang, such a smart person, fight an unprepared battle? He must have been 100% sure that he would allocate so much money to strengthen the legal department and have the confidence to sue so many people. Now it seems that there should be an unknown underground department in the Kuiguang group. They are not at the group headquarters and may not even have a specific office location. All the employees in it are responsible for only one thing, collecting all kinds of information for General Manager Yang. This is the strength of the Kuiguang group. It's terrible. Those who took black money and went against General Manager Yang now look so ridiculous and have already died. As an older generation, Ding Daoi doesn't have many entertainment activities. He likes to read books, study history, and read business legends. He doesn't feel strange at all that the Kuiguang group has a team hidden in the shadows. The young people nowadays are incredible. Yang Ruoqian listened to the excited voice on the other end of the phone, and after a few seconds he said, Lawyer Ding, what's up? It was difficult for Mr. Yang to be happy about anything that made his employees happy. Ding Daoi, he said with endless respect, Mr. Yang, the front desk just called our legal department. A TV host who had previously defamed our movie wants to settle privately with us. Settle privately? Does it mean to pay a sum of money and not fight the lawsuit? Yang Ruoqian frowned and asked, which TV host? How does he want to settle privately? Ding Daoi continued, it's an TV host called Xiao Kangxiaopian. He is the most active in defaming our movie and has the strongest criticism, so we plan to start with him. He is on our first list of sues. I didn't expect he was the one who gave up the fastest. There were other TV hosts who were sued together with Xiao Kangxiaopian, but for now, this is the only one who called to ask for a private settlement. Yang Ruoqian looked at Cheng Fang, who was having a great time on the set, sighed, and said, private settlement, right? What conditions did they offer? Ding Daoi quickly replied, they are quite sincere. They said they would sponsor our group 10,000 yuan in cash. If there are any subsequent operational needs for movies or artists, we can ask them to do it for free. He will also delete the videos that affect us and make an apology video for us. Compensation, apology. They are really sincere. Although 10,000 yuan may not seem like a lot, it is not even a handling fee for the size of Kuiguang Group, but compared to the income of the Upmaster, this amount of money is already a big loss. Yang Ruoqian has also found Water Army and knows the price of similar business. He knows that they must have lost their profits when they pay this money. But is it enough? From the Upmaster's personal perspective, he lost a few thousand yuan, but can the loss caused by the whole thing to the group be settled by these few thousand yuan? Just like the recent Hengte group, which only received tens of billions, but ultimately created a hole of 2.4 trillion. Can Boss Zhu fill this hole with all the money he has on hand? The same is true in reverse. The so-called backpaying, the so-called heavy bleeding, and the so-called sincerity are nothing but self-touching. Moreover, although the 10,000 yuan deposited into the company's account does not have much impact, it is still better to make less money. Do not do it for the sake of small profits. After thinking for a few seconds, Yang Ruoqian said lightly, no need to reply to them. Continue to appeal, and if there are similar requests in the future, they will not be responded to. Ding Daoi secretly said, okay. With the clues provided by Mr. Yang, we are now very confident that we can win the case. By then, it will definitely be more than 10,000 yuan. Now many Upmasters are completely unaware that the evidence of their transaction with Youfu Company has fallen into the hands of Kuiguang Group. It is estimated that they are still dreaming that they will not lose the lawsuit, and at most they will be a little troublesome. Little did they know that the legal department of Kuiguang Group had already given them a surprise gift, waiting to be presented on the day of the trial. The compensation at that time must be more than 10,000 yuan. Yang Ruoqian. In fact, you don't have to fight this lawsuit so hard. The company doesn't need these compensations. Can these employees stop talking about money all the time? It's so tacky. What if the lawsuit is too fast and the compensation arrives too fast, affecting the profit and loss of this month? Ding Daoi said in an I understand tone, don't worry, Mr. Yang, we know this little thing. We must not only hit them financially, but also mentally. If you use too much force, the other party will directly choose to obey the trial, pay the money and leave, and end the lawsuit. How can it have a deterrent effect? Yang Ruoqian, who is faintly known as the Golden Sea Ruthless Man in their small circle, is really terrible for killing people and destroying their hearts. Yang Ruoqian didn't know what he understood at all. He hoped that his employees really understood instead of trying to imagine it. But being misunderstood seems to be the fate of the superior. Resigned to his fate, Mr. Yang decided not to continue the topic. You decide these things by yourselves. I don't really understand. Is there anything else? After asking, Yang Ruoqian's finger moved to the hang up button, ready to end this unpleasant conversation at any time. Unexpectedly, Ding Daoi's tone on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious. He said, Mr. Yang, I want to talk to you about the lawsuit between us and Youfu. Chapter 234. Unknowingly, the situation escalated. Hearing Ding Daoi's question, Yang Ruoqian's finger, which was about to touch the hang up button, finally stopped. Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Those uploaders and bloggers received bribes from Youfu to post videos and updates to discredit the Black Robe inspection team. The system can issue evidence as rewards, and there must be things about Youfu in it. Yang Ruoqian thought carefully for a few seconds and asked, how strong is the legal department of Youfu Group? What are their past achievements? UFO is different from those small-time uploaders. It has a large family and a large business. If it loses a lawsuit by accident, the compensation that Kuiguang Group can get is not necessarily small, but it is impossible to let them go directly. It would be best if both sides could suffer losses. Unfortunately, Yang Ruoqian had never studied law, so he didn't know how to intervene. Ding Daoi immediately replied, "The legal department of UFO Group is still very powerful. After all, it is an entertainment company, and disputes often arise with competitors, partners, and even their own artists. Without a powerful legal department, these issues cannot be resolved. The opponent is very strong, which is relatively comforting bad news among a lot of good news. Sometimes, even if there is evidence, the difference in the lawyer team will make the amount of compensation awarded vary greatly." Yang Ruoqian's plan is to increase the cost of UFO's lawsuit as much as possible, and then reduce the compensation as much as possible. As long as a lose-lose situation can be achieved, Yang Ruoqian's lawsuit is not a failure. Lawyer Ding, do you have confidence? Remember 3 points: the lawsuit should be small, the matter should be complicated, and the time should be long. This is Mr. Yang's request and idea. The longer it is delayed, the more losses will be. Ding Daoi's voice suddenly sank. After a while, he said solemnly and seriously, "Boss Yang, I promise to satisfy you." Hearing this answer, Yang Ruoqian felt a little relieved. If Ding Daoi's tone was very relaxed, and he didn't care about the confrontation with UFO, it would be a sign of impending disaster. Yang Ruoqian's heart gradually calmed down, and he said in a comforting tone, "Lawyer Ding, don't be so nervous. I know that UFO is a strong opponent. You just need to do your best. Even if there is no result in the end, the company will not blame you." Yang Ruoqian had experienced the experience of getting big things done with reassurance many times. In order to avoid going down the same old path, he hung up the phone immediately after saying this encouraging word, not giving Ding Daoi a chance to think about it. The difficult life has tempered Boss Yang into a mature entrepreneur who is extremely cautious and careful at all times. Just as he hung up the phone, Cheng Fang suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked, "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" He had already finished filming his part and seemed to have had a lot of fun. Just when Yang Ruoqian hung up the phone, he heard some unbearable noises. Words like "you mansion" and "lawsuit" made people feel overwhelmed. Yang Ruoqian immediately shook his head and quickly denied, "No, it's just a small problem. There is no trouble at all." Seeing that he denied it so quickly, Cheng Fang couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Really? Getting into a lawsuit with Yu Mansion is just a small trouble? Why does it sound unreliable? Given the size of Yu Mansion and the difficulty of the legal department, even if Chenggayu Group sued them, it would be a troublesome matter. How could it not be troublesome for Kuiguang Group? It must be Yang Ruoqian being polite. Cheng Fang instantly grasped Mr. Yang's thoughts. Although the two groups are cooperating, and the cooperation is very pleasant. After all, the cooperation party is Chenggayu Media and the partner is Cheng Fei. It is normal for Yang Ruoqian to be a little unfamiliar and polite to this brother, who just met yesterday. It seems that I have to show a little sincerity. I can ask Cheng Fei about the specific troubles that the Kuiguang Group has gotten into after returning, and there is no need to rush to ask now. When the time comes, it will not be too late to inform Yang Ruoqian of these things after Cheng Fang uses the power of the Chenggayu Group to put extreme pressure on UFO through public opinion or legal aid, etc., and helps the Kuiguang Group win the lawsuit. The same thing when presented to others in a surprise way, and when it is informed in advance, the effect is often completely different. High emotional intelligence in dealing with people is in the subtle and silent way. Cheng Fang thought quickly in his mind, and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, there is not much business dealings between Chenggayu Group headquarters and Yu Mansion. If you need any help, just call me directly." Yang Ruoqian felt uncomfortable when he heard the word help and waved his hands repeatedly. Alright. Chenggayu Group has helped us so much. Enough. It's really enough. From the beginning, they helped him to buy a bunch of surrounding industries, helped him with publicity and promotion, helped him solve the problem of using cars. Every time they caused huge troubles, forcing Mr. Yang to think of countless pillar industries to barely smooth out the disaster. The help from Chenggayu Group is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Having Chengfei is already a headache, and now there is another Chengfang. How can people do business properly? Chengfang laughed. No wonder my sister is so willing to cooperate with you and thinks so highly of you. Mr. Yang, you are too considerate of others. Yang Ruoqian didn't want to continue this topic. He waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. What do you think of our new movie Titanic 2? What kind of evaluation will it receive after it is released? Chengfang's smile became even brighter when he was asked this question. I think the audience will curse and give low scores while watching it with relish. That's why I said that you are a genius, Mr. Yang. If it was someone else, how could they find such a way to make money? Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chengfang's judgment was exactly the same as his. It's not that the movie will definitely sell well. The main reason is that the cost is too low and the gimmick of the movie is too big. Many viewers are afraid that they will watch the movie with the mentality of see how bad this pile of shit tastes. Moreover, Yang Ruoqian could fully imagine what a grand carnival it would be for those uploaders in the film review area once the movie was released. For this kind of movie with a small amount of plot mixed in the slots, the uploaders in the film review area may not be able to finish complaining without dividing it into 3 parts. Maybe these uploaders can earn a month's salary by complaining about their own movies. Yang Ruoqian calculated the possible benefits of this movie for himself, turned around and left the shelter company silently. The company is on fire. I have to go back. Let's not talk about it for now. The new quarter has begun, and new projects must be started. Chengfang looked at Yang Ruoqian's back, who was too lazy to even find a decent excuse, and walked away from the shelter company quickly, and his guess was more and more certain in his heart. It must be that the pressure from Youfu Group is too great. The relationship between Suen Kuiguang Group and Youfu Group is like fire and water, and now it seems to be true. No, maybe the real situation is more serious than he thought. After saying goodbye to Kaimeng, Chengfang got in the luxury car and asked the driver to drive to Chenggayu Media. As the president of the group, Chengfang was not stopped and soon arrived at Chengfei's office. Knowing that his brother had walked in, Chengfei didn't even raise his eyes and asked indifferently, have you met? How was it? Chengfang felt awkward, no matter how he listened to this tone. No, why do you say that we are on a blind date? I obviously went to see if this partner is reliable, right? Reliable? Chengfei asked again. He is indeed very reliable, and he is also very humorous. Chengfang praised sincerely. I went to see the new movie he is preparing to shoot today, and it really shocked me. Chengfang basically does not involve specific affairs in the entertainment industry. His evaluation of the shelter company is basically limited to the perspective of a pure audience and passerby. Otherwise, he would not have given the audience will curse while watching, which is actually not a very good evaluation. After this inspection, the family finally reached a consensus on Chengfei's continued responsibility for the media business. The old man continued to oppose it, but he would no longer interfere. Chengfang supported it emotionally, opposed it rationally, but also stopped interfering. In fact, they also thought of a compromise solution, that is, Chengfei took over the more profitable and larger projects in the group, and the media was handed over to others. But, it was decisively rejected. Listening to his brother's words, Chengfei nodded in agreement. When I first cooperated with him, I was also shocked. So shocked that I almost wanted to give up cooperation. Now, I just know that cooperating with them is really worry-free and labor-saving. As long as you sign the contract, do it according to what Mr. Yang said, and then wait to collect the money. You don't even need to think about it. Anyway, it's hard to keep up with Yang Ruoqian's thinking. Well, but no matter how powerful a person is, when facing a deep-rooted and terrifying opponent, won't he appear helpless and powerless? Chengfang went around in circles for a few times, and finally began to lead the topic back on track. Chengfei finally stopped what he was doing and raised his head. You might as well make your words clearer. Chengfang said with certainty. I just heard him talking on the phone. It seems that he has completely clashed with Youfu. The conflict between the two sides is huge, and it's very fierce. There are several big lawsuits to be fought. According to reliable information, the amount involved is at least 700 to 800 million. These lawsuits also involve a lot of people. Both sides have tried their best and invited the most powerful legal team in the world. And even, in short, it seems that they are really going to fight to the death. Listening to his brother's boasting and nonsense, Cheng Fei was a little confused. Where did you hear this information from? Is it so exaggerated? Have the Kuiguang group and the UFO group already gone to war? An unprecedented lawsuit? Fight to the death. Such a big thing. Why is he, the biggest partner, completely unaware of it? Cheng Fang was immediately displeased when he heard this and said seriously, don't you know who your brother is? How could this be false? Boss Yang was very happy when he went to the shelter company with me this morning, and he even had time to joke with me. But after receiving that call, his whole state changed, you know? His whole face was gloomy. Besides, I was next to him at the time, and I basically heard almost everything that Yang Ruoqian said on the phone. The situation is exactly what I said. In short, it is extremely urgent. Sister, your biggest partner is now in a huge crisis. What do you think you should do? Cheng Fang continued to talk nonsense. Although he only heard the last sentence of Yang Ruoqian's call, it did not prevent him from using his smart brain to complete the entire conversation. To say that it is almost right is not a lie. Cheng Fei looked at her brother's solemn promise, and she actually basically believed it in her heart. Her brother is still very reliable in major matters. What else can we do? We must do our best to help them. But we have to find out what happened first. Cheng Fei lowered her head again, but she was not processing documents, but searching the internet for the conflict between Kuiguang and UFO. Cheng Fang nodded in agreement. Yes. It's a pity that Yang Ruoqian doesn't seem to want us to get involved in this matter, otherwise we can get information faster and help faster. At this time, they have roughly seen some unpleasant things that happened between Kuiguang and UFO on the web page, including job hopping, assigning spies, attacking and framing. As expected, the two sides have been grudges for a long time. It's going to be a big lawsuit. But for the weaker Kuiguang group, the longer it takes, the more complicated things will be, and the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Cheng Fei choked. Of course, how could a man like Yang Ruoqian drag his partners into a lawsuit that has nothing to do with them? Cheng Fang nodded gently. Yes, but no matter what, Kuiguang group is at a disadvantage, and we have to formulate a complete strategy here. The detailed strategy will be discussed after we figure out the specifics. Cheng Fei consulted on the internet, but it can be summarized in 3 sentences. The lawsuit should be big, the matter should be simple, and the time should be short. Only in this way can it be clean and tidy, and a fatal blow. Can we do anything else? Cheng Fang took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the group's legal department. You are doing well in the entertainment industry. Do you have any other channels? We want to show Yang Ruoqian what it means to be a righteous man with many helpers. We have to give him a big shock. Hearing this, Cheng Fei paused for a second or two. Yes. As she said this, she looked at an ordinary name in the address book. Shoyuki. I've been reading Tamagotchi Wholesaler recently and wanted to write it into a novel, but I think it's too subjective and dangerous, so I decided not to. The author's role is really complicated. Chapter 235. You're the one who's rebelling. There's a traitor in the company. Seeing Cheng Fei's hesitant movements, Cheng Fang also approached curiously. Then he also saw Shoyuki's name. No. We are not at the end of our rope, right? Cheng Fang was immediately shocked. Is there any need to contact him? Shoyuki, this is a member of the rival Goia group. In order to help the Kuiguang group, is it necessary to contact the rival? Cheng Fei sighed speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Shoyuki is now working in the Kuiguang group, and his position is not low. Contacting him, on the one hand, can get some first-hand information about the Kuiguang group from him, and on the other hand, it can also drag the Goia group into the water. Not only can it help our partners, but it can also tie up a little bit of the competitor's energy. Why not do it? Cheng Fang subconsciously felt that this was not right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At first glance, it doesn't make sense, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make some sense. Why does it feel that after Cheng Fei and Yang Ruoqian cooperated, their way of thinking about problems began to run wildly on a strange path? Well, then you can contact him. Cheng Fei clicked on the phone number of Shaoyuki on the screen of his mobile phone. Beep, beep. After a full 20 seconds, when the phone was about to hang up automatically, the other party finally picked up the phone. Shaoyuki's suppressed angry voice spread throughout the office through the loudspeaker. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? We are really not familiar with each other. From the fact that he took more than 20 seconds to answer the phone, it can be roughly guessed that Shaoyuki should be hiding in the toilet now. Cheng Fei suppressed his laughter and said seriously, I have something to ask you. It's about your company. Shaoyuki was still very vigilant. What company? My father's or Kuiguang? I tell you in advance, don't think of asking me for any information about Kuiguang Group. I keep my mouth shut. Listening to the conversation between the two, Cheng Fang was shocked again. What does it mean? Why is there only Kuiguang Group in Shaoyuki's list of keeping his mouth shut, and not his father's Kuiguang Group? This is not how a 25-year-old should be treated. What kind of magical company is Kuiguang that can turn a person into this? Cheng Fei seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't respond at all. Kuiguang Group has been involved in a lawsuit recently. You shouldn't have heard about it? It seems to be the case. What's the matter? Shaoyuki continued to lower his voice. Which big company doesn't have some small lawsuits? This is not uncommon, right? But the lawsuit that Kuiguang Group is involved in this time is not simple. Even when talking about bad news, Cheng Fei's tone was still very calm. Shaoyuki didn't quite believe it. Is it as mysterious as you said? How come I didn't hear anything? As a college classmate and the confidant of Yang Ruoqian's confidant, if there was such important news, shouldn't he be the first to know? Why did it have to be Cheng Fei, an outsider? Cheng Fei said, why should he talk to you? What can you do to help him? Shaoyuki was very dissatisfied. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ding Daoye, who is now in the company's legal department, was poached from my father. What do you mean he can't help? I'm a great contributor. I have worked hard for Kuiguang, and I have shed blood for Kuiguang. Cheng Fei sighed very quietly. You are voluntarily using your own connections to help. It is an extra matter, a favor. How could Yang Ruoqian take the initiative to ask you? Recruiting Shaoyuki into the company and letting him be responsible for publicity and supervising employees is part of the company's job and can be ordered. But if you start talking about favors, for example, for the sake of college classmates and working together, let Shaoyuki use his own connections. It is a completely different matter. Although Cheng Fei and Shaoyuki are in rival companies, they are not enemies, and the two sides usually have some cooperation. So this time, it is equivalent to Cheng Fei taking the initiative to use his own connections to help Kuiguang Group. As the youngest successful entrepreneur in Jinhei, Yang Ruoqian must have considered this and did not mention this to Shaoyuki. Although Shaoyuki was a loser, he was not a fool. After hearing this, he understood the reason, but he still didn't believe it. Even if what you said is true, I really shouldn't know about this. But how did you know? Cheng Fei said lightly. When my brother was talking about business with Yang Ruoqian, he received a phone call. My brother was close to him at that time and accidentally heard the content of the call. Shaoyuki finally couldn't help but believe it. He showed a look of surprise. Did you hear it from him personally? Is the matter really that serious and troublesome? Yes. Cheng Fei looked at Cheng Fang, who was swearing and patting his chest to make a guarantee, and gave an affirmative answer. Seeing that Cheng Fei, who was always reliable, was so serious, Shaoyuki took a deep breath and began to mobilize himself before the war. You, give me a little bit of the bottom line. What is the situation, and what level do you need me to do? Cheng Fei had nothing to hide about this and said directly, let's put it this way, it can be regarded as the biggest test that Kuiguang Group has ever faced. No doubt about it. It's a matter of life and death. And Kuiguang Group alone may not be able to handle it. Otherwise, I wouldn't call you. Do you think I'm happy to call you? Shaoyuki finally knew the seriousness of the matter intuitively, and rarely did he fight back. Okay, then I'll contact my dad. You say Yang Ruoqian is really something. He didn't tell me about such a big thing. Do you treat me as a brother? Shoyuki was not too worried about what to do next. After asking his father for help, companies like this have experienced similar things, and the problem is handled in a three-dimensional way by the entire company. The legal department is responsible for legal affairs, the publicity department is responsible for building momentum in public opinion, and the public relations department is responsible for managing relationships, trying to make big things small and small things disappear. In short, everyone is trying their best to save the company. What's more, Ding Daoai of Kuiguang Group came from Gaoai Group. If he wants to help, it's very convenient to say a word. Cheng Fei covered her forehead and said helplessly, I just don't tell you, because I treat you as a brother. At this moment, Yang Ruoqian's puzzled voice was faintly heard from the other end of Shoyuki's phone. What's the big deal? What brother? Don't blame me if you forget to bring toilet paper. That's not right. Isn't there toilet paper in every cubicle? Beep beep beep. Before the voice fell, Shoyuki decisively hung up the phone. Yang Ruoqian knocked on the door of Shoyuki's booth and asked in confusion, who are you talking to on the phone just now? Why were you so excited? Nothing. Someone asked me to help her. Shoyuki pressed the flush button and flushed away a lot of air, his face not reddening and his heart not beating. Alas, you know, I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't help but agree when others ask me. Don't talk to me about this. Yang Ruoqian got angry when he heard Shoyuki talking. I haven't settled the accounts with you for the previous things. Can you explain the matter of the shelter company to me? When Yang Ruoqian was looking for Shoyuki to find the next investment project, Shoyuki came with the information of Titanic 2, and the two of them discussed it seriously for a long time. As a result, when they really saw the scene of filming, they were shocked to find that it was not the case at all. The 500 million plan was discussed, but the other party was given a script of 500,000. If it weren't for the fact that only heaven and earth knew about it, and you and I knew it, the two of them would have kept the truth to themselves, and this joke would have been a big deal. Yang Ruoqian has been too busy and exhausted recently to settle accounts with the culprit Shoyuki, but now that he bumped into him while using the toilet, he naturally had to dig up the matter and have a good talk. Shoyuki opened the bolt of the toilet door and walked out of the cubicle, saying, just tell me if this project is profitable. Is it promising? When the truth about the shelter company's Titanic 2 reached Shoyuki's ears, he was also numb for a while. Good guy. He actually recommended his boss and college classmate to spend a lot of money to invest in a film company that shoots knockoffs. But after a closer look, he found that the shelter company took a different approach and took another track, which also had a lot of profit space. Although there may be a very small gap from Yang Ruoqian's expectation of making a 500 million blockbuster and making a 500 million profit, as long as it can make money in the end, isn't it a good project? Accidental hits are not important. What matters is the right one. Yang Ruoqian was so angry that his teeth itched. Get lost. Now you force me to think of ways to make a big production. Originally, he just wanted to try to use the idea of making money to open up new projects in order to lose money, but now it seems that it really went all the way to make money and never turned back. When you want to lose money, you make a lot of money, and when you want to make money, you make more money. Yang Ruoqian didn't believe this magical result at first, but now the reality is in front of him. It seems that he has to believe it. Sure enough, the routine of using the idea of making money to lose money is not useful. I hope a miracle will happen, and I hope that this movie will lose a little bit. If Titanic 2 and even the shelter company behind it make money, Yang Ruoqian will definitely not think about problems with the idea of making money again. Shoyuki patted his clothes and said with an expression of I know everything, come on, do you still have the energy to shoot a blockbuster now? Why not? Yang Ruoqian was puzzled. I'm in good health and have a good back. What's the big deal about shooting a blockbuster? But under the analysis of Cheng Fei and Cheng Fang's conclusive evidence, Shoyuki has completely believed that Kuiguang Group is facing an unprecedented crisis. Once a preconceived notion is formed, even if the person involved comes forward to clarify it in person, it sometimes doesn't help. Shoyuki didn't say anything more, just patted Yang Ruoqian on the shoulder and walked out of the toilet. This crisis requires the mobilization of everyone in the group to work together to overcome it. Did you wash your hands before shooting everywhere? A few minutes later, Yang Ruoqian returned to the office, turned on the computer and lamented, "I can't live like this. I'll have to see if there are any new projects." In fact, after seeing Yufu shooting Thunder Warrior, Yang Ruoqian had an impulse to follow suit, directly copying the subject matter with almost the same thunder points. The drama received a lot of negative reviews as soon as it came out. It's just a matter of having hands. But it's true that Yang Ruoqian wants to make money, but deliberately shooting such a difficult theme is not his style. So the idea was extinguished as soon as it appeared. After that, the so-called science fiction masterpiece The Fortress of Magic City shot by Yufu Group once again failed in both word of mouth and box office, and even dragged down the reputation of the leading actors. This time, Yang Ruoqian copied. There was no psychological burden for reference. Moreover, science fiction masterpieces can increase investment with reason and evidence. Big scenes, big special effects. Don't they all cost money? Now that the status of the group's artists is gradually rising, if the remuneration of Shankai Aniu and several others is increased, won't the cost go up again? It doesn't need to fail like the Fortress of Magic City. As long as it can fail 70%, the movie can also lose a lot of money. On the issue of how to fail, Yang Ruoqian has always been very unsuccessful. Now he doesn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes. Try your best to achieve 70% of the ability of others, which is the first small goal of failure. Yang Ruoqian sat in front of the computer and began to carefully read the details of the Fortress of the Magic City in order to achieve the most perfect reproduction. First of all, the entire script is adapted from the word-of-mouth work of a famous writer. This is a key point, you must remember it. If it were the immature Yang in the past, he would make a mistake at this step and choose some bad works written by unknown little authors as the script. For example, the dragon son-in-law who protects the country. But now Yang is a mature Yang behind every failed work. There are small details piled up one after another. People who don't know anything about failure should not modify any element of a failed work on their own initiative. Otherwise, it is very likely to succeed accidentally. Second, the most important element, the Earth is facing doomsday. The protagonist group will also die, and it is better to die important people. Third, fourth. After summarizing it, Yang Ruoqian looked at the document with satisfaction. Save it and put it in the most important folder. This time Yang Ruoqian directly chose to follow the old path of others' failure, and it is absolutely impossible to succeed again. What market research, what bad knockoff movies, what combination of garbage element, all are unreliable. Only failures verified by the market are real failures. Turn off the phone and go home. After wasting some time in the toilet with Shaoyuki and summarizing the factors of failure for the Fortress of Magic City, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Ruoqian picked up the car keys that were still on the table, whistled and left the president's office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw many employees at their workstations looking at him from afar, with worried expressions on their faces. Lin Ko, who had been working very hard and was unusually relaxed, was also on the phone in the corridor with a serious expression. When the employees saw the relaxed expression on their boss's face, the worry on their faces became even stronger. Many people whispered, "Look, even CEO Yang is pretending to be calm. This must be a big deal. I will tide over the difficulties with the company anyway. If the company is willing to share the good times with me, I'm willing to share the bad times with the company." Yang Ruoqian looked at the employees who were full of fighting spirit and seemed to be ready to roll up their sleeves and work hard for 7 or 8 months. Several questions gradually popped up in his mind. What do you mean by strong and calm? What difficulties? What do you mean by sharing the good in the bad times? Exclamation mark. Who spread such rumors in the group? There must be a traitor, right? Chapter 236 We live and die with a group. Yang Ruoqian watched the company's development direction once again out of his control, and his mind was dizzy. But the good news is that these employees all said that the company encountered a big crisis and big difficulties. What kind of big crisis is it? The boss doesn't know, but the employees know it. How big is this crisis? How much money is needed to settle it? Can it be settled with more money? Mr. Yang, who has made a lot of money, once again showed his extraordinary thinking. He walked quickly to Lin Ko, who had just hung up the phone, and asked, "Old Lin, come here and talk to me." After saying this, Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but complain about himself in his heart. Why do I talk so old-fashioned? Lin Ko looked at the time and saw that there were still a few minutes before the end of get off work, so he nodded seriously and followed Yang Ruoqian to an empty corner. Mr. Yang, who knew nothing, pretended to know everything. "You are also an old employee, tell me." "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I have contacted several employees in Yufu who are dissatisfied with the current situation." Lin Ko, who was pulled out for a talk, felt honored and said confidently, "When the time comes, those who can reveal the internal information will reveal it, and those who can get information will get information, and I guarantee that your losses will be minimized." At this point, Lin Ko sneered again. "I have long expected that Yufu is not a good bird, and it will not let me live a good life in Kuiguang so easily. Fortunately, I kept a few tricks at that time, and left a few nails in Yufu group to deal with possible troubles at any time. Now it can finally come in handy. Isn't it just a lawsuit? We will accompany you to the end, and we will live and die with the group." Yang Ruoqian looked at Lin Ko, who was getting more and more excited, and once again felt that his CPU was not enough. "You are more or less too crazy. You directly regard anti-Yufu as the first goal of your life, right? And what is that lawsuit? How did it turn into a life and death situation?" At that time, Yang Ruoqian and Ding Daoai explained that the matter should be small and the time should be long, and they should delay the company's financial retreat as much as possible, and at the same time discussed Yufu accepting money and blackmailing money to discredit the opponent's movie is a civil dispute after all, and because the definition of loss is too abstract, the amount involved will not be very large. How did it turn into a life and death situation? Exclamation mark. There should be no other lawsuits between Kuiguang and Yufu, right? If there is, Ding Daoai, as the head of the legal department, will definitely inform his boss as soon as possible, so that he will not be the last person to know in the company. Damn, someone must have spread rumors in the company again. Now these employees who make people worry are no longer satisfied with their imaginations, and even started to fabricate facts, right? Ding Daoai knows the whole story, and this rumor must not have spread from the legal department. After all, he is a person of the older generation, and judging from his past performance and personal professionalism, Ding Daoai will not be able to control his mouth. As a lawyer who can be Shaoyika's father's confidant, I dare not say anything else, but his professional level is definitely top in the industry. So, who is spreading rumors? The main thing is that no one else seems to know about this. Yang Ruoqian thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was. He could only look at Lin Ko again and asked, "Old Lin, let's not talk about this matter itself. Such an important thing. Where did you hear it from?" Lin Ko was a little confused. I heard everyone around me say so." Everyone around me said so. In less than an afternoon, even the source of the rumor can't be found? How can it spread so quickly? Lin Ko looked at Yang Ruoqian's expression and suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that President Yang actually didn't want this matter to be spread? Thinking about it this way, it seems to make some sense, not to mention ordinary employees. Even the company's senior management can't help much directly with things like lawsuits. In addition to working harder to earn more money for the group to fight lawsuits, ordinary people can only help out and applaud and cheer for the big guys in the legal department. Perhaps in Mr. Yang's opinion, instead of talking about such a bad thing and making the whole company panic, it is better to leave it to the legal department to deal with it and let others live their lives as they wish. In the past, how many times has Mr. Yang shouldered such pressure alone? The more Lin Ko thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. The company is in such a difficult situation, but Mr. Yang has not cut benefits or lowered wages, and even wants to secretly handle the matter alone. What kind of a boss is this? It is really worth working for such a boss. Mr. Yang really treats his employees as family members. But this time, Lin Ko, who has always listened to Yang Ruoqian, decided to argue for it. How can Mr. Yang be allowed to bear these burdens that should not be borne by him alone every time? It seems that these employees are too useless. As the ancient said, a scholar will die for his confidant. Lin Ko, who had been moved by himself, took a deep breath, stood at attention, and said in a loud voice, "Boss Yang, I think that as a whole, when the group faces difficulties, all employees have the responsibility to stand up. How can we share the joys and sorrows? Don't worry, I know my own strengths, and will never interfere in any related matters. We are only responsible for working harder to make money, so that you can fight a beautiful battle with confidence." In fact, many employees in the group have been waiting for this day, not waiting for something to happen to the Kuiguang group, but waiting for the day when they can serve Yang Ruoqian. Which worker can be treated so well? Yang Ruoqian was troubled by this awkward speech, and he tapped his toes on the ground, saying repeatedly, "Stop, stop, stop. The spirit is commendable, but the group has not reached this level yet. You should just do what you should do." When he said this, Yang Ruoqian's mind was still turning. Where did the news leak out? Speaking of backstabbing himself, the first person Yang Ruoqian suspected was Shaoyuki. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not right. Ding Daoye, a traditional person, would definitely not tell Shaoyuki about this behind his back. Shaoyuki would have no channels or opportunities to know about it. Even if someone in the legal affairs department accidentally let it slip, the version that came out wouldn't be so outrageous. What went wrong? Who is harming me? Do you dare to stand up and don't do something behind my back? Yang Ruoqian let Lin Ko play with the snake by himself and took the bus home. He was thinking about this matter all the way. When he traced the matter back to the filming of Titanic 2 with Cheng Fang and the shelter company, Yang Ruoqian stood up from the sofa. He found out what went wrong. At that time, he was on the phone with Ding Daoye to discuss matters related to the lawsuit. When he talked about the UFO, Cheng Fang had just finished filming and walked behind him without anyone noticing. After all, it was not a confidential matter, so there was no need to avoid anyone. It might be that Cheng Fang only listened halfway and was far away, so he received the wrong information. Cheng Fang started giving gifts and paying for the whole place. It can be seen that he is a very generous person. The two of them hit it off, and he has a partnership relationship with Cheng Fei, and he tends to support Cheng Fei's career. Helping Kuiguang Group is equivalent to helping Cheng Fei's Chenggayu Media. The motive for the crime is also there. Is this family born to be in conflict with me? It's not enough for the sister to backstab me, but she also called the brother, and finally just the whole family together? If you don't let Kuiguang make a lot of money, will you lose 2 pounds of meat? Yang Ruoqian is now almost 100% sure that it was Cheng Fang who only listened to half of what others said and was eager to make a contribution, which led to such a big mistake. It's really rare that Chenggayu Group can be involved in such a small and broken thing. But there is another question. Why can Cheng Fang's misunderstanding spread so widely within his own company? Yang Ruoqian gradually sorted out his thoughts and sat on the sofa. Cheng Fang knows about this, so he will definitely tell Cheng Fei about it. Cheng Fei knows about this. Well, who in the company is Cheng Fei more familiar with? A name popped into Yang Ruoqian's mind. Shaoyuki. But why did Cheng Fei tell Shaoyuki about this? They don't get along. After thinking for a few minutes, a very scary guess came to mind. No, they don't want Shaoyuki to contact his father's Gaoao group and let his father get involved in this lawsuit. Fuck. Directly dragging Chenggayu Group and Gaoao Group into the water. It is a confrontation between Kuiguang Group and UFO Group. This matter can't be trivialized. Even if all parties know that this is a misunderstanding in the end, they will definitely try to make the matter as big as possible. Whether it is for profit or face considerations, the scene will definitely not be small. Thinking about the strange phone call Shaoyuki made in the toilet today, Yang Ruoqian's mind was cleared. Then he was furious. Shaoyuki, you big mouth, you really deserve to die. You colluded with Chenggayu's people to harm your father. Very good. The next best employee award will be given to you. Don't you like to collude with Chenggayu? You should be responsible for the connection with Chenggayu for the new movie. Yang Ruoqian exiled Shaoyuki to Chenggayu Media several times to work with his rivals. He thought he would turn over a new leaf, but he didn't expect that he would actually endure hardships. At the beginning of the third quarter, which was already full of pressure, he gave the company a surprise award. No, we must save ourselves. Yang Ruoqian originally planned to watch videos and play games, but seeing these confidants unite to give him money, he really couldn't sit still. The new science fiction movie must be prepared immediately. According to the notes he made during the day, Yang Ruoqian searched for related works on the internet. Famous writers, science fiction works. As soon as a few keywords were entered, the search results came out immediately. Almost all of them were the same name. A certain science fiction writer who was affectionately called Liu. I heard that his works are so good that the president of a certain country sent him an email urging him to update more. Judging from the quality and reputation of his works, they are comparable to Fortress of Magic City, and even better. Very good, it meets the requirements. However, just like Fortress of Magic City is not Jiangnan's most popular and famous work, Yang Ruoqian will not choose Liu Cixin's most popular work to make a movie. Everything must follow the old path of Yufu's failure, and never act on his own. Well, then let's go with this novel, Wandering Blue Star. It seems that the Earth is about to face a doomsday disaster. One is an alien invasion, and the other is a solar helium flash. Try to search the plot of this novel, whether anyone is sacrificed. Mr. Yang, who was in a hurry, did not have time to observe the specific content of the novel in person, and could only search for some key plots. Anyway, as long as the element can match Fortress of Magic City, it will be fine. After looking at the search results, Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the main characters keep dying, and the element are alright. The more Yang Ruoqian read the novel Wandering Blue Star, the more he liked it. The more he read it, the more he felt that it was the ideal blockbuster. What other element are there? Romance? Does Wandering Blue Star have romance? The answer is yes. Very good. Great. It's alright. Everything is right. Yang Ruoqian was extremely excited. He didn't expect to find a work that completely met his requirements so quickly. All the element of Devil's City Fortress that failed were gathered together. And looking at the content of this novel, there is a space elevator and a planetary engine. It looks like a big scene and the cost is not low. When I go to work tomorrow, I will immediately ask someone to contact the author of Wandering Blue Star and buy the copyright for film and television adaptation at a high price. For such a famous author, the copyright fee is a huge sum, which is incomparable to the dragon son-in-law of the guardian of the country. This item alone is enough to give the company's rich finances a big sigh of relief. The next day, Yang Ruoqian returned to work and immediately contacted the employee in charge of copyright in the operations department, asking her to negotiate the copyright transfer with the relevant publishing houses. After arranging the work, Yang Ruoqian sent another text message to Cheng Fei, intending to ask her to help find a director to set up a crew. In the past, whether it was filming the dragon son-in-law protecting the country or the black robe inspection team, Yang Ruoqian used Cheng Fei's crew. But for this new movie, Yang Ruoqian plans to really set up a crew by himself. Being able to spend more money quickly is one reason, and another reason is the related operation of the copyright transfer fee. If the Kuiguang Group holds the copyright and transfers it to the crew of other companies, according to the rules, the crew must give a higher transfer fee. In this way, the Kuiguang Group will make another profit, but Yang Ruoqian is determined not to agree. Ding ding ding. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Well, so fast? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment, then picked up the phone. Is the copyright process so simple? The voice came from another employee in the operations department, who was responsible for the publicity and promotion of the shelter company. Boss Yang, Titanic 2 is out. I was hired by the screw factory, which was pretty smooth. I went home and rushed to finish the manuscript, barely caught up with the update, and fell asleep due to exhaustion. I withdrew my leave application. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Each says his own words. Titanic 2 has already been released. So fast? Wasn't it filming in full swing a few days ago? Just a few days later, it was directly released. However, think about the war damage set of the shelter company. Everything was done to save costs. The script was only a few pages long, and the director didn't look like a tyrant. The special effects were poor, the script was short, and everything was done to save money. Wouldn't it be released after the filming was completed and changed casually? Anyway, it's not a theater release. Yang Ruoqian sighed, let's release it. Is there anything else? The operation girl hesitated for a moment and asked, Mr. Yang, then how much publicity do we need to do here? Generally speaking, such a small matter can be discussed and resolved by the operation and publicity, and there is no need to report it to Yang Ruoqian. However, since it was the first time to deal with something related to the shelter company, out of caution, Wang Zikin, who was in charge of operations, decided to ask Yang Ruoqian how to deal with it. After the second time, they will take full responsibility. Without even thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian said directly, just promote it in a small range, and try to promote this work as a wonderful sequel to Titanic. If possible, you can say it surpasses the original. After all, this movie is full of gimmicks, and its profitability is also optimistic by most people. After careful consideration, Yang Ruoqian decided not to promote it too hard. What if too much money is spent on publicity and promotion, and it has a positive effect? If the current time point is not long before the quarterly settlement, it will be fine. Yang Ruoqian can spend money suddenly, and lose money first, when the box office is not paying attention. But now the third quarter has just begun. If you accidentally promote too much, and make the movie an online hit, wouldn't it be digging a hole for yourself? The promotional content is as self-promoting as possible, flattering yourself, and forcing a $500,000 masterpiece to be a spiritual sequel of $500 million is also a means of reverse publicity. Titanic 2 has a Douchi score of more than 3.0, which is not good for this audience. The operation girl had no objection and agreed directly. Okay, Mr. Yang. The movie has been released on major platforms at this time. As a person who is responsible for docking, she couldn't have not seen the movie. So she knows what this movie is like. Not to mention that it is a sequel to Titanic. It doesn't even have anything to do with Titanic. So, Mr. Yang's publicity seems to be shameless to gild himself and get attention. But in fact it is a real master level operation. Before the Black Robe inspection team was officially released, didn't many people say that this movie was a piece of garbage that was just for attention? How to get attention in a superb way without making people hate it. Creating a stalk is the best way. Since the release of the Black Robe inspection team, many famous stalks have been directly edited out and have become enduring topics of discussion and emoticons. As a result, the two leading actors, male and female, have become popular artists, jumping from obscurity to at least the level of second-tier stars. Shanghai Anayu and her senior sister Wen Ruoqian were busy participating in various activities after the play all day, and frequently appeared in various shots. I believe that Mr. Yang has the same attitude towards the new movie. Before hanging up the phone, the operation girl said again in a pep talk, Mr. Yang, don't worry, we will not drag the group down, and we will live and die with the group. After saying that, as if she felt a little ashamed, the operation girl hung up the phone in a hurry. Yang Ruoqian on the other end. No, what do you want me to say to make you believe that the company is really singing and dancing, and there is nothing wrong? I'm really not whitewashing it. Yang Ruoqian sighed heavily and put the phone on the landline. Originally, what Yang Ruoqian wanted to do was to use super high welfare benefits, salary levels and strict management to constrain the work efficiency of employees. Under long-term high pressure, the employees were forced to work less efficiently due to Yang Ruoqian's airtight offensives. After all, people are lazy, and when life is good, they can't help but want to indulge in the joy of fishing. Just when the results of a year's work were beginning to bear fruit, Shoyuki colluded with external enemies and spread rumors in the company, which completely aroused the fighting spirit of the employees. The employees' thoughts of slacking off just had a little pitiful sign, but they were ruthlessly pinched out by a big hand. Yang Ruoqian didn't even have time to formulate protective measures. A year's hard work was ruined. Yang Ruoqian didn't even have the idea of refuting the rumors on a large scale. No matter what he said, others would only believe what he wanted to believe. Refuting rumors would make employees think more about things they shouldn't think about. After trying to refute the rumors Fallen KO yesterday, but the refuting had the opposite effect, Yang Ruoqian immediately gave up this dangerous idea. Instead of refuting the rumors, it would be better to use a more cruel high welfare treatment plan to suppress the employees who tried to work hard. It can also increase SIM expenses. At the same time, Yang Ruoqian received a reply from the person in charge of the copyright operation of Wandering Blue Star. Mr. Yang, the initial quotation from the publishing house is 300,000. Yang Ruoqian looked at the number and was disappointed. Why is it so cheap? Only 300,000 yuan is enough to buy the film and television adaptation rights of such an excellent novel? However, after thinking about it for a while, Yang Ruoqian realized the reason why the copyright fee is so cheap. A good novel does not mean that the adapted movie will be a hit. The original novel can certainly bring some fans, but if the movie is not good enough and does not meet expectations, these fans attracted by the original novel will also burst out with the most powerful fighting power. To put it simply, it is backfired. The incident of the Fortress of the Magic City is still vivid in people's minds. The previous victim, Youfu Group, is still licking its wounds in a corner. Naturally, the copyright adaptation fee cannot be too outrageous, unless the author's work has already had a very successful revision, or the popularity of the work has reached a phenomenal level. Otherwise the fee of hundreds of thousands is the limit. Although Liu has a good reputation now, after all, no work has been adapted into a film or television. No, you can't make excuses for yourself. There are many difficulties, but there are always more solutions than difficulties. Yang Ruoqian suddenly woke up and cheered up. This quarter is the most difficult one. We must do our best and not miss the opportunity to squeeze every penny out of the company. He sent a message to the operation girl. Tell the publisher that we can't accept this price. Seeing the message from Yang Ruoqian, the operation girl suddenly felt sad. Sure enough, the group is really in big trouble. Now even the copyright adaptation fee of 300,000 is too expensive. In the past, Mr. Yang would probably take it without blinking an eye. In such a difficult time, his salary and benefits have not been reduced, and no colleagues have been laid off. How much I can help Mr. Yang cut the price down is how much precious funds I contribute to the group. The operation girl calmed down and quickly sent a reply. What is your psychological bottom line? We will help you negotiate with the publisher. At this time, the operation girl was ready. Even if Mr. Yang cut the price in half, she would try her best to complete the task. Psychological bottom line. 1 million. We won't accept it if it's lower than this price. Okay. What? We won't accept it if it's lower than 1 million? What the hell? Didn't we agree that the cash flow of the group was facing huge pressure? Didn't we take all the money earned from the Black Robe inspection team to find a lawyer because of the targeting of the U Mansion? Why is there another round of reverse bargaining now? Yang Ruoqian, who was racking his brains to spend the money, continued to type. First of all, we acquired the copyright for film and television adaptation, not the complete copyright of this book. In other words, if some force majeure factors appear later, there may be some unnecessary disputes. The less money you give, the fewer clauses in the contract that are favorable to us. And the more money you give, the more clauses in the contract that are favorable to us will be. We can't let the immediate interests lead to more troubles in the future, understand? So the copyright fee must be paid enough, and all possible risks in the future must be nipped in the bud. Yang Ruoqian typed a lot of words on the keyboard and generously shared his crooked logic with the operation girl. As for what specific force majeure factors may appear, and what risks will arise in the future, Yang Ruoqian has not yet compiled them. The content of the contract is even more nonsense. Money can be bargained against, so can't the content of the contract be bargained against? Paying more money to sign a more unequal contract is a basic operation for the battle-hardened Mr. Yang. Anyway, he is the boss, so there is no need to say so much. Just wait for the employees to guess the rest of the content. Don't you all like to make up your mind? Then make up your mind. Sure enough, the operation girl suddenly had an epiphany, so that's it. Mr. Yang, I understand. I just didn't think it through. Mr. Yang is Mr. Yang, thinking about problems so comprehensively. Even if the group is so stretched, he can calmly see what will happen in the future for a long time and weigh the pros and cons. Instead of saving some necessary expenses in the short term, which will lead to a big mess later, and ultimately not worth the loss. The top decision maker is indeed far-sighted. Seeing that his employees were successfully fooled by him, Yang Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief, cut off the chat interface again, and took a look at the unread messages just sent. In a trance, Yang Ruoqian felt that he had spent a very fulfilling day today. Mr. Yang, who often slacked off and played games in the office last quarter, had to struggle again this month to make a living. In just one day, he had a long talk with the person in charge of the operation of the shelter company and the copyright of Wandering Blue Star. Now it's the third one, and there is no free time in between, and he doesn't even have a breath. When he saw the person who sent the message, it was Cheng Fei as expected. Before, Yang Ruoqian asked her to help contact someone to form a crew belonging to Kuiguang Group, to avoid the income generated by the transfer of copyright. Now it seems that the contact has been made. Cheng Fei, Mr. Yang met with my brother. He is just like this, don't be surprised. Yang Ruoqian thought of the scene where Cheng Fang's mouth was full of rumors, and his scalp tingled, and he quickly ended this uncomfortable topic. Now when he saw the word Cheng, his mind couldn't help but recall the past, when he was crazy about money, stuffed by the brother and sister. It was too painful. That's a small matter. Last time I asked Mr. Cheng to contact the crew, have you made any progress? Cheng Fei replied quickly, I have contacted them for you. It is said that many directors are very enthusiastic to work under you. By the way, I heard from the grapevine that your company has encountered some problems that are not worth mentioning. Is there anything you can help with? Can you please not bring this up? Seeing that the topic he had finally changed was dragged back, Yang Ruoqian pinched his forehead. What gossip? That's a rumor made up by your brother. Haha, just like Mr. Cheng said, it's just some minor problems. You don't need to mobilize a large force. I can solve it myself. Well, what is the specific staffing of the crew? Cheng Fei continued to reply. I wanted to let Zhao go directly to your place, but he said he was not good at shooting this kind of hardcore science fiction theme, so he didn't come. I contacted several other directors for you, and they are all quite capable. By the way, I remind you that Yufu is not easy to get along with. You have to be fully prepared. Don't say any more. After chatting for a few sentences, Yang Ruoqian finally realized that Cheng Fei's attention was not on the arrangement of the director candidate. She just came for the Yufu's mess. What director of the director department is just an excuse to open up the topic. With this level of concern, it is estimated that Chenggayu Group has already started to deploy operations, right? Shaoyuki's side is probably not much behind, and perhaps Gaoyao Group is also taking action. What virtue and ability does Yufu Group have to be targeted by two large groups? How could the Kuiguang Group be so worthy of being served by two large groups together? I dare not imagine how big the scene will be at that time. But fortunately, the lawsuit is not big, and no matter how big the scene is, it is difficult to bring much substantial benefits to the Kuiguang Group. As for fame and the various impacts that this incident itself will bring that cannot be measured by money, I can only say that we can take it one step at a time. Yang Ruoqian could not help but sigh. Mr. Cheng, why don't you give me a clear answer? What exactly did you do over there? Cheng Fei, just some trivial things, not worth mentioning. Mr. Yang, just do your own thing with peace of mind. Helping you is my decision, and you don't owe me a favor. As if she felt that she had said too much about things that should not be said, Cheng Fei finally took the initiative to end this sad topic. She continued typing. Then, I'll send you a list of directors and tell me which one you think is more suitable. Chapter 238 Want to escape. The topic returned to normal, and Yang Ruoqian finally recovered from his depression. After receiving the list of directors sent by Cheng Fei, he carefully reviewed the detailed information of each director from top to bottom. The first director has a good reputation, a wide network of contacts, and has shot many well-known works. He also has some experience in directing large budget productions and even went abroad to study how to direct a science fiction film. In the document, the introduction was followed by the director's photo and detailed introduction, including what works he had shot, and even his own photo. Just a glance, Yang Ruoqian silently typed the 3 words unqualified behind the person's information column. The conditions are very good. This kind of person can be eliminated directly. It's not that Yang Ruoqian dislikes the director's conditions are too good. This time the filming is going to follow the old path of Yufu's failure. What kind of director does Yufu use? Yang Ruoqian will use the same kind of director. The director who filmed The Fortress of the Magic City is the kind of middle of the road type, occasionally shooting 1 or 2 hit movies, but most of the time he is unknown. The first director's qualifications are obviously much better than the one who filmed Fortress of Demon City. The second one is a female director, one of the veteran directors, recognized as a powerful director in the industry. Very good, but still unqualified. Most of the directors ranked in front of Cheng Fei have at least 3 or more movies in their resumes, and the public will at least feel familiar with their names. Not only do they have achievements, but they also have a lot of resources in their hands. As long as they are invited to join the crew, many troublesome things that need to be done later will not be troublesome. Yang Ruoqian quickly flipped down the list and went straight to the middle part, skipping the veteran directors who looked very powerful at first glance. As expected, the conditions of the directors ranked behind are slightly worse than those of the directors above. This director's resume is a little worse than Yufu's, so I'll decline it. Well, it's a little better than Yufu's, so I'll keep it and see. If there's no suitable candidate, I'll take him. This one looks good. To be confirmed. After reading the resumes of several directors, Yang Ruoqian suddenly discovered a very interesting phenomenon. That is, there is basically no science fiction element in the introductions of these directors. Even if this word occasionally appears, it only says that they have studied abroad or have a lot of experience in watching and studying science fiction movies, but no one dares to pat their chests and guarantee that they are competent for movies of this theme. It seems that our film industry has indeed not produced a real science fiction film. Although Fortress of the Magic City is under the banner of science fiction, it has been expelled from the science fiction category by angry audiences. After a director tried this theme and suffered a great loss in order to avoid being slapped in the face or being held accountable later, it is understandable that others are more conservative in their introductions. After looking through the information of several directors, a name suddenly attracted Yang Ruoqian's attention. Guo Fan has made fewer movies, but overall, he is basically at the same level as the director of Fortress of the Magic City. And he also has no experience in shooting big budget, big production, big scene movies. Now, Yang Ruoqian has gathered all the element of Yufu Group's failure, and he just needs to wait for failure. He doesn't believe that he can succeed by completely copying the path of others' failure. As the saying goes, those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die. Yang Ruoqian is now running all the way on the road to death. After deciding on the candidate, Yang Ruoqian marked Guo Fan's name, took a screenshot, and sent it to Cheng Fei. Mr. Cheng, I think this director Guo is very good. Is he the one? Cheng Fei, who had been waiting on the other side of the screen, immediately sent a reply. Okay, I will notify him now, and you will be responsible for contacting and connecting when the time comes. Cheng Fei didn't find it strange that Yang Ruoqian didn't choose the first few well-known directors on the list. If it were in the past, with Cheng Fei's confident personality, she would at most give 2 or 3 candidates she thought were the most suitable, and would never list such a long list. After several successful collaborations with Kuiguang Group, she had deeply realized her own shortcomings, so she sent a list of all the directors who were interested in cooperating with her, and let Yang Ruoqian decide. How many big bosses and leaders have ruined a good situation because they overestimated their abilities and liked to micromanage? Some lost their own future, some lost their company, and some became transportation captains. So, it is better to leave things to people who can do things. It saves both worry and effort. Yang Ruoqian immediately sent a reply. By the way, I wonder if Mr. Cheng is interested in being the deputy producer of this movie. Last time, Yang Ruoqian thought that there was no salary for being a nominal producer, so he directly rejected this lucrative job with a salary of hundreds of thousands but no work. He was shivering with pain. Now that Yang Ruoqian has formed his own crew, of course he has to double the money he didn't make last time. And it's just right to arrange another job for Shaoyuki and the crew, so that he can work with Cheng Fei, the old rival who doesn't like each other, as a punishment for the big mouth and spreading rumors in the company. On the one hand, he can open an idle position that does nothing and is just a nominal position to collect salary, and on the other hand, he can punish Shaoyuki, killing two birds with one stone. Didn't expect it? Not only can I send you to Chenghai Media, but I can also directly invite people from Chenghai Media to come over. Humph, want to escape? Cheng Fei was obviously very surprised by such an arrangement and replied unusually quickly, "Really? Mr. Yang is so polite." Although it is just a nominal associate producer, Cheng Fei did not participate in any film production this time. At most, he provided a list of directors. Just from the importance of the Kuiguang Group and the attitude of Yang Ruoqian himself, it can be seen that Wandering Blue Star is definitely a more important project than the Black Robe Inspection Team. When filming the Black Robe Inspection Team, Yang Ruoqian only gave a general idea, and almost all other things were handed over to the crew, and he did not ask about what happened during the process. He even declined the opportunity to become an associate producer. Being invited by Yang Ruoqian to become an associate producer of such a valued movie can be said to be a recognition. It must be a recognition. It's impossible that he just wants to pay Cheng Fei a few $100,000, which is almost symbolic, right? Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised to see that the other party agreed so readily. Boss Cheng is interested? That's great. So, regarding the salary, I plan to pay $500,000 first. How about it? Cheng Fei didn't care about the salary at all. Boss Yang can decide this kind of small matter. I can do it. Chatting with straightforward people is pleasant. Even though Cheng Yu's family has cheated him so many times, Yang Ruoqian still feels comfortable to cooperate with him. Okay, then it's settled. I'll notify you when the filming starts, and you don't have time to come. If you don't have time, I'm free. How can I not have time? By the way, there is one more thing. Do you remember that we held a small event for Black Robe Inspection Team on the internet before? The event of Black Robe Inspection Team. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and quickly found relevant information in his memory. Since both bosses had a brief cameo in the movie and the audience only found Yang Ruoqian suddenly had an idea and forced himself to think of an excuse to hold an event. Whoever can find the role played by Cheng Fei first will get a gift from Kuiguang Group. Of course, for the sake of fairness, people who know the inside information, such as employees of Chenghai and Kuiguang, cannot participate in this event. Even if they participate, they will be exposed when they receive the reward with their real names. Remember, what's wrong? Has anyone found it? Cheng Fei replied, yes, our backend data has received the message. I sent the prize directly. After all, it was a small offline event. Yang Ruoqian thought about giving a supercar directly, but it was directly banned by the system. The largest gift cannot be worth more than 100,000 yuan. But under the influence of the system for many years, Yang Ruoqian has long mastered the ultimate secret of taking advantage of loopholes. The system limits the value of the prizes, but the restrictions on the award ceremony are another matter. As long as the award ceremony is grand, won't the expenses go up? Giving big gifts is not okay, but holding a luxurious award ceremony under the banner of giving big gifts, what's wrong with that? With this advanced idea, Yang Ruoqian stopped the behavior of directly giving out prizes to minimize losses. Boss Cheng, think about it. There are quite a few people participating in this event. If we don't hold an open award ceremony and show all the information transparently to the public, some people may not accept the result and think that our two companies are directing and acting by themselves and are just passing the prizes to the left hand and the right hand. Cheng Fei immediately understood what Yang Ruoqian meant. If we just find the audience who gave the correct answer first from the information in the background and send the prizes to them quietly, I'm afraid it may not be able to convince the public. not to mention the lucky draws held by the two private companies. Even in lotteries, there are often things like the magnetic levitation ball that overturned Newton's coffin. If the event is not made more transparent, there will definitely be many people who will question its authenticity. Mr. Yang has indeed thought it through. Okay, then we'll do as you ask. I'll let you know when the venue is ready. Seeing Cheng Fei trying to unreasonably take on such a good job as spending money into his group, Yang Ruoqian immediately stopped her and said, "Since I proposed this activity, then Kuiguang Group should be responsible for all the expenses. Otherwise wouldn't it be an act of spending money on others? You're too polite." That's it. After typing this line, Yang Ruoqian directly exited the chat box and sent the relevant tasks to the operations department. The scene of the award ceremony must be large and luxurious enough. It would be better to spend money to invite some celebrities to host the award ceremony. As for the protagonist of this award ceremony, what embarrassing things the unlucky winner will experience on the stage is not within Yang Ruoqian's consideration. After dealing with all the things, Yang Ruoqian, who had been busy all day, finally had some time for himself. But he was deeply worried about the financial report for this quarter, and he was in no mood to watch movies or play games. Hey, let's see how the Daochi score of the Black Robe Inspection team is. Yang Ruoqian opened the browser and entered the two keywords Daochi in the Kyandu search box. What was at the top of the search bar was not the link to the Daochi official website, but a very eye-catching message. Daochi score 9.1, an interview report with Shang Qianyu, the female lead of the first domestic superhero theme movie. Just with the two words Daochi, it was pushed directly to the top of the search bar. You can imagine how popular this link is. This crappy movie has been released for a long time. Please turn down the popularity. Stop staring at me like a ghost. Yang Ruoqian has deliberately started to cool down the popularity of the Black Robe Inspection team and deliberately stopped any promotion. However, the secondary creators of major video platforms seem to be still enthusiastic about this movie, and all kinds of ghost animals, various analyses, and various adapted jokes are emerging in an endless stream. After a period of time, the popularity of The Boys not only did not decline, but because of these secondary creation videos, it attracted many outsiders who did not care about superhero movies. Perhaps this is called the general trend is over, the fate is over. No matter what you do, you can't save the situation. Yang Ruoqian sighed and casually clicked on the interview with Shang Qianyu. Shang Qianyu revealed inside information to key information, playing himself, helping noble people. Just from the title of this interview, you can see what kind of fame Shang Qianyu has gained because of this movie. If it is an unknown 18th line actor, just write his name without any prefix. It will only make people feel confused. Only by not adding any prefix can you show a person's current fame. The release of The Boys directly set off a blockbuster in the film and television industry. A superhero-themed movie with depth, fun and plot broke through the stereotypes of domestic audiences and became the most popular movie of the year. Among them, Shang Qianyu, who was once a nobody, became famous overnight with her starring role. She played the role of a hopeful superhero who found out, after entering the company, that superheroes are so dirty. The part where she entered the company and was coerced by colleagues can be said to be one of the climaxes of the whole movie. It is extremely enjoyable. Whether it is acting skills, emotional control or body language control, it can be said that she is far superior to her peers. Fresh meat. Even compared with the old actors, it is no exaggeration to say that she has 70% to 80% of their skills. Below are Shang Qianyu's original words. Chapter 239. Mr. Yang supports the entire Tokyo area. Thanks to the noble person who appeared in my life. Not only was he willing to give such an important movie and such an important leading role to an actor who had just signed a contract, whose acting skills had not been verified and who was not very famous, he also encouraged me from time to time, allowing me to maintain the greatest self-confidence and finish the entire movie. He even demonstrated in person and acted with me in person. It can be said that every minute of shooting was a huge improvement for me. If it weren't for this noble person, she might still be hanging around in a small studio or simply give up this path because of the pressure of life. I never thought that I could appear on the big screen like today. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by everyone. This was originally the last goal in my career plan, but I didn't expect to achieve it directly in my first appearance. A little empty as the noble person, whose name cannot be revealed, Yang Ruoqian really wanted to say that not only you didn't think of this possibility, but even I didn't think of this possibility. At the beginning, it was just because I saw this girl being bullied by Yufu, being kicked around by Xianayu, and the market research for the new movie was very bad, so I signed a contract. Who knew that in the end, the film theme would make the actor famous, and the actor, through his acting skills and unknown attributes, pushed the film to a higher level. The actors who appeared on the screen for the first time would not be distracted by the audience, because the audience had no impression of their past. Yang Ruoqian turned the page of the press release expressionlessly, and the content once again changed from Xianayu self-narration to the author's statement. When our reporter asked Xianayu how she felt about her great success, labeling herself as an acting talent, rather than an idol when she debuted, and becoming the youngest acting talent from an unknown person, she gave the above answer. Unfortunately, Xianayu did not reveal the specific information of this noble person. Our reporter then asked the next question he was concerned about. As an actor who had only played extras before, how did she show such superb acting skills, and how could she play a role that does not exist in reality and has no prototype so vividly? Xianayu did not shy away from revealing that she had tried to sign contracts with other agencies, but either she was asked to do something beyond acting skills and money in the subsequent resource allocation, or she said one thing and did another. And in the movie, there is also a similar plot. If you want to be a glamorous superhero, you also have to endure a lot of dark things. Having personally experienced it, and with the experience accumulated over many years of playing extras, I can naturally play such a role vividly, because the role and the actor are, to a certain extent, integrated into one. Our reporter asked jokingly, does it mean that Xianayu is actually acting in her true colors? Xianayu said that now she is just acting. At the same time, in the middle of this text, the media responsible for the interview inserted a picture in which Xianayu was smiling, and her eyes were full of clarity. From the smile on her lips, it can be seen that she was really happy from the bottom of her heart. Our reporter finally asked Xianayu what her plan was after this movie, whether she had any ideas to participate in variety shows, plans to shoot new film and television dramas, or arrangements such as fan meetings. Xianayu's answer was that she had no ideas for the time being, and everything was arranged by the agency. She said she was very fortunate, perhaps because she had some blessings in her previous life, she was able to meet such an agency. This interview report was released yesterday afternoon. In less than a day, it has already received a huge number of likes and a huge number of reposts. The discussions in the comment area are even more countless. It can be seen how popular and influential the Black Robe Inspection team is, and it can also be seen that Xianayu's current status is indeed different from the past. After reading what Xianayu said about blessings from the previous life, Mr. Yang just wanted to say how many worlds he had saved in his previous life, and it was so difficult to fail once in this life. Honestly, Xianayu's acting skills are hard to criticize. Even if you nitpick, it's hard to find any faults. Indeed, with just this one movie, her net worth has increased countless times. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, don't you understand? Otherwise, with her conditions, she would have been famous countless times. Look at her eyes, wow. It's hard to imagine that a female star who has made it through the entertainment industry can have such eyes. Wow, I just checked her experience, and it feels like she has worked so hard. She is really targeted. With such a good appearance and such good acting skills, she is almost buried. She has gained a lot of fans. As a film and television drama fanatic who has watched most movies, can I say that I have actually noticed Xianayu a long time ago. You can check the updates. Although I didn't know the girl's name at that time. After saying so much, does no one care who the nobleman Xianayu mentioned is? Is he the director named Zhao? No way. Xianayu directly expressed her gratitude to Zhao when she participated in an event before. If it was really him, was there any need to keep his name secret this time? He seems to be an outsider. Fuck, you're not talking about your boyfriend, are you? No, I'm going to break up before it even starts. My pee is yellow. I'm going to wake up the people upstairs. By the way, have you noticed that Shanghai-Anai's contracted company is Kuiguang Group, the same Kuiguang Group that's often hyped up on the internet? Oh, it's that company. That's not surprising. What Kuiguang Group? What company? I'm a passerby who just watches movies and doesn't care about gossip. Please explain. Please don't be a riddler. It's a company that likes to take a different approach, shoot movies with different themes, sign unfamous artists, and has super good internal benefits. It's a pity that they didn't want me when I applied last time. Xiao Shang is really lucky to be chosen by Kuiguang. Hey, other companies think they have monopolized all kinds of resources in the entertainment industry, and they are fearless in blackmailing artists. If you don't listen to them, no matter how beautiful or capable they are, they will never be able to get ahead. As a result, they happen to run into a company, like Kuiguang, that only looks at strength, and the quality of the movies they made in the end was shattered. They deserve it. Why don't you just mention Fortress of the Magic City directly? Don't hide it. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, I heard that there were some minor frictions between Kuiguang Group and Yufa Group recently, and they even went to court. Yang Ruoqian's face darkened again after flipping through the most popular comments in the comment area. Just the success of a movie has attracted so many personal fans. The worship of a certain person is manifested in the terrible ability to monetize. This means that even if Shanghai-Anai really makes a bad movie in the future, there will be audiences to pay for her. If she hadn't been so desperate that she exposed a shocking scandal, or if bad movies kept emerging and exhausted the patience of fans, Shanghai-Anai could be said to have initially established a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. In fact, these things are not so bad. The bad news that Yang Ruoqian can't accept is that with Shanghai-Anai's influence, maybe he can give back to the company. In other words, Shanghai-Anai's loss cycle is too short, so short that President Yang has no corresponding emergency plan at all. Other actors had to beg for help in the early stage, or rely on the resources of the agency, to get a certain appearance rate in some big movies, and gradually become familiar to the audience. In this process, various resources are not obtained for free. In order to fight for resources, the agency must also pay a corresponding price. If everything goes well, the actors will be gradually operated, and they will gradually begin to get rid of this loss-making stage, and enter the profit stage. It may take a few years or even decades to make no splash. Yang Ruoqian also had this plan at the beginning. First use a shorter contract to sign Shanghai-Anai to lose money in the company, and lose a lot of money in the loss cycle. When Shanghai-Anai becomes popular later, the agency contract will almost expire. At that time, whether she looks for a new company or raises the contract signing requirements, it can effectively reduce, or even eliminate the possibility of profit. A perfect plan of losing a lot of money in the loss cycle, and not making any money in the profit cycle actually went wrong at the beginning. The loss cycle of several years envisioned was actually only a few months. Shanghai-Anai, she made money. Besides, if it makes money, then it makes money. Mr. Yang has made money from so many rubbish projects, so this one is not bad. The key is that this girl made money and didn't keep quiet about it, but actually disclosed such important information that Kuiguang Group can make money. It's troublesome for a well-known artist to endorse a company. Credit seems illusory, but it is actually very important. Sometimes it is obvious that a project is impossible to make money, but because of everyone's blind trust in it, it leads to a tragedy of making a lot of money. Similarly, sometimes a project is very healthy, but because of something that happened, everyone lost confidence in it, and the whole project collapsed, which is an enviable thing. The simplest example is that most banks with healthy operations cannot exchange the savings of all depositors. In other words, if everyone goes to the bank to withdraw their deposits, the bank will not be able to complete the payment. In order to pay the depositors' interest, the bank must invest the depositors' money to make more money. Naturally, this part of the invested money cannot be paid to the depositors at any time. Everyone has confidence in banks, and even if they know about this kind of thing, they still feel safe and bold to deposit their money. Now, Kuiguang Group has fallen into a terrible crisis of trust. Whether it is partners or other companies that are still waiting and watching, they all maintain a state of absolute trust in Kuiguang Group. Follow Kuiguang's investment in projects. Do what Kuiguang does together. If you can't squeeze in, then try every means to become the upstream and downstream of the project through various channels and share a piece of the pie. This has led to some projects that should have failed, but inexplicably there are a lot of investments and associated industries that should not exist, which led to profitability in the end. This further consolidated the confidence of investors. What's more tragic is that, in order to make things controllable as a whole, Mr. Yang rarely accepts invitations for cooperation, which makes other companies even more itchy. Think about it from another perspective. If a person walks on the street and runs into a man in a suit and tie, who enthusiastically introduces how profitable a certain project is, and suggests that he invest quickly, no matter how stupid and impulsive he is, he will hesitate and doubt the authenticity of this matter. If it is really so profitable, why will it be his turn? If this person knows a low-key rich man, every project he invests in is successful, and anyone who wants to join is rejected. There shouldn't be many people who doubt his vision and ability, right? The current Kuiguang Group is the second case. The more you hide it from other companies, the more other companies will try to get in, and the more you believe that this project can make money. Credit is established, and the losses are made. The vicious cycle begins. I never thought that I would fall into a credit crisis one day. Yang Ruoqian lamented. What should I do? How can I make everyone trust me less? With the level of obsession these people have now, even if I occasionally fail in a small project, their trust will not decrease at all. It must be a big fall, and it must be a big fall of both word of mouth and profit, in order to break this vicious cycle. Wandering Blue Star, don't let me down again. Mr. Yang has pinned his life and property on the new movie Wandering Blue Star. The choice of the female lead for this movie is also easy to decide. Shanghai and Ayu. Yang Ruoqian has only one requirement for the new movie, which is to make everything comparable to Fortress of Magic City. Since Fortress of Magic City has Luhan, a traffic star with countless fans, Wandering Blue Star must also keep up and resolutely not act on its own. Alas, I'm still a little nervous. Let's take a look at the film review area of Fortress of Magic City to relieve my stress. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian closed the interview page and clicked on the search bar. Just as he was about to enter the keyword, he suddenly saw a hot search that he had not seen just now at the bottom of the search bar, in the 10th position. #multiple video bloggers and upmasters jointly thank Kuiguang Group for giving them food. Seeing this hot search, Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. What is giving food? And multiple bloggers jointly signed? Yang Ruoqian didn't remember any activities like the 10 billion subsidy that he lost all. Could it be that a genius tiger under the company made the decision himself? Yang, whose sense of expectation was raised, threw away the idea of reading the film review of Fortress of Magic City and immediately clicked on this hot search. What caught my eye was a bunch of videos with similar titles. Watching Titanic 2 cured my mental exhaustion. A critique of Titanic 2, the incredible film of the year produced by the same investment company as The Boys. An objective analysis of the commercial viability of Titanic 2. How smart is Kuiguang Group? A hilarious critique of Titanic 2. This video is all about subjective emotions, so be careful. Chapter 240. You have to compensate me with a pair of eyes that have never watched Titanic 2. Zio Liu Movie Studio. As usual, LIUB and his colleagues searched in different corners of various online platforms for movies with the potential to be made into hit videos. Not only domestic movies and TV series, but also foreign blockbusters or bad movies. I feel that there are no new movies to complain about recently, and the video data has declined a bit. LIUB looked at the computer and picked his teeth with a toothpick. He said the bad news, but his expression was relatively relaxed. Last month, they took a sum of money from Kuiguang and Youfu respectively, and exceeded the KPI, so the pressure this month is not too great. Moreover, the video explaining the movie The Black Robe Inspection Team itself is popular enough, and major platforms and advertising sponsors have given a lot of money. Even if they don't get a single order this month, they won't go hungry. If it were in the past, Several people would have started crying for their parents. The last time I did a suspense film commentary, the playback was not very good. Who would have known that the film would end badly? I really can't do TV series that are not finished in the future. Who knows if it will start high and end low. I'm watching this newly released movie at 2x speed. The reviews are bad and mediocre. If it can be as bad as Fortress of Devil City, there will be no worries about the playback volume. It's like this. It's not easy to find a movie that is bad but innovative these days. It would be nice to make a good movie like the Black Robe Inspection Team. Don't dream. This kind of movie may not be made for several years or even decades. We are lucky to be able to catch the limelight and make some money. Look at other upmasters. I heard that they have started to receive court summons. Hey, stop talking for now. Come and watch this movie. I think it can be made into a video. When LIUB and his friends heard that there was money to be made, they were no longer sleepy. They immediately gathered around and looked at the screen curiously. On a promotional poster that looked a bit old, there were a few big words written. Titanic 2. The movie poster shows a large ship rolling in the wind and waves. It is pitch black around. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating the hull very clearly. The leading actors who occupy the most prominent position on the poster are all terrified and panicked. It looks like a very ordinary and normal movie poster, but the three people present all sensed a hint of something unusual in it. Isn't this background a bit too rough? Why don't I know any of these leading actors? Titanic 2, what a big tone, but why haven't I heard about this movie being released in theaters? Am I ignorant? It stands to reason that a normal movie will be released on major online platforms after it has been released in theaters and has made enough money at the box office. Titanic 2, the name sounds great, but why have the critics who almost never miss any movie or TV series never heard of this name? LIUB was surprised and looked at the release date of the movie. The time shown on it was actually 3 days ago. What? This is really a recent release. The well-informed LIUB was also surprised. Hurry up and check the movie details page to see which film company's masterpiece it is. Turning to the details page and carefully looking at the production company and production team, LIUB and his friends finally confirmed that this was a strange movie made by an unknown small company, an unknown director, and a few unknown actors. Such a strange lineup theirs, to have such a big name. The Shelter Company? What the hell? I've never heard of it. I'll go to Cheyenne to check the equity structure of this company. LIUB turned on his mobile phone and checked the equity structure of the Shelter Company. The column of the largest shareholder with the largest shareholding was clearly written with the words Kuiguang Entertainment Media Co Limited. With a full 51% stake, it can be said that he is the actual controller of the company. Fuck, it's actually a branch of Kuiguang Group. LIUB immediately expressed his understanding of the film's no-name production team, but why is this film not promoted and not released in theaters? Kuiguang Group itself is a new enterprise. The actors used in the filming of the Black Robe Inspection Team are all 18th tier actors. Except for the director team who are somewhat famous, the others are basically in a state of being unknown in the entertainment industry. Now when making a new movie, replacing the director with an unknown person doesn't seem to have much logical problem. LIUB opened the movie solemnly with the mentality of watching an art film and said as he opened it, Kuiguang Group must have their reasons for doing this. It's not too late for us to watch this movie before we draw a conclusion. Gold and silver cups are not as good as the audience's reputation. In the eyes of the public, anything produced by Kuiguang represents a fine product. The other people also nodded seriously and even clicked on the memo, intending to take notes while watching. In order to make their reviews as hardcore and objective as possible, movie reviewers like them will not skip watching the movies and TV series to be reviewed, so as not to miss some important information and be slapped in the face by the audience who have watched them carefully. But for the efficiency of video production, they usually play these movies and TV series at double speed. And this time, seeing that the producer was Kuiguang Group, several people unanimously decided not to open the double speed and watch every detail of the movie carefully. After a dozen seconds of opening, the official content of the movie was presented on the screen. In the water with extremely rough texture, there was a large cruise ship with extremely rough modeling. On the deck of the cruise ship, the male protagonist was waving his hand and saying goodbye to his family. With just such a small clip, LIUB and others had already noticed something wrong. LIUB patted his colleague on the shoulder and asked curiously, "Did you forget to adjust the image quality? Why does it look a bit blurry to me?" "No, it's the default highest image quality. I feel that this may be the Kuiguang group trying a new shooting method. Maybe they want to use this blurry image quality to express some deeper inner emotions." I think so too. With the technical strength of the Kuiguang group, it is definitely impossible to create such a retro picture. It's possible. Write it down first. After several people finished their imagination, they continued to look down. At the same time, a lot of barrages on the screen also floated over. Congratulations on discovering the treasure of the station. I finished watching this movie yesterday and felt uncomfortable all night. I didn't watch it today and felt uncomfortable all day. I came here because of its reputation. Tell a ghost story. The same company made this movie and The Boys. Fuck, with this picture quality, what year is it? LIUB looked at these comments, and the feeling of something wrong that had been lingering in his heart became stronger. As an up-host in the film review area, he has a high degree of understanding of the current hot topics and the weird skills of netizens. The content of these comments seems to be praise or neutral complaints, but after a careful taste, it seems that it is not the case. The other two colleagues who were watching the movie suddenly couldn't help frowning. In order to commemorate the first anniversary of the Titanic accident, this cruise ship was renamed Titanic 2. The name of this ship is directly Titanic 2. No, there are too many complaints. Would anyone really give their own ship such a name? There is nothing wrong with commemorating the 100th anniversary of the shipwreck, but it seems a bit too magical to give the same name to the ship and go out to sea to show off. Is there a deep meaning in this name? LIUB suppressed his doubts and watched the movie more seriously. The plot of this movie is very simple. The protagonist of the film built Titanic 2, but in order to set sail on time on the 100th anniversary, the ship went to sea for its maiden voyage without any inspection. At the same time, the heroine on the ship received a call. Her father warned her that there were melting icebergs on the ship's route and asked the heroine not to go. The heroine said confidently, "It's okay, our ship is strong." Seeing this, LIUB finally couldn't help his emotions and complained, "God, the ship is strong." If someone tells you that there was an earthquake in your house, can you still say that my building is strong? What kind of logic is this? Why do I feel that the IQ of the characters in the movie is not in the same dimension as normal humans? Now LIUB and the other two didn't even have the illusion of hypnotizing themselves. This is a big bad movie. With such a cliché and such a poor development, you can guess what will happen in the next plot. Sure enough, not long after, Titanic 2 hit an iceberg as expected, the hull leaked, and it was about to sink. Perhaps because the crew really couldn't come up with any special effects of ship damage and cracks, they simply put a lot of pots and pans, tables, chairs, and benches flying everywhere in the cabin. The intensity was comparable to a quarrel between a couple at home. LIUB could see that the crew, which was seriously underfunded, wanted to work hard to create a tragic atmosphere, but the audience could only feel an absurd sense of humor in these pictures. I don't know why. Watching the protagonist and the heroine panic and actively save themselves on the broken ship, but I didn't feel a sense of urgency, but I wanted to laugh. Judging from the feedback from the barrage, this kind of funny reaction is a common state. Ha 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 ha. I laughed like a pig. No, the ship is half sunk. Why is there not a drop of water in the cabin? Maybe the water got into the director's brain. Damn, I didn't expect the elevator on this ship to still work. If nothing else, as a comedy it is absolutely qualified. 233. The movie continued to play, and half of the cruise ship was submerged. The hero and heroine once again lived up to expectations. In a bunch of ridiculous coincidences, they missed several important escape opportunities, and were trapped at the bottom of the cruise ship by the cold seawater. The seawater was about to cover her mouth and nose. The two rummaged through the boxes and found a diving suit and hurriedly put it on the heroine. Seeing that the hero was so cold, the heroine hurriedly said, "I'll let you wear the diving suit for a while." The hero immediately refused and said, "No, take off your diving suit for me now. I will drown before I freeze to death." The heroine said again, "It's okay. There is enough oxygen in the oxygen tank in the diving suit. We take turns to breathe oxygen. You won't drown." The hero flatly refused again. "No, I will freeze to death before I drown." Liub has watched movies for so many years and has watched countless bad movies, but when facing this plot, he was still stunned and his jaw couldn't close. No, as the protagonist, is it really appropriate to have such a low desire to survive? Question mark. The key is that a closed loop logic is really pulled out. At this so-called climax of the movie, the density of the barrage has been completely full, and all the audience are either complaining or laughing. It is a spectacle that a disaster movie can produce such an effect. Finally, at the end of the movie, the heroine actually watched the hero drown in the cabin. During this time, she kept cheering for him and encouraging him, but she didn't give him even a breath of oxygen. Seeing the hero drowned, Liub and the other two finally couldn't help but laughed out loud. The barrage was also full of laughter. I will recommend this movie to my girlfriend tomorrow. I laughed so hard after watching this movie. To commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Titanic's silence, you will sink another one as a memorial, right? To be honest, this movie is bad, but it is very creative and interesting to watch. Director, compensate me with a pair of eyes that haven't seen this movie. By the way, have you listened to the ending song of this movie? It's unexpectedly good. It can be said to be the only advantage of this movie. How weird. Let me watch it again. After all, as a professional film critic, Liub is different from the audience. He quickly grasped the unusualness of this movie. Although it is a bad movie, they actually watched the whole movie at 1x speed and patiently watched it without any boring moments. They even laughed out loud at the hard acting of the leading actors from time to time. When a movie is destined to fail to reach the upper limit of the same theme, perhaps it can go the other way and try to challenge the bottom line. Judging from the score of Titanic 2 breaking the 3.0 mark, it is definitely a bad movie. But judging from various viewing data, its popularity is not low. I seem to understand why Kuiguang Group wants to invest in this movie. Liub nodded. I feel that this movie will definitely be a big hit after the commentary is made. Okay, Brother B, then which series should we put this movie in? Is it a good movie recommendation or a bad movie complaint? Liub was a little embarrassed for a while. Put this movie in the good movie recommendation? Although this movie looks very funny, just like its score, it is definitely not a good movie. Put a bad movie complaint? This is fundamentally different from the traditional disgusting bad movies. Liub thought for several minutes and suddenly slammed the table. How about this? We start a new series called The Funny Zone. It seems that the Kuiguang Group didn't give much attention to Titanic 2. We will help promote it and take advantage of it to enrich our column, show goodwill to the Kuiguang Group, and expand the breadth of our videos, killing two birds with one stone. Since the last pleasant cooperation with the Kuiguang Group, they have a good impression of this entertainment company with a good reputation. Indeed, this bad movie was released silently, which is a pity. With a little publicity, it will definitely be a big hit. Chapter 241. Can this person who spreads rumors everywhere be banned? Since the movies invested and filmed by Kuiguang, it can be said that every movie released can set off a wave of popularity on the internet. Except for those uploaders who have been sued by Kuiguang and are forced to spend their limited energy on the lawsuit and hide in their beds at night to scold young Ruoqian. Other uploaders can be said to be very happy. Every time a movie of Kuiguang Group is released, it brings a huge wave of popularity. Movie review uploaders and bloggers only need to follow up and comment without thinking, and a random video can be played millions of times. Even those small bloggers with only hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of fans can get high playback volume by complaining or commenting on movies under Kuiguang Group. The Dragon Son-in-Law Protecting the Country, The Black Robe Inspection Team and Titanic 2, which was just released not long ago and looks like the Shelter Company on the surface, but is actually produced by Kuiguang Group. Each of them has achieved full popularity. One of the biggest beneficiaries is Liu movie. After catching the trend 3 times in a row, he produced the commentary video at the first time each time. The fans and video data both skyrocketed, and he even received a guaranteed contract incentive from the software platform. Although the terms of the contract are not very good, there are requirements for the total monthly video playback volume and the average playback volume. Only after meeting the requirements can you get a guaranteed salary of 2,000 yuan per month. But the ZIOLIU video account itself has a lot of fans and the quality is excellent. In addition, after the last collaboration with the Kuiguang Group, it has a good reputation. LIUB Studio still has no pressure to get the 2,000 yuan. The income is at least stable. For this reason, LIUB even opened a new column called Funny Zone, and the latest and only submission is Titanic 2. Only a few days have passed, and the background of LIUB's account has received countless urgings from fans, hoping that they can update the funny section more. LIUB responded directly in his post, "I have seen all the recent comments from fans, but you may have misconception about this series of videos. In fact, compared with good movie recommendations and bad movie complaints, the production of the comedy section is the most difficult. This is 70% true. After all, serious and funny movies like this are aired both at home and abroad. If it is a completely funny comedy, it can be classified as a good movie recommendation. If it is a film or TV series that is disgusting, but funny to complain about, it will generally appear in the bad movie complaints. It is really hard to find a unique movie like Titanic 2. Most of them will be submerged in a large number of low quality films and TV series, and they will not make any waves. If you force the video to be of substandard quality, the audience's high expectations may be pulled down. It is better to leave it there for the time being, whet their appetite, and wait until there is really sure material before making it. In this way, the reputation of this column will also be improved, and the fans will be more sticky. Everyone is looking forward to when the funny complaints can be updated, but if they find that the update is not funny complaints, they will not mind clicking on the new manuscripts of ZIOLIU's movies to take a look. LIUB Studio now relies on the minimum living allowance and step-by-step work to produce 3 or 4 videos every month. The minimum living allowance plus advertising fees can keep the studio above the poverty line. Of course, when you drink water, you should not forget the well digger. After all, LIUB has made a lot of benefits because of the Kuiguang Group, and he has opened a new section for this purpose. He always has to say good things. Friends outside the industry may be unfamiliar with the production company of the movie Titanic 2, the Shelter Company, but many people don't know that this company is controlled by the Kuiguang Group. This is the 3rd movie they have shot. To be honest, whether it is the picture, special effects, actors, or director, they all deserve the word shoddy. The total production cost of the movie will not exceed 500,000. Perhaps many people think that the Kuiguang Group can make such a movie. It must be because they make too much money and are not serious about it. People change when they get rich. No matter how funny these plots seem, they can't cover up the fact that this is a bad movie. The facts may be just the opposite. Everyone who thinks so is wrong. According to everyone's tacit agreement, 20 to 30% of the box office will be distributed to the film production company. Then the Kuiguang Group's guaranteed profit this time is 200 million. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the concept of 200 million? Just deposit it in the bank and earn interest, and 500,000 will come easily. Even if the Kuiguang Group wants to be rotten, it will not ruin its own company's reputation for the production cost of 500,000. It's not worth it to do so. Why would a company that has risen so fast and has made few failed investments still want to make such a movie? Have you ever thought about the underlying reasons? The reason is simple. Kuiguang is not only making blockbusters and presenting a visual feast to the audience, they are also trying to improve the current environment in the film and television industry. As we all know, the strong take all in the entertainment industry. There are only a few good film and television dramas and variety shows every year, and there are only a few actors and idols that can be accommodated. The opportunities for display are limited, and famous artists can eat up the entire market, while others can't even get a piece of the pie. Even within the Kuiguang Group itself, there is the same problem. The Black Robe Inspection team certainly made several leading actors popular, but how many such movies can they make in a year if they are working at full capacity? Once they are made, how will the limited leading roles be allocated? Kuiguang saw this early on, and they are trying to develop another track. Will there be such a market with low investment and fast production, and audiences buying it? Is there such a market that can allow those frustrated actors to at least appear in front of the big screen once, so that they can at least have an income to support their livelihood and have enough capital to continue to struggle in the entertainment industry? Even though it has achieved great success, Kuiguang, a company that has climbed up step by step from the bottom, is constantly asking itself, can it let some fresh air flow into this cramped entertainment industry? Now, Kuiguang Group can proudly say that they did it, even if the money they made from these film and television dramas may not be as much as the interest they deposit in the bank. They still did it without hesitation. It can only be said that Kuiguang is a company that attaches great importance to the internal ecology of the industry and is willing to spend money, energy, and time to study this thankless and even conscientious company that may aid the enemy. Here, I would like to appeal to everyone here. If you have nothing to do and want to watch something fun to relieve boredom, you can consider watching the movies of the Shelter Company. Perhaps it is because of your little insignificant support that a buried artist has one more reason to persevere. And this movie is really interesting. I'm really not a troll. Haha. As soon as this long article was published, it was immediately forwarded by countless people, and the popularity was even higher than Titanic 2 itself. It even resonated with many people in the industry. Is there really such a company? If it was another company saying this, I definitely wouldn't believe it, and I would definitely think it was a marketing trick. But you said it was Kuiguang. I think it's a bit credible. Then let's not talk nonsense. I would die for the boss if I were given any of the benefits in Kuiguang Group. I believe their boss really has a dream in it. I've watched the original movie without skipping a minute. To be honest, it's countless times funnier than the commentary. Hahaha. Everyone go and watch it. If you don't have a membership, just watch an advertisement. It's definitely worth it. As an unknown little extra who has been struggling in the entertainment industry for several years, I feel deeply that Kuiguang is simply my hero. Fuck. From now on, I feel like I can watch any movie produced by Kuiguang Group without thinking. Not only do they make every movie with great care, but they also take on things that they shouldn't have to take on. What's there to hesitate about? Such a conscientious company can't fail. I'm fully supporting it anyway. Fengaluo, Yellow V certification. I was wondering why they rejected my invitation to cooperate with me last time. It turns out this is the reason. Capture Sister Feng in person. Sister Feng was rejected too? I'm suddenly very interested in the boss of Kuiguang Group. Is there any media outlet that would do an exclusive interview with him? Yang Ruoqian was stunned as he watched the craze that the knockoff movie Titanic 2 had set off on the internet. Fuck. It's okay for company employees and partners to make malicious assumptions, but why can even an uploader who has nothing to do with me slander me so casually? In order not to cause heat, Yang Ruoqian specifically instructed the operation department to keep the publicity of Titanic 2 to a minimum. As a result, SYNOPSIS movie relied on imagination and a stroke of the pen, and all Yang Ruoqian's efforts went to waste. Good man. A copycat product was made, and it directly rose to the height of the fate of the entire entertainment industry, right? The key is that other people really believed it. Too outrageous. The grievances between SYNOPSIS movie and Kuiguang Group have a history. An outrageous dragon son-in-law protecting the country was blown into a funny blockbuster, causing Mr. Yang's confident debut in the entertainment industry to suffer a Waterloo. The trailer of the Black Robe Inspection Team was explained before it was released, which brought a lot of heat. It was also the direct fuse for the war between Kuiguang and Youfu, which brought the heat of the entire movie to an unprecedented height. This time, even a bad movie was said to save the entertainment industry. From the establishment of the company to the present, no matter which of the three films, SYNOPSIS movie is always in place in time and stands at the forefront of praise. He even praises the worst one the most. This makes Yang Ruoqian a little unconfident about the science fiction work The Wandering Blue Planet that will be filmed in the future. No, I can't let this thorn in my side to bully others on my territory. I must make this person shut up. While sighing, Yang Ruoqian asked jokingly, "System, if I want to bang someone, can I use company funds to reimburse me?" This question was just a joke. LIUB's starting point was good after all, although he'd better not start. In fact, LIUB can't be blamed for this matter. At first, Yang Ruoqian and other partners thought that the logic of this copycat movie making money was similar to other copycat products. With low publicity and promotion costs, and low production costs, as long as there is a little market, it can easily make money. But judging from the number of views of these videos, it seems that everyone is also very interested in this bad movie itself. Soon, the system gave a brief answer to the question of banning. If you want to forcibly ban bad artists who have made extremely improper remarks, or other people who meet the regulations, for detailed regulations, please refer to Article 202. You can use company funds to reimburse, and will not be judged as malicious competition. No. Yang Ruoqian now has too many worries, and he really can't stand another one. It must be solved immediately. The problem is that the hard way is prohibited by the system, and the soft way. LIUB has proved with actual actions that he is still a relatively principled person. Spending money to avoid disaster may not work, and if too much money is spent, the matter may be accidentally exposed, which may cause more serious consequences. For example, it will further strengthen the rumor that the Kuiguang group does not value fame and fortune, causing the audience to be more generous. Even if a bad movie is really made, the audience is willing to generate electricity for love. I don't believe that a person has no weaknesses at all. Yang Ruoqian called the Ministry of Justice viciously and assigned new tasks to the detectives, who were idle because of the evidence that fell from the sky. Everyone, organize all your forces and use legal means to investigate the detailed information of several people in ZIOLIU movie. Well, don't harass others, and don't touch other people's privacy. Facing a mortal enemy, Mr. Yang, who had suffered many losses, showed his full spirit. He had to kill his opponent in the cradle before he could grow up. Even for the wandering blue star that had not yet started filming, all the hidden dangers had to be eliminated. Yang Ruoqian issued a general mobilization order to the company, and the new movie could only fail, not succeed. After arranging the work, Mr. Yang, who had been busy these days, checked the recent schedule and finally had nothing else to do for the time being. Finally, he had a break. Yang Ruoqian turned his chair, opened the game client, and wanted to take this opportunity to play 2 games quickly. However, before he matched anyone in the game, his phone showed a new call. The number was marked with a name, and it was obviously not a stranger. But the problem was that Yang Ruoqian just felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who this person was for a while. How could someone who came back 10 years later remember so clearly? It's over. I can't remember who this person is all of a sudden. Mr. Yang was a decent man, and even if he didn't know him, he had to pretend to know him. So he picked up the phone, pretending to be very familiar with her, and asking about her well-being. Hey, isn't this Ziogi? I haven't contacted you for a long time. How come you suddenly thought of me? There was silence on the other end of the phone for about 7 or 8 seconds. A slightly awkward voice came from the receiver. Zio Yang, how are you? How are you? Isn't the teacher busy too? Oh, it turned out to be the teacher. I remembered it after being reminded. I don't know why I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, I'm a teacher. I'm used to embarrassing scenes, and I have made mistakes in front of dozens of people in the class. I quickly adjusted my state and said loudly, Student Yang Ruoqian, congratulations on your wealth. Chapter 242. You can't find a job without work experience. Oh, it's Teacher GUI. Hello. What do you mean by getting rich? How can I get rich? Gideon was Yang Ruoqian's college counselor. After 10 years, Yang Ruoqian had no impression of this person, which meant that he was not annoying at least. But Yang Ruoqian was still a little strange. He had already graduated and was not familiar with this counselor. Why did he look for him? Although Yang Ruoqian was admitted to Jinhae University and had very good college entrance examination scores, he could only be considered ordinary among the college's academic masters. There was no reason for him to be highlighted. If you say that you came for the appearance, it would be more appropriate if it was a girl. It seemed that Yang Ruoqian's tone was not particularly enthusiastic, so Gideon's voice became more friendly. You are just too polite. How are you doing recently? Are you married? Although Gideon was not old, he was a whole circle older than Yang Ruoqian, and it was a bit weird to listen to him talking like this. As for getting rich, Brother, do you think that a single hair on my body has anything to do with getting rich? Yang Ruoqian sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's over. Teacher GUI, why don't you just tell me what you want to talk to me about? Hey, don't call me teacher. I'm just a counselor. I can help you when you are in school, but how can I be your teacher now? Gideon continued in his friendly tone. Now it's time for me to call you Mr. Yang. I have something I want to ask you to do. Sure enough, Yang Ruoqian is more or less a seasoned man, and he knows that people who don't contact him normally, but say nice things, when they contact him must have something to ask. Yang Ruoqian more or less expected that his name would be spread to the university. After all, he is rooted in Jinhae City, has such a big business, and it is related to the entertainment industry. Even if Yang Ruoqian himself does not show up, anyone who is interested can find Yang Ruoqian's information with a casual search. Even if he is busy and too lazy to check, with the fame and audience of the Black Robe Inspection Team, which student in the university has not watched it? If there was a curious person who found out that the boss of Kuiguang Group was a graduate of Jinhae University, and he was not much older than them, the news would spread throughout the school in an instant. Knowing that the matter could not be concealed, Yang Ruoqian laughed and said, it's just a small business. Teacher GUI, just tell me, what's the matter? It's like this. Isn't it June? Our school is also in graduation season. Do you have any extra positions to offer to your juniors? I feel relieved to leave them to you. Graduates from a key university like Jinhae University want to come to my company to find a job. Is this a crime? Yang Ruoqian felt like he was listening to a ghost story and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Teacher GUI, you are really a joke. We Jinhae University students can go anywhere to get a good job. Why do we have to come to my small workshop to find a job? As a counselor, Gideon has actually done similar things to ask for help many times. There are times when he was directly rejected coldly. He has long developed a face comparable to the corner of a city wall. He coughed twice and said, hey, some of the students who study liberal arts have not been able to find a job that suits their tastes. Don't worry, they are all excellent students. They all have a good attitude. After hearing this explanation, Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized. It turned out that they were the graduates who were unemployed after graduation. Nowadays, there are more and more college graduates, and academic inflation is getting more and more serious. Even in schools like Jinhae University, there will be unemployment. In liberal arts, where professional barriers are not so strong, the unemployment situation will be more serious. Even if they find a job, the salary and benefits may be a bit different from what the graduates imagined. Once the psychological gap comes, they can only be unemployed. In some extreme cases, even master's degree graduates may not be able to find a job they like. However, the employment rate after graduation must be counted into the performance. Even if the students can find a job or not, it actually has little to do with the counselors, but the task is a task, and if the employment rate cannot be improved, they will be criticized. In order to achieve this achievement, the counselors and teachers can be said to have shown their magical powers. They try their best to help find jobs. Even if the job is not suitable and the students resign in the end, they can say that they don't want to do it themselves, and it is still considered an employment achievement. If the school recruitment is really difficult, then they will trick the students into contacting their relatives' units and getting a job if they can. As long as they can get a month's salary, they will be fooled. If both ways are really blocked, they can only use all the connections they can, such as contacting old classmates, old friends, or former students. If each person's connections are plugged in with 2 or 3 students, the employment problem will be solved. Of course, Gideon also knew that the success rate was not high, so he was prepared to be rejected outright. Now that the Kuiguang Group has become one of the leaders in Jinhae City, they may not give him this face. There will definitely be more than a few people willing to submit their resumes to such a large enterprise, so where are the real vacant positions? Who doesn't know that students who cannot solve the employment problem with the above employment solutions are definitely not excellent? So even if Yang Ruoqian didn't give him face, Gideon had to smile the whole time and absolutely couldn't offend this big boss. If the negotiation failed this time, he could be more polite and try again next time, and the next time. As long as he could succeed once, he would be lucky. If he offended him now, he would never be able to succeed in the future. After understanding what Gideon was thinking, Yang Ruoqian was suddenly happy. It turned out that they were the extremely cute juniors who had been eliminated in countless rounds. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is exactly the talent that the company urgently needs. The misunderstanding was resolved. In the last social recruitment, Yang Ruoqian tried to recruit some idiots and let them run the peripheral business of the esports industry. As a result, the team formed not only did not ruin the project, but became more and more prosperous. This time, Yang Ruoqian decided to learn from his lesson and not do any social recruitment. He would directly recruit from the campus and hand over various new projects to fresh graduates who can only talk about it on paper, and they are the ones with poor grades. It will definitely be right. To be honest, the time it took for Kuiguang Group to take off was too short, so short that Yang Ruoqian didn't have time to organize a real campus recruitment. When I graduated from university, I always saw people from other companies come to my school for campus recruitment. Now I can recruit others, even my juniors, and it always feels interesting and fresh. But Yang Ruoqian, who had been cheated so many times, did not make up his mind immediately. He thought about it for a while and said, "How about this, Teacher GUI? I can't make a decision right away. I will take some time in 2 days to go back to school and take a look in person. How about it?" He didn't agree on the spot, but he was willing to go to the school in person to take a look. Exclamation mark. Even if it's for face, Yang Ruoqian will recruit 1 or 2 people, right? Otherwise, it's a bit unreasonable for such a big boss to come out and do nothing. The matter is half done. We must explain to those troublesome students, make full preparations, and never be careless. Gideon didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was flattered and asked, "You actually came here in person? Will it affect your work?" No matter how important work is, it is not as important as the future of my juniors. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the computer screen and smiled. "Teacher GUI, you can arrange a time and send a text message to my mobile phone." "Well, good. If you have time, you can also give a speech or something, so that they can learn from your successful experience." The casting interface on Yang Ruoqian's computer screen has ended and entered the formal game stage. He was quite anxious. "Let's talk about it later." Hang up. After hanging up the phone, while Yang Ruoqian was playing games, Gideon also sent a copy of the student's information. Although Yang Ruoqian promised to recruit in person at the university, a big boss like this might suddenly have an important project that takes up his time. If the person who comes is not Yang Ruoqian, but the personnel of Kuiguang Group, the face thing may not be useful. After the game was over, Yang Ruoqian reluctantly closed the client, opened the email, and carefully looked at the information of these students. As expected, most of them were students majoring in liberal arts, and their resumes also had a kind of pure beauty that had not been polluted. It was almost the kind that had nothing to show except academic qualifications. After the name of Kuiguang Group was made, it had been a long time since I received such a perfect resume. Yang Ruoqian looked at these beautiful resumes that could only be received in the early stages of the company's entrepreneurship and was almost moved to tears. Moreover, these students not only have the advantage of having no work experience, but also their academic performance and theoretical knowledge level are not good. Those with relatively outstanding academic performance can generally get a place in graduate school, so they don't graduate directly from undergraduate school. Or they have found a very good job opportunity, so good that they can give up their graduate degree for it. Those who are slightly worse will also prepare materials and prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Of course, those who plan to start their own business like Yang Ruoqian may not necessarily study for a master's degree. As for what positions these top students will be assigned to and what jobs they will do, Yang Ruoqian has not yet decided and will make a decision after the school takes a look in person. Whether these students are as perfect as they say on their resumes, Yang Ruoqian will not easily judge before meeting them in person. According to general logic, most people would definitely want to make their resumes as beautiful as possible, but there are too many unexpected situations in the Kuiguang Group, so President Yang has to take precautions. It is possible that he will encounter rebellious young people who are desperate and deliberately make their resumes very poorly, even though they have good conditions. The probability is very low, but it is definitely not zero. Even if the probability is lower, it happens to a person or a company, and it is a 100% tragedy. At the end of a day's work, when he and Chang Ziking went home, Yang Ruoqian also mentioned this matter. I plan to go back to my alma mater in a couple of days. Do you want to come with me? Chang Ziking was not surprised. Why did you suddenly think of it? Are your classmates planning to get together again? Yang Ruoqian explained. No, the counselor called me this afternoon and said that he wanted me to help. You know, just to improve the employment rate. Did you agree? Well, after all, they are my juniors, so I will help them if I can. Chang Ziking was also very curious about this kind of thing. As she was also an alumnus, she agreed very readily. Okay, let's go and have a look together the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, on Friday, in a classroom at Jinhae University, Kuiguang, who was of medium height and build, stood on the podium, lecturing a dozen young people with a look of disappointment on his face. You guys, being able to get into Jinhae University shows that you have no problem with your talent. You should be more confident, okay? The teacher can only help you for the last time. I won't say any harsh words. You won't have the chance to listen to my nagging in the future. The person who will come this time is your senior. He was an outstanding student in school and participated in club activities every day. Do you know Kuiguang Group? It's a local enterprise in our area, a large company with a market value of more than 1 billion. He is the chairman. If Yang Ruoqian heard this, he would definitely complain. His grades were okay, but they were not outstanding. He was just average, about the same as Chang Ziking. He didn't even participate in any club activities. He was busy with the initial preparations for starting a business at that time. Who had time to participate in club activities? The teacher took a lot of effort to invite him here, but whether he will be favored in the end depends on your own performance. Many people in the audience showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. When they were in school, Kuiguang was not a particularly accommodating counselor who got along well with all students, but he would not deliberately make things difficult for others. So everyone's impression of him was basically neither good nor bad. But now that they have graduated, Kuiguang actually helped them find jobs, and even found a company of the level of Kuiguang Group. I have to say, it was indeed a bit touching and a bit unexpected. At first, they thought that they graduated from a prestigious university and big companies were scrambling to hire them, but when they were looking for a job, they were rejected again and again, and they were blocked everywhere, and their mentality was about to collapse. Moreover, most of the students who were overwhelmed by work matters had no family background, and could not provide a resume with work channels or work experience. If it weren't for the counselor's help in making contacts everywhere, they would really become the group of people who would be unemployed after graduation. How many connections would it take to call the chairman of Kuiguang Group in person? Can the performance brought by finding jobs for a few of them and the employment rate they pulled up really compare to this favor? The students were both uneasy and nervous. I just don't know if Senior Yang is easy to talk to and how many people he can recruit. There are more than a dozen unemployed students present. It is normal to recruit 1, 2 is considered to have exceeded the target, and more than 3 is a miracle. In short, most people still can't seize this opportunity. After Kuiguang finished speaking, he looked at the time and found that it was about time, so he reached out for the remote control, turned off the air conditioner in the classroom, and led the students to the gymnasium. Chapter 243 Wholesale of Talents. Jinhae University Gymnasium. Jian Shen, who was standing in line at the end of the line, kept encouraging himself to relieve the nervousness in his heart. Not far away, a young man and woman sat on simple chairs, with several documents placed on the wooden desk in front of them. A student answered questions at the table nervously, while Kuiguang, who had just been lecturing, stood aside with 2 bottles of misty mineral water in his hands. It was a hot day, and it was reasonable for the big boss to come in person and prepare 2 bottles of ice water. This is the last chance, and I must succeed. While Jian She was thinking about it, the figure in front of Jian She suddenly turned around and patted Jian She's shoulder hard, which scared her. Jian She, did you see that? The seniors are so beautiful. It's a pity that they didn't enter the entertainment industry. The girl in front of the line was not nervous at all. Instead, she looked at Yang Ruoqian with relish, who was reviewing resumes and discussing things with the students. I thought it was my turn. Jian She shook his head with a wry smile. Good looks have nothing to do with me. Whether I can be hired this time is the most important thing. Really? I'm not worried at all. The girl in front of him was obviously very familiar with Jian She, and there was no sense of strangeness or courtesy when she spoke. You're not worried? Jian She was shocked. Did you know this senior before? The grades of the two of them were in the middle to lower level among the dozen. Crooked melons and cracked dates, and the possibility of being hired into the Kuiguang group was very small. Unlike his good friend, who completely broke the string after being admitted to a good university and played badly for 4 years, Jian She worked very hard, but the problem was that he was too nerdy, and he came from a province with less pressure in the college entrance examination, so his brain was indeed not as smart as others. So when his major, connections and grades were not ideal, and he was not a person with much social interaction, his resume was naturally ugly. No, if I knew such a big shot, would I still be here queuing up with you guys? Jian She thought for a while, then asked, has teacher GUI already arranged everything for you and senior Yang? Who do you think I am? I don't have that ability. After being firmly denied twice in a row, Jian She really couldn't think of an answer. He shook his head with a wry smile. How do I know why you are not worried? Because worrying is useless. With our level, we are just here to be the denominator for others. Stupid. Do you really expect to be admitted by the Kuiguang group? If you search the internet for their company's salary, benefits and welfare levels, you wouldn't dare to dream of such a dream. Jian She, who was still trying to cheer himself up in his heart, became a little panicked when he heard it. Ah, is it that difficult? Nonsense. Don't you learn about it before looking for a job? The unpleasant voice continued to come. Kuiguang Group is not an unknown company on the internet. How many outstanding big guys have submitted their resumes and were rejected in seconds? For us too little Karami, the important thing is to participate. If it weren't for his alma mater, Senior Yang might not even bother to look at them. He was the type who would get his resume dumped in seconds after sending it. What should I do then? However, before Jian She could wail, Gidong's voice came from the front. Where is classmate Jian She? Come here. Jian She, who always had a single-minded attitude, threw an apologetic look at her bestie and walked towards Yang Ruoqian's seat. As soon as a student in front of her made way, Jian She saw Yang Ruoqian lowering his head, making annotations on the paper on the table, and beckoning her to sit down. Such an ordinary scene made Jian She even more nervous. The piece of paper written by Yang Ruoqian was like the book of life and death of the king of hell, and every record represented a person's future. Whether to join Kuiguang Group and have a bright and far-reaching future from now on, or to draw water with a bamboo basket and get nothing and continue to be unemployed. It was all a matter of a few strokes. Hello, Senior Yang. My name is Jian She. Yang Ruoqian, who was killing time by doodling on his notebook, nodded nonchalantly. He was not really interested in the information of these students. He came to the interview just to confirm whether the resume information was true. There was no need to record files. It was just that, if he didn't write anything down, it would feel awkward to sit there with empty hands. Hello, you're welcome. Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked casually, I've read your resume. The content is substantial, the wording is concise. Well, the grades are stable, the personality is calm and introverted, hardworking and studious, and the notes are neat. Overall, it's still very good. Jian She listened to the senior's evaluation of himself, nodded repeatedly, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. Although it sounded like a compliment, why did it feel like it was completely without actual content? But anyone could use these words? Excuse me, senior. Yang Ruoqian continued to draw stick figures on his notebook and asked absent-mindedly, well, but since you want to work in our group, you should have done your homework and know what business our group is in, right? Jian She immediately replied, yes, the main business of Kuiguang Group is currently divided into 3 parts. The first part is traditional live broadcasting, which makes money through rewards. The second part is live broadcasting with goods, which makes money through the profits from selling goods. The third part is entertainment brokerage and film and television drama investment. In order to give the boss of Kuiguang Group a good impression as much as possible, Jian Xie has done a lot of homework on Kuiguang Group during this period. This basic information can be said to be memorized by heart. However, the next words of the young man who was writing and drawing with his head down were almost a bolt from the blue for Jian Xie. Well, not bad. Do you have any specific understanding of live broadcasting and entertainment? The most feared question is still here. For someone like Jian Xie, who has only known the dormitory, the dining hall, and the playground since junior high school, and has barely touched novels, mobile phones, magazines, and Tiki-It, how could he possibly know anything about live streaming and the entertainment industry? There were only 2 days to cram for the exam, and even if Jian Xie worked 24 hours a day, it would be impossible for him to cram all these things. She didn't dare pretend to know. I'm sorry senior, I don't know much about the entertainment industry, but I will study hard. Well, you are positive and hardworking, and you have a good motivation. Yang Ruoqian used the template of elementary school teachers to praise people and said, have you ever done live streaming or something in your spare time? Yang Ruoqian's question is not actually contradictory to the previous one. Sometimes even the anchor himself may not know enough about live streaming and the entertainment industry. The simplest example is Gaonayan, who is still making a fuss about live streaming and contributing a dazzling number to the financial report every month. This girl also doesn't know anything, but it doesn't stop her from wanting to make some money in her spare time with the help of live streaming. In order to avoid this special situation and to prevent a drop of soup from spoiling the whole pot of rat shit, Yang Ruoqian took great pains. Jian Xie shook his head a little embarrassedly. No. It was almost the same as the previous few students, and he could be recruited into the company. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently and said, okay, classmate Jian Xie, we have learned about your situation here. You can just sit down for a while. I will inform everyone of the admission results later, okay? Jian Xie felt that she was simply wasting Mr. Yang's precious life, and felt quite ashamed. Sorry to bother you. I'm really sorry. After saying that, she stood up from the chair and walked towards the team with only one person left. When her bestie saw Jian Xie like this, she couldn't help laughing. How is it? Failed? I said, with the way you read books and newspapers, how could you be recruited by an entertainment company? As she said that, she patted Jian Xie's shoulder again and comforted him. It's okay, don't be discouraged, I'll be unemployed with you. After saying that, she walked forward, sat in front of Yang Ruoqian, and perfunctorily answered all the questions with a few words of I don't know, I'm not clear, I don't understand, I'm sorry. As a frequent surfer, she couldn't be completely unaware of these things, but she felt that her chances of entering the Kuiguang Group were basically infinitely close to zero, so she was too lazy to spend more time to deal with it. After answering, as the last student to be reviewed, she walked to Jian Xie with a refreshed spirit and bumped her with her shoulder. How is it? Is it nice? There's no need to be like this, right? What are you afraid of? If you can't find a job here, there will always be a place to find a job. Not far away. After Yang Ruoqian reviewed everyone's information, Gideon quietly walked over from the side and asked cautiously, Mr. Yang, how is it? Are there any students you like among these students? At this time, Gideon's nervousness was no less than that of the students waiting for the verdict. I hope that, for the sake of my alma mater, I can recruit someone. Yang Ruoqian put away his doodles, pretending that he had thought it over for a long time, and nodded gently. I have read the resume you sent me, and I have also asked about the specific situations of my juniors. That's the situation. I understand the specific situation. Although everyone's own situation is different, based on the general situation, my arrangement can still cover most situations. Because he didn't remember anything, Yang Ruoqian could only talk nonsense to keep up the occasion. Gideon nodded, with an expression of sudden enlightenment and admiration on his face. So, although this talk is not much different from nonsense, since Yang Ruoqian is willing to spend time talking nonsense, he should have a candidate in mind. After making this judgment, Gideon's heart was suddenly relieved. He also felt that his efforts in the past few days were not in vain. Well, I think your students are all very good, so I'll take them all. Yang Ruoqian stood up, his tone full of satisfaction. If there is such a good thing next time, please inform me as soon as possible. Gideon was just about to follow Yang Ruoqian's steps to congratulate the lucky person who was admitted to Kuiguang Group and encourage other students, but this sentence made him feel depressed. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Just pack them all up and take them away. Exclamation mark. More than a dozen people, not one left, all recruited into the company? Gideon himself knew that this batch of students was defective products. In order to save face for both sides, he shamelessly said that they were excellent students, but it was just a polite gesture. Yang Ruoqian personally read the resumes and interviewed this batch of students in person. Even the last student who came up directly answered all the questions with a long "I don't know." It was so perfunctory that even Gideon was embarrassed to say that he was an excellent student. But Yang Ruoqian seemed to recognize these dozen students from the bottom of his heart. Even if they answered a lot of "I don't know," they would still be in his eyes. Gideon was a little confused. Well, Yang Ruoqian, actually, you don't have to force yourself to recruit so many. 1 or 2 will be enough. Gideon mistakenly thought that Yang Ruoqian was reluctant to recruit all the students because of his alma mater and the counselor's face. Gideon certainly had to try his best to dissuade such behavior of exhausting the pond to catch fish. This time, he brought more than a dozen people into the company for the sake of face, which really overdrew this network of contacts. If he really did this, Gideon doubted whether he could get through to Yang Ruoqian next time. The network of a group boss with a market value of more than 1 billion, a good reputation, and great room for future development was overdrawn just because of a dozen students. He was really a super sucker. No, Mr. GUI, you think too much. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. You don't know, these students you sent here have solved my urgent needs, especially the last student interviewed, who is an employee that our company urgently needs. If there are such talents in the future, please be sure to notify me as soon as possible and leave them to me as soon as possible. I will definitely rush to wholesale them as soon as possible. Gideon. There are still companies that lack employees who know nothing and can't do anything. Then can I go too? Being a counselor is not as promising as working in Kuiguang Group. If it weren't for the fact that Kuiguang Group has a good reputation, owns a large number of assets in Jinhei, and has always seen industrial output, Gideon almost doubted what business Yang Ruoqian was doing. Then I will notify them like this? Gideon asked dizzy and uncertainly. When will they report to the company? Just notify them like this, and the reporting time, of course, the sooner the better. Going to work 1 day earlier can get 1 more day's salary, which will be of great help to the poor financial situation in the 3rd quarter. After Yang Ruoqian finished speaking, he left with great satisfaction. This time he came to his alma mater to pan for gold, and he could be said to have returned with a full load. Next, he would immediately and seriously consider what projects to arrange for these students. Jian Shen, who was silently waiting for the result, watched Gideon and Yang Ruoqian talking, and watched their counselor's face become more and more strange, while Senior Yang sat on the diorite from beginning to end, and his heart was constantly beating. Could it be that not even one person can be admitted? Otherwise, why would Teacher GUI's face be so strange? Not only Jian She, but most of the other students would also observe the words and expressions, and they were also extremely tormented. When Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking got up and left, Gideon still had that strange expression on his face. Seeing the students' anxiety and nervous hearts about to jump out, Gideon waved his hand slightly and asked them to relax. Well, things may be a little unexpected, but the news is good news. Don't be nervous, classmates. Your senior Yang is a very easygoing person. Well, all of you here have been accepted by Kuiguang Group, and you can report to the company tomorrow and wait for them to arrange specific work content. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Nothing But Money. Shengjing Heian, Kuiguang Group. Today is the day for outstanding students to join the company. Yang Ruoqian is now perfecting the last step of his arrangement. In fact, Yang has been struggling for a while about how to properly place this group of talents to maximize the loss-making effect. Distribute them to different departments of the group. Not very good. Now that other projects are relatively mature and the structure is stable, inserting a few talents will not only not play the role of black sheep, but on the contrary, may be assimilated by old employees. To put it another way, even if their abilities are really bad to the extent of dragging the company down, the destructive power of a few small employees on the project is so small that it can be ignored. At most, it is just a lot of idlers who eat empty salaries. With the current financial resources of Kuiguang Group, the empty salaries of a dozen idlers are insignificant. Even if they are paid at the highest standard, the negative contribution to the third quarter is basically close to nothing. Gathered together, they are a bunch of stars. Scattered, they are a sky full of shit. They still have to gather together to play a significant role. Then just pack up these juniors and find the most profitable cancerous project to pack them in? Not good either. Mature projects have great prestige for both senior and middle level leaders. A dozen people may sound impressive, but they may not be able to make waves in front of so many veterans with both achievements and qualifications. Most of the dozen students are pure and clean in their hearts, and they are very malleable. They cannot be easily taught by the old employees. After thinking again and again, Yang Ruoqian suddenly came up with a very creative idea. Give these juniors a new project to do. However, unlike previous projects, Yang Ruoqian has learned countless lessons and plans to do something with this project. A year ago, the naive general manager Yang thought that, as long as he formulated a wrong general direction, and then found a bunch of inexperienced employees to follow this direction, he could achieve the goal of losing money. During this period, General Manager Yang, who was full of confidence in the general direction, gave employees a green light everywhere, giving them people and money. He gave them everything they wanted. Judging from the results, this outdated and extreme thinking has long been out of line with the trend of the times. Yang Ruoqian had already brewed a new plan in his mind. First of all, this project was not specifically established, and there was not even a general direction. The assignment was just nonsense, leaving employees to guess. Even if there was no leader, the whole army would be annihilated. Not to mention that now there is no leader, the project will only be more chaotic and worse. Secondly, the level of more than a dozen employees is the same. Before the project performance comes out, there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Most of them are not familiar with each other. This arrangement is enough to carry forward the traditional virtue of 3 monks have no water to drink to the greatest extent. The first ruthless move was not enough. Mr. Yang, who had been repeatedly breached by employees, had learned to be smart. This time, there is not only a first insurance, a second insurance, but also a more genius triple insurance. That is the constraint from the group, or more accurately, from Yang Ruoqian himself. In the past, after he decided on a garbage project, he gave employees whatever they wanted and provided whatever help they needed. But this time, everything is different. Yang Ruoqian did not provide anything except unlimited funds. Not only that, he also imposed many restrictions. For example, the project could not be outsourced, new employees could not be recruited without the approval of the group headquarters, other projects of the group could not be interfered with, and so on. Except for money, nothing was approved. It was a hard choke. The whole project must be a complete headless fly. In short, Yang Ruoqian planned to use nonsense to create a new project for the emperor. Let a group of inexperienced newcomers do this non-existent project, and they were not allowed to ask for any help from the outside world. I don't believe it. Is there anyone who can achieve results facing a bunch of air? And most of these people are outsiders who don't know much about the entertainment industry. If this kind of project can make money again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian once again affirmed his intelligence and talent. Such a divine scheme, I'm afraid it would be quite explosive in any era, right? Giant Shen, give me a pinch. Am I really not dreaming? Gu Yangxin, who had given a bad performance in front of Yang Ruoqian at the gymnasium last time, couldn't believe that she could be directly hired. Senior Yang waved his hand and packed all of us away. Is getting really so prestigious? Is this really where we will work in the future? Giant carefully looked around the office and sat down at his seat, fearing that he would accidentally break something if he moved too much. I've said it before. Before things come to a conclusion, we should try our best to persevere. No, this is not what I'm most worried about now. Kuiguang sat down at her workstation with a look of horror on her face. I gave a bad performance in the interview. Will the senior hold a grudge and assign me some work like sweeping the floor, cooking, and wiping the table? Giant Shen, who had found a job, was in a rare state of relaxation. Hearing Kuiguang's horrified inquiry, he couldn't help laughing. A dozen people who had been anxious not long ago had just entered the company, and before they could even say a few polite words, they were rushed to sign the labor contract like ducks. Along with the labor contract, 3 documents were issued: the employee code, the ideological guidelines, and the test questions. Based on these 2 documents, employees who failed the test could not officially participate in the work, and could only be punished by taking paid tests until they passed the test. If they could not pass the test, they could only review for the test, and could never work. After failing several times, they finally passed the test, and finally sat in this spacious office. Giant Chef finished laughing and comforted him. I think you should think seriously about what tasks he will assign to us instead of worrying about whether he will give you a hard time. Have you seen the treatment in the contract? How difficult must the task be to deserve such treatment? If we fail to complete the task, we will really be kicked out. Kuiguang cheered up. That's right. The company will definitely not pay me a high salary to clean the toilet. It's such a waste of money. A salary of 11,000 yuan. Who can afford it? To find a cleaner to clean the toilet, you can get it done with a few thousand yuan, and you don't need many benefits. Why offer a salary of tens of thousands? What does this show? It shows that the senior thinks that each of them can create at least 11,000 yuan of value for the company every month. I'm so nervous now. A gentle boy next to him pushed his glasses and interrupted. I actually know almost nothing about the entertainment industry. What if I mess up the job by accident? What are you afraid of? The group will definitely send a big boss to lead us. How can a group of newcomers be responsible for such an important project right after they come in? Yes, look at our job arrangement. Everyone is at the same level, which means that there must be a leader coming over. Otherwise, how can we distribute the work? When the time comes, we will do whatever the boss tells us to do. Even if he deliberately embarrasses me, I will accept it. Such a high salary, such good benefits, just a small shoe, I can take it. Hey, check the corporate WeChat. Our mission is here. The noisy people suddenly quieted down, stopped talking, and immediately took out their mobile phones and clicked on the document sent by Yang Ruoqian in person with the attitude of preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a piece of information that can determine your future life more than the college entrance examination. You must read it carefully before the group leader comes over. A group of people who don't even know much about the entertainment industry suddenly came to one of the top entertainment companies in the city or even the province. Even if they don't have enough ability, they still have to get their attitude right. Kuiguang, who thought he had left a very bad impression on his leader, had an extremely positive work attitude and carefully browsed the document at the fastest speed. 1. Project background and goals. Kuiguang Group is a company specializing in entertainment business, with 1 year of rich industry experience and, in order to adapt to market changes and customer needs, the company decided to launch this project, aiming to improve the work and adaptability of new employees through new methods, and achieve the dual effects of talent training and profitability. A lot of nonsense. Very good. It's worthy of being a big company. Kuiguang complained in his heart, and continued to read. The main goal of this project is to complete the preliminary development of the project within 5 years, achieve independent profit and loss balance within 10 years, and achieve profitability within 20 years. Seeing this, Kuiguang suddenly realized that there seemed to be something about this project book that didn't conform to common sense. Generally speaking, even if you want to talk nonsense, it can't be complete nonsense, right? Exclamation mark. At least the project goals must be clearly stated. For example, specific goals such as creating an original music variety show. Just talking about a goal of making a certain amount of money is too broad. It's better to say which project is not established for making money. The document sent by Yang Ruoqian is one of the top ones even in nonsense literature. After reading the whole text, there is not even a little useful information for employees. The whole office, which was originally lively, suddenly became quiet. Everyone was shocked by this project book that seemed unusual from the beginning. Second, project organization and responsibilities. This project is led by an 18-person project team. There will be no project leader or project management office. The project team will be responsible for its own overall coordination and self-supervision. This project also sets up the following subgroups or teams, which are responsible for different work contents. Third, project progress and milestones. Fourth, project risks and countermeasures. After reading 4 paragraphs of nonsense, Kuiguang, who had just graduated from college and was excited to mix in society and the workplace, was completely stunned. Not to mention, whether a project has no leader at all, and even supervision is self-supervision, will cause a big mess. 4 paragraphs of content, more than 1,000 words, and no project is even mentioned. What about the project? Kuiguang couldn't bear it any longer, so she put down her phone and turned to ask Jianshe, "Did you understand this project book?" Even if countless people read it countless times, it was impossible for anyone to understand it. Jianshe also shook his head blankly. "I don't understand the entertainment industry. I feel that what Senior Yang wrote is too profound." Kuiguang yelled in her heart, "Don't say that you don't understand the entertainment industry. Even I don't understand anything about the entertainment industry. Isn't this something about the entertainment industry? It's obviously a problem with the project book, okay? No, you can't think like that. Think calmly and analyze this seemingly strange project book from different dimensions. What level of enterprise is Kuiguang Group? How could it make such a low-level mistake? Combined with Yang Ruoqian's unexpected recruitment of them into the company, judging from the much better contract treatment than ordinary companies, perhaps this project is not as simple as imagined. Deep meaning. There must be a hidden meaning in the seemingly nonsense project book. As long as you can interpret the deep meaning, all problems can be solved." Kuiguang calmed down and turned to ask other people in the office, "What about you guys? Is there anyone who can understand this project book? This is the first project their project team has entered the company. If they are stumped by the project book before the project even starts, their future in the group will be worrying." However, to her disappointment, almost everyone shook their heads quickly. "I don't understand it. I don't understand it either. I don't know what we are going to do after reading it. Why doesn't the group send a leader?" Kuiguang covered her forehead and decided to use the last killer weapon, to ask for help. She copied several copies of the document as quickly as possible and sent them to her professor, her parents, and classmates who were doing well in other places. There was only one question: what deep meaning was hidden in this project book? Soon, the professor's reply came: "Who wrote it? Repeat the year. There is no hope." Before Kuiguang could get confused, the answers from others came one after another. A quick glance showed that all the answers were something like the Riddler should get out of Gotham. It is recommended to ask the person who wrote the project book directly. If you don't want to do the project, you don't have to do it. Damn. None of them are reliable. Aren't you talking nonsense too? The off-field aide was killed before it was even launched, and Kuiguang didn't dare to ask the group. She was a bad person by nature, and she got angry and became more and more aggressive. Anyway, the project book didn't explain it clearly, so I just pretended that I didn't understand it and just followed the surface meaning. No matter what I do, as long as I can make money, even if I don't do it according to the boss's wishes in the end, at least I didn't make a mistake, and I can have an explanation. Anyway, the budget given in the project book is very sufficient. However, if you want to make money, you need an insider who knows the business. Although Kuiguang usually pays attention to the dynamics of the fan circle, and even had a shameful past of chasing stars in high school, an outsider who has not studied systematically will always be an outsider. It is not possible to understand the inside story by watching a few more movies and knowing a few celebrity gossips. So Kuiguang planned to first find the one who is a little more knowledgeable among these 18 classmates, and then implement the project around his plan. In any case, there must be a clear goal and the highest decision maker first. Kuiguang looked around again and asked, "Dear bosses, who among you knows more about the various businesses in the entertainment industry? For the sake of the future, although the company does not divide us into superiors and subordinates, I still suggest that everyone's first project follow the knowledgeable people. Internal strife at this time will only harm everyone." However, to Kuiguang's surprise, the classmates' expressions agreed with this statement very much, but none of them spoke, but stared at her blankly. After being stared at for a long time, Kuiguang's scalp was numb, and after a long while, she stretched out her hand in disbelief, and pointed at herself. "Me? No way. I, a fool who has no knowledge at all, am actually the most knowledgeable person here? Exclamation mark. How can this project be done?" Chapter 245. Something is wrong with the record company. The newly established air project team was worried about their future, but Yang Ruoqian in the president's office was smiling happily. "The project team is in a mess now? Very good, we want this effect, and we will report again." Chang Ziking, who was used as a mouthpiece, was speechless. "You did it on purpose. I thought you didn't sleep well last night, and wrote that mess today. Why do you want to embarrass your juniors? If you are not satisfied, why don't you just not recruit them? Although the salary is very good, it feels a bit strange to give others a blank project in any way." Although Gideon is not Chang Ziking's counselor, Chang Ziking is not without her own counselor. At least in her place, counselors don't have that much face. Giving an admission quota is considered very face-saving. Yang Ruoqian shook his head and said with an unfathomable expression, "Others don't understand the hidden meaning of my project book. Don't you understand it? Don't understand? You actually said I don't understand?" Chang Ziking, who always guessed what Yang Ruoqian was thinking, but always guessed wrong, once again burst out with the spirit of not admitting defeat. "Huh? Who said I can't guess?" Chang Ziking laughed without confidence, turned on her phone, and reread the nonsense document word by word. "Let me read it for 5 minutes, and I can guess what you are thinking right away." As she said that, she began to quickly scan the project book, her beautiful eyes fixed on this masterpiece. That was the essence of all the nonsense, trying to find a few useful pieces of information from it. 5 minutes passed quickly, and looking at Yang Ruoqian's playful eyes at the desk, Chang Ziking, who didn't see anything, couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. So she forced herself to straighten her back and chest, and said with a stern face, "What's that look in your eyes?" "I see it." Yang Ruoqian asked in surprise. "You saw it? What did you see?" Chang Ziking turned off her cell phone and began to express herself completely. "Do you see that these younger students don't know much about the entertainment industry, but you can't force them to work in areas they are not good at after recruiting them, so you just give them funds and let them play freely? To check their creativity? You don't distinguish between positions, and you don't parachute in leadership positions. Do you want to see the degree of internal unity among them, and analyze everyone's personality through their cooperation? The project time is extended so long, just to see how motivated these fresh graduates will be in a more relaxed environment." The more Chang Ziking spoke, the smoother her thoughts became, as if she had cleared the fog, and followed Yang Ruoqian's train of thought. You can give them different specific arrangements, based on their respective performances. Let them really form a project team, or disperse them, and assign them to different departments. The so-called project is actually a cover, right? Yang Ruoqian listened to this well-reasoned analysis and was impressed. Why didn't he think of this way, to explain this nonsense project book? This is the good thing about being a boss. As long as you make a decision, there will always be someone who can help you figure out the deep meaning behind the decision, and you don't need to use your brain. Yang Ruoqian nodded heavily. Yes, you guessed it. You are so amazing." Chang Ziking glanced at him suspiciously. "Did you really guess it? It was so simple this time. It seemed that I couldn't guess it in the past. I guessed it. Just follow your idea, secretly go to the project team every day to monitor, and then investigate and report. Come on. Remember to tell me directly if you encounter any problems. Okay." Even if Chang Ziking had some doubts in her heart, she could only suppress this doubt and leave the office first. After assigning the most trusted person as the supervisor of the new project, Yang Ruoqian felt relieved and turned his attention back to the new film project. As for the crew, the progress of the formation is still slow because the new director is still handing over his previous work. However, Yang Ruoqian has no complaints about this, as long as the crew can be formed within these 3 months, the later the better. If it is earlier, the payback period will come faster. If he was not worried about missing the quarterly settlement date due to the wrong timing, Yang Ruoqian would even want to form the crew directly at the end of the quarter. Well, don't worry about the crew for now. Let's see how the copyright purchase is going. Yang Ruoqian took a sip of the icy sweet water and clicked on the report summary sent to him by the operation. He first looked at the final negotiated price, 900,000, which was 100,000 less than expected, which was a bit uncomfortable. The previous offer for the film and television adaptation rights of the novel was 300,000, and Mr. Yang raised the price directly to 1 million. He thought he could get it steadily, but he never thought that a small problem would occur in the middle. Of course, in order to make the price increase justified and not suspicious, Yang Ruoqian deliberately asked the operator to add a few additional requirements to the contract. As a result, the copyright holder felt that the copyright of the film and television adaptation of the novel Wandering Blue Star was not worth such a high price. Even with those additional conditions, it was sold for 500,000. Forced to do so, Mr. Yang could only raise the price again and add a few more useless clauses. After several rounds of arguing, the two sides finally reached a consensus on the price of 900,000. After signing the contract, they felt a bit unhappy. The seller felt that the price was too high, and the buyer felt that the price was too low. If you don't run a household, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. 100,000 yuan is already a very huge number for Yang Ruoqian. But no matter how hard you try, it's fine to negotiate it. If such a script opportunity comparable to Magic City Fortress is lost due to price issues, it will be a bit of a loss. Yang Ruoqian has almost decided on half of the casting of the leading actors of Wandering Blue Star. In his heart, Yang Ruoqian was not really willing to give the female lead position to Shanghai Anayu. After all, she was now famous, and it was easy for her to bring a lot of box office revenue that did not belong to the movie because of her personal effect. The audiences of science fiction movies and superhero movies overlap, but they are by no means completely overlapping. Moreover, for a comprehensive entertainment group, the best way to make a profit is to use its own actors in its own movies, and then try hard to let its own actors take on projects from other companies at other times. Shanghai Anayu took the initiative to come here, naturally wanting to use her influence and low cost to contribute to the group. To be honest, Yang Ruoqian wanted to refuse this behavior. However, Shanghai Anayu was one of the great contributors to the group's first movie after all. At this time, she took the initiative to ask for it, and even offered a symbolic salary. She just wanted to contribute to the group, and Yang Ruoqian couldn't refuse it. Even for this reason, Shanghai Anayu also rejected the invitation to be the female lead in another highly anticipated TV series and an invitation to endorse an advertisement for a major overseas brand. If you still refuse others, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. In order to solve the problems brought by Shanghai Anayu personally, Yang Ruoqian thought hard and finally came up with a good idea. In the black robe inspection team, Shanghai Anayu's image as a girl who wears beautiful clothes, is full of girlishness, and has a bright and beautiful image. In the new movie, in order to avoid the positive impact of Shanghai Anayu's image as much as possible, Yang Ruoqian intends to completely change Shanghai Anayu's positioning. The female lead is of course still the female lead, but the image must be changed drastically. In the past, wearing beautiful clothes was out of the question, but now it is not worth thinking about. Doesn't the story background of Wandering Blue Star take place in the end of the world? Doesn't it happen when the blue planet is about to be destroyed? In such a dangerous situation, if you want to go out for adventure, you have to wear more protective clothes and wear a heavy spacesuit with its own oxygen. It's not excessive, it's reasonable, right? Since it is a doomsday background, it is also very logical for the living standards to decline, be dusty, and be a little malnourished, right? That's right, Mr. Yang planned to directly arrange the popular young actress Shanghai Anayu into a tightly wrapped role, using heavy and solid clothes to block her perfect figure, and using layers of masks to cover her beautiful and pure face. Even in the short gap of removing these equipment, Shanghai Anayu's image must be consistent with the background at the time, with a grey face, changing her previous bright and beautiful image. How to offend the old audience? As long as it can be done, that you don't know which actor played this role without looking at the credits, Yang Ruoqian's goal will be more than half completed. The reason why Mr. Yang dared to set Shanghai Anayu's image on his own initiative is also because the image of the female lead in the Fortress of the Magic City was also criticized by many people. The reasons are nothing more than old-fashioned, embarrassing, etc. Then shape Shanghai Anayu into an old-fashioned and embarrassing character. How difficult can it be? Just when Yang Ruoqian was thinking about how to do something bad, the door of the office was knocked again at an inopportune time. Boss, can I come in? I'm Xiao Shang. After working in the group for a while, and being educated several times by Cheng Fei and the previous production team leader, Shanghai Anayu has more or less matured a little bit. At least he won't call Yang Ruoqian landlord in such an occasion as the company. This girl has regained a lot of self-confidence after her success. I don't know if it's good or bad. Alas, when I think back to when I just recruited this girl into the company, under her bright smile was an uneasy heart, and her cheerfulness and liveliness hid the grievances accumulated over the years. That perfect state is gone forever. Now Shanghai Anayu is the #1 actress of Kuiguang Group and the pride of everyone. Alas. After sighing, Yang Ruoqian turned off the computer screen and casually said, Xiao Shang, come in. Shanghai Anayu couldn't wait to push the door in before he said half of the words, and brought Wen Ruoqian, who was following him, in. Boss, I have finished all the interviews for events and turned down all the invitations. From now on, I can devote myself to the filming plan of the new movie. Amidst the laughter, Shanghai Anayu reported another mixed news to Yang Ruoqian. Before, when Shanghai Anayu said that he would turn down the invitation of sponsors for endorsements, Yang Ruoqian did not give a reply because of a rather contradictory mentality. If Shanghai Anayu was released, he was afraid that she would cause trouble and receive some incredible endorsement advertisements or invitations to star in 100% popular TV series. If Shanghai Anayu was arranged to film the company's own investment, he was afraid that she would accidentally ruin the hope of this quarter. But after careful consideration, Yang Ruoqian still felt that the harm of the latter was slightly less than that of the former. After all of Yang Ruoqian's own moves were under his control and relatively controllable, and any signs of something wrong could be nipped in the bud. If Shanghai Anayu is allowed to take on acting roles, endorsements and participate in activities outside, it is very likely that when he goes out, he will be a hot second-tier star, and when he comes back, he will have a phenomenal first-tier actress. However, from these few things, it can be seen that Shanghai Anayu has a strong sense of belonging to the group, and is very grateful to Yang Ruoqian himself. He is even willing to sacrifice his own interests for this. How many stars have torn their faces with their old bosses because of treatment and interests? It is a common problem for many people to share hardships but not happiness. After all, Shanghai Anayu was just cruelly rejected by Yufu and stood up by Anayu for an unsightly reason, and then he met Kuiguang, the White Moonlight. He was given resources and the most important position in a big investment movie was directly entrusted. For example, it is equivalent to being dumped by a blind date corner woman who is indifferent and asks for a 1 million betrothal gift, and then he meets a beautiful goddess with fair skin who confesses her love and gives her a card with 10 small goals in the deposit and says she can use it at will. Who wouldn't be grateful for this? Anyone with a normal outlook on life will be rewarded with a big gift after becoming rich. After Yang Ruoqian figured it out, he felt that it would not work. If he continued like this, he could not become someone else's White Moonlight, otherwise he would be remembered for a lifetime and would be chased for gratitude, revenge for more than 10 years. Thinking about the terrifying future of making money with a popular female star, Yang Ruoqian shuddered. No, Shanghai Anayu's mind that Kuiguang Group was her White Moonlight must be broken. This is incorrect, unhealthy, and backward idea that does not conform to the trend of the times. How to break this inherent impression? The simplest way is to let her meet someone better. It is a common problem for people to get tired of the old and like the new. In the past, Shankai was a nobody and others looked down on her. Now the situation is different and there are many resources lining up to throw at her. After going out and seeing the beauty of the colorful world, she should not miss Kuiguang, the small broken temple, right? However, the company still has to make a lot of money when she goes out to take on roles and endorsements. Well, when the financial pressure is not so tight, Shankai can be allowed to take on movies from other companies or even participate in some variety shows. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. After making the decision, Yang Ruoqian coughed twice and pretended to be serious and said, "Xiao Shang, if you have any invitations in the future, just accept them, as long as you think they are good for you, okay? The group's business is mature now, and you don't need to sacrifice your own interests, okay? All decisions should be made with your own personal development as the only goal. Let it go this time, but if you do it again next time, the group will criticize you. The crew has encountered some minor troubles, and it will take 2 weeks to get it together. You should stay in the group during these 2 weeks, and don't go anywhere." Shankai was moved and embarrassed. A look of shame suddenly appeared on his face. He bowed his head and apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. What have you done to apologize to me? I asked you to think more about yourself, and less about the group." Yang Ruoqian looked down at the computer and said casually, "You are too busy at ordinary times. You should read the company's employee code of conduct and ideological guidance, as well as the announcement I posted on the company's internal forum. It explains in detail why I ask everyone to think more about themselves and less about the company." Shankai immediately raised his head and nodded vigorously. "Boss, I understand. I'll go and see it now." As she said that, she pulled Wen Ruoqian out of the office in a hurry. During the conversation between the two, Wen Ruoqian wanted to speak several times, but she couldn't get a word in, and was dragged in and out. Yang Ruoqian shook his head with a smile, cut out the WeChat interface, and planned to continue studying Wandering Blue Star. Then, he saw a person who hadn't chatted for a long time, and he took the initiative to send a message. Huang Wei. As one of the few laggards of the group, Spark Records has never taken the initiative to contact the big boss to make trouble. Now a message was sent suddenly. What terrible thing happened? Exclamation mark. Chapter 246. Odd job. No way. Just after making clear arrangements for Shankai, who was vaguely suspected to be the biggest threat to the Kuiguang group, there was good news from the record company. Mr. Yang, who was determined to make a lot of money in the third quarter, did not flinch at all, and very bravely clicked on the message sent by Huang Wei. "Mr. Yang, are you busy now? If not, can I take up a few minutes of your time? I have something to discuss with you. Something important to discuss." Yang Ruoqian was slightly relieved when he saw that the message sent did not contain any information that would test his heart. Even if it was good news, it should not have reached the stage of realization at present. Huang Wei was a person who had never been a leader after all. Generally speaking, as the head of a branch company, as long as it was not a very important decision, there was no need to go to the branch headquarters at all, let alone report to Yang Ruoqian himself. Judging from the current size of Spark Records, except for the huge cost of releasing songs, no matter what it did, it would hardly be considered a major decision. As for releasing music, which requires a lot of money, Yang Ruoqian directly gave Huang Wei the highest authority. There would be no obstacles to getting money from the group. So what can Huang Wei do? The group now has too many projects and too many businesses. There are too many things to worry about, and Yang Ruoqian has no time to take care of him. But he is still very pleased that Huang Wei is willing to report things he is not sure about. Yang Ruoqian gradually calmed down his nervousness and asked by typing, "I have some time now. Tell me, what is it specifically?" Huang Wei seemed to have been waiting in front of the computer chat box, and he had written a reply. Just 1 second after Yang Ruoqian sent his question, Huang Wei's reply came back. Mr. Yang, we have received several orders recently, but these orders have some problems. Accepting them may have some impact on the subsequent reputation. We dare not make a decision, so I want to ask you. There are orders now? And they are the kind of orders that have unclear effects? Before the acquisition of Spark Records, most of the business was from individual customers. Some of these people were playing around, and some were making songs for friends to show off. Most of them would not worry about this song will ruin the reputation of the record company. It was not widely circulated, and was hardly circulated in the circle. Why did they suddenly receive such orders now? Could it be that, because it was acquired by Kuiguang Group, some irrational groups had more hope than necessary for this half-buried company? Yang Ruoqian asked, what is the specific order? Please tell me in detail, and I will study it with you. Huang Wei was ashamed, and moved to see that the boss was willing to take out his precious time to take care of their poor and rundown company that had brought discredit to the group's performance. He said repeatedly, it's like this. Several companies said they wanted us to make theme songs for TV series or movies for them. When typing, Huang Wen's hand speed was quite fast. He wanted to finish his own trivial matters as soon as possible and occupy as little energy as possible from Yang Ruoqian. As the worst student in the class, not only did he not receive the criticism from the teacher as he imagined, but he was even treated patiently when he asked some very basic questions. He even received more care than those excellent students in the company. The most important thing is that Huang Wei still receives the salary of the group, eats in the group's canteen, and even rents a house subsidized by the group. This feeling of contrast really makes him a little ashamed, and he wishes he could disappear on the spot and contact them again after making some achievements. But for the benefit and long-term development of the group, what does his little thought count for? Huang Wen's heart was in turmoil, and his typing speed increased by 3 points. But, we have specifically studied the scripts of these film and television dramas. The reputation of these movies, before they were released, was mixed. If we make songs for them, will it also cause the reputation of our company to decline? There is no such thing as reputation in our record company, but I'm afraid that it will affect the reputation of the group. This is not a rumor. This company and this director have written novels and filmed movies and TV series before, and the reputations are worse than the last. The key is that the popularity is not low and the spread is very wide. Yang Ruoqian thought for a while and quickly understood what Huang Wei meant, which was a bit ridiculous. So you're worried about such a small matter? How could it possibly affect the group's reputation just because of 1 or 2 songs? Even if it did, Yang Ruoqian would applaud. This kind of negative impact that fell from the sky is a blessing that you can't ask for in 3 lifetimes. Yang Ruoqian then made a decision. Oh, it's a small matter. It doesn't matter. No matter what kind of movie they make, you just make your music and don't be affected by things in the outside world. Understand? Always remember that you are musicians. You just need to make good music. Other things have nothing to do with you. And how can a little bit of bad reputation affect you? The group will not blame you for such groundless things. So what if the film and television drama is bad? If the songs are not bad, the reputation will not be ruined. The audience is not unreasonable. I said it when I acquired you before. It doesn't matter whether Spark Records makes money or not. Whether it can make good songs and music is very important. As long as you can polish a good song, even if it takes 5 or 10 years and countless publicity and promotion fees, it is acceptable. Don't let economic oppression suppress your creativity. Being eager for quick success and instant benefits is the last thing I want to see. I know what you are thinking, but the group is not short of profitable projects now. What it lacks is a golden signboard. Your role is to build this golden signboard. No matter how much effort you put in and how much money you spend, the group will support you. I won't repeat this for the 3rd time. Any other questions? Huang Wen's fingers were shaking at these words. After Spark Records was split from Youfu Group, it collapsed because it was too eager for quick success and met with the industry's cold winter. But how could they say this to the shareholders? Others want to see performance and make money, so can those who get paid say no? Meeting a boss like Yang Ruoqian who is considerate and takes the initiative to say these words is like a 1,000-mile horse meeting a good horseman. No, just doing what Mr. Yang said. The progress is too slow, and it is difficult to have a chance to repay the group. Mr. Yang said that he only wants the golden signboard, not the profit. But Huang Wei has a very bold idea in his mind. Why not get the reputation and profit at the same time? Mr. Yang, I have no problem. Mr. Yang, who said it openly, looked at the screen and nodded with satisfaction. This time he even told the specific executor of the project about no need to make money. He couldn't make up something that shouldn't be made up, right? However, if you want to say this to your employees, you need many limited conditions to bypass the system's no passive operation rule. For example, the Kuiguang Group is indeed lacking a golden signboard in music, and the company does not have any other projects that lose money but gain publicity. Another example is that the reputation gained in exchange for the loss of profits is positive, etc. Anyway, his real purpose is to prolong the time. The longer the time, the more wages will be paid, the various costs will not be spread out, and the profit cycle will be infinitely prolonged. Prolong the time. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and planned to give Huang Wei some more explosive news to delay the progress of his project. By the way, since you are here, I will arrange another task for you. Huang Wei, who almost quit WeChat, immediately sent a message. Please tell me what task you have, Mr. Yang. I promise to complete it. He never expected that he would be entrusted with such an important task. He must not let down such trust. Yang Ruoqian typed slowly. You should know that the group has 2 contracted singers who were eliminated from the Sing My Motherland program before, but they have accumulated a lot of popularity. I plan to give you part of their work in composing lyrics and composing music. Of course, don't be too happy too soon. After all, this is the first time for such a task, and I will not stop the outsourcing project that was originally responsible for their music production. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't be outdone by others when the time comes. After making up an excuse for spending more money, Mr. Yang thought about it and added, of course, don't worry, there will be no punishment if you are outdone. This was a temporary plan that Yang Ruoqian thought of to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did it assign more tasks to Spark Records, making their already limited energy more dispersed, it could also slow down the speed of Zhengli and Wenyiling releasing new songs. Of the 2 companies, the faster one always has to wait for the slower one, otherwise how can they compare? After seeing the task, Huang Wei's heart sank, and he felt that the pressure on his shoulders was inexplicably heavy. Boss Yang, this Zhengli and Wenyiling's elimination from the show Sing My Motherland caused quite a stir. As a music production company, they certainly had in-depth information. The 2 people with distinctive styles and obviously stronger singing skills were eliminated early, which aroused the public's deep distrust of the program team. It also exposed the inside information that there were many conflicts between the mentors, and even between the mentors and the program team. The mentor in charge of Zhengli and Wenyiling even publicly said that their elimination was not a problem of strength, but that he, as a mentor, should be responsible, which once caused an uproar on major social media. For this reason, Yang Ruoqian himself also personally issued instructions to the group's legal department. Such things that obviously have inside information must not be tolerated and must be investigated to the end. If this show does not stop broadcasting, the Kuiguang Group will have to continue to make trouble. Rumor has it that Yang Ruoqian's White Gloves, an intelligence team that does not work at the group headquarters, have already secretly collected various evidences and are waiting for the final blow. Not long ago, a movie blogger who was paid to spread rumors about the Black Robe inspection team even had some people fly thousands of miles to Jinhae and line up downstairs of the office building hoping to have a face-to-face meeting with the group. The rumor was also the work of this pair of all-seeing white gloves. From this incident, we can see that in Mr. Yang's mind, the Black Robe inspection team and the combination of Zhengli and Wenyiling are equally important. The Black Robe inspection team is a movie with a box office of more than 1 billion. Equally important things actually fell on a company like Spark's company. Huang Wei understood how important his next job was. If he did it well, it might even turn around and become one of the group's expenditure industries. How could this be a task? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove his worth. Seeing Huang Wei silent and hesitant, Yang Ruoqian immediately provoked him. What's wrong? Do you have any difficulties? No. Huang Wei was shocked and immediately replied, no difficulties at all. Very good. Just when Yang Ruoqian wanted to end the call, his intuition as a boss for many years suddenly told him that he had missed a very important piece of information in this matter. Materialist Yang Ruoqian has always believed in this kind of completely unfounded feeling. He immediately began to quickly review the entire content of this conversation in his mind. Almost instantly, Yang Ruoqian found that there was a problem with this conversation from the beginning. Even if an unknown music production company was acquired by the Kuiguang Group, there shouldn't be many companies and many film and television projects that want to cooperate with it, right? It is true that everyone trusts the Kuiguang Group very much, but that is only limited to the city of Jinhei. Looking at the whole country, the influence of the Kuiguang Group is much smaller. There may be many companies that are on the sidelines, but directly issuing an invitation to a music production company that has been silent for 10 years, the word trust alone is not enough. There is a problem. There is a big problem here. After figuring out the logic, Yang Ruoqian pretended to be indifferent and asked, by the way, how come you suddenly received so many businesses? Huang Wei seemed to have not expected Yang Ruoqian to ask this question, and this time he answered much slower. Isn't this arranged by Mr. Yang? Damn. Seeing this answer, Yang Ruoqian immediately confirmed that there was something wrong with this matter. It was my arrangement again, and it was an arrangement that I didn't even know about. But this time, before Yang Ruoqian could make an excuse, Huang Wei continued. People from the shelter company phoned us before and said that they hope we can make the theme song for their new movie Titanic 2, and we agreed. I saw that they are also controlled by the group, and I thought it was your arrangement. Seeing Huang Wei's answer, Yang Ruoqian was speechless for a while. Those people just wanted to save money and just found a music production company they had never heard of. The people from the shelter company may not have noticed that the two families are actually under the same group. Being reminded of this, Yang Ruoqian also remembered that he seemed to have seen someone praising the theme song of Titanic 2 somewhere recently, but he didn't take it to heart at that time. This is the details. Details determine success or failure. Yang Ruoqian hurriedly closed the chat box and went to the video website to search for the resources of Titanic 2. The office of the person in charge of Spark Records. Huang Weijin followed Yang Ruoqian's order and issued tasks to all employees of the company. It was not until the end of the get-off work time that he reluctantly packed up his personal belongings and took the elevator to leave the office building. Just when his mind was full of company affairs and he was lost in thought, a figure with an anxious face and sweating stopped him. The summer in Jinhei can be called a furnace, and it is by no means a rumor. Hello, do you work at Kuiguang Group? Huang Wei was interrupted from his thinking, still a little confused, and nodded subconsciously. Yes, you are. The man was overjoyed when he heard this. I'm from the Voice of China program team. I want to talk to your company. Can you help me contact them? Hearing this program, Huang Wei immediately came to his senses, shook his head, and refused at the speed of light. I'm sorry, I'm just a handyman in the company. I can't help. After saying that, Huang Wei opened the back door of the luxury car that the group forced him to equip. The driver in the driver's seat stepped on the accelerator, and the luxury car quickly blended into the traffic on the road and disappeared without a trace. The person sent by the Voice of China program team was stunned on the spot. Handyman? Do you have a dedicated person and car to take care of your commute when you work as a handyman in Kuiguang Group? Chapter 247. I'm also a handyman. Yang Ruoqian was in a state of panic when he suddenly received the news of a cardiac arrest near the end of his get-off workday. One can imagine how he felt. While searching for keywords related to the theme song of Titanic 2 on the internet, Yang Ruoqian found the original soundtrack on Pages Music. Whether a song is good or not, you still have to taste it yourself to know. Just like the songs of Zheng Yi and Wei Ling, although their styles are distinctive and they are popular among older listeners, other listeners will not find them unpleasant. While playing the original soundtrack, Yang Ruoqian clicked on the comment section of this song. A song that has been released not long ago has already received 999 plus comments and 400,000 to 500,000 collections. The real-time barrage is also discussing the relevant content in full swing. Are there any people who came from Douyin like me? Douyin tour group. It's so convenient to identify the background music by listening to the songs. I came from Bilibili. I also identified the songs by listening to the songs. Fuck, I've seen this movie, but I didn't listen to its theme song. I found it because I thought the background music was nice when I was listening to a book. I've played it on loop dozens of times. I'm so addicted. I just realized that this is the theme song of Titanic 2. When will the sequel to this movie be released? How come I didn't know about it? If you haven't seen the movie, I strongly recommend watching it. It's one of the best movies you can't miss in your lifetime. You will definitely regret it if you don't watch it. If I hadn't seen the movie, I would really believe the above. Just say that the quality of the movie is inversely proportional to this song. The better the song is, the worse the movie is. You can judge for yourself. What's the saying that bad movies always produce great songs? Before you curse, understand the nature of this movie. It's a bit charitable. What you said suddenly makes me want to go see this movie. Spark Records. The name of this music production company looks a bit unfamiliar. I've rarely seen the people who wrote the lyrics and composed the music. After Yang Ruoqian read these comments, the song in his ears had already flowed for the most part. I have to say, this song is really nice. The harmony is complex but not noisy, and the tunes of each instrument are perfectly integrated together with the singer's highly infectious voice, presenting a perfect listening experience. The melody, rhythm, and singer are almost all top-notch. The key is that it is very durable, and you won't get tired of it, even if you play it hundreds of times in a loop, while being very in line with the current trend. Some songs are amazing at first sight, and you even want to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the source. But when you really find the source of the music, after listening to it for more than a dozen times, you will no longer be interested in listening to it. Even a few years later, when you hear the same melody in a video again, you will subconsciously frown. The most typical example is some pop songs. Although the theme song of Titanic 2 is still a certain distance away from the real Divine song, it is also the kind of song that is very worthy of being added to the playlist, and you can relax your whole body when you think of listening to it. No. What kind of music appraisal master am I here? Yang Ruoqian suddenly came to his senses and almost smashed his headphones to the ground. Isn't the main question now why you can make such good music? Weren't you already rotten to the core? Why did you suddenly come back to life? In order to maintain this rottenness as much as possible, Yang Ruoqian also specially made a stunning personnel transfer to Spark Records. The old leader, who was deeply rooted, was directly removed to the bottom, and the low-level employee Huang Wei was directly promoted to the top leader of the company, just to make the two factions dislike each other, fight each other, and hinder each other. A company that was already in a mess after Yang Ruoqian messed around like this and was acquired by a large group. There was no risk of bankruptcy. It should have been caught in the storm of internal fighting and couldn't extricate itself. Why did it come back to life? No, we can't use such an unlucky word as revitalize. We have to say last gas. It must be a last gasp. A dying company is bursting out its last potential at the moment of death. A wave of being squeezed dry should be considered a normal fluctuation, right? Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian's mood gradually stabilized. Songwriting is very much about inspiration and talent. Hard work will not have much effect in this area. The company's chaotic management and endless internal struggles will greatly affect the state and inspiration of the creators. The blow to a record company is huge, far exceeding that of other types of companies. My direction is right, and I must not think that my medical skills have worked just because a patient has a last gasp. After stabilizing his heart, Yang Ruoqian looked at the time and prepared to get off work. There are still some work matters on the phone that have not been dealt with. Yang Ruoqian plans to wait until he gets home and finishes his meal before checking them. As the only person in the company who works overtime, Yang Ruoqian walked towards the elevator with mixed feelings and left the office building. Because he was delayed for a while just now, Yang Ruoqian asked Chang Ziking to drive and pick him up on the first floor to save time wasted on the journey home from get off work. Of course, this is just an excuse Yang Ruoqian made for Chang Ziking. The real reason is that it is too damn hot in the car in summer. We have to trick people down to turn on the air conditioner first. When Yang Ruoqian goes downstairs and gets in the car, the air conditioner can be seamlessly connected from the office building to the car. As soon as the door of the office building was opened, the heat wave hit him. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the road and hurriedly walked towards the cool supercar. Just after walking 2 steps, a very unfamiliar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Sir, are you an employee of Kuiguang Group? If the boss is also considered an employee, then I'm indeed an employee of Kuiguang Group." After complaining in his heart, Yang Ruoqian, who has more work experience, did not answer directly like Huang Wei. Why would someone block the company downstairs to ask such a question? There are only a few situations for ordinary people to find Kuiguang Group. The first is people from other companies who want to seek cooperation. Such people can make an appointment with the front desk, make a phone call, and find a time to come to the company. There is no need to block people downstairs. The second type is job seekers. If job seekers want to apply for a job, they can just send an email to the group's public email address. Whether it is a rejection or an offer, a reply will be given. Even if there are some people who are rejected, but unwilling to accept it, it is not impossible to call the company directly to explain the situation and make an appointment for an interview. There is no need to block people downstairs. The group and Yang Ruoqian are not the kind of people who put on a high shelf, do not allow people to enter the company, and do not allow people to express their ideas. In short, no matter what the reason is for contacting the Kuiguang Group, there is no need to run downstairs alone and block one person to ask bitterly, unless you want to do something shameful. The last time someone did this was Wu Yu, who was sent by Xianyu to poach people, but was poached by Kuiguang. He is not a good person. It can be said that, but you must not reveal your identity. Yang Ruoqian turned half of his head and asked, "Yes, I'm still working in Kuiguang Group for the time being. Who are you?" Hello. I'm from the program group of the Voice of China. I want to discuss something with your company. Can you help me contact your leader?" As he said that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took out one of them and wanted to put it in Yang Ruoqian's hand. Although it is not difficult to find out Yang Ruoqian's appearance and age, as long as one is willing, this person subconsciously feels that such a young person should not be an important role in Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian, who never smokes and drinks, did not even stretch out his hand, but dodged to the side and avoided the cigarette. "I'm sorry, I'm just a chores in the company. I can only contact the security captain. I can't help you." After that, Yang Ruoqian rushed to the supercar, opened the door and sat in. As he expected, this old deng had no good intentions. He even handed over a cigarette. Can the issue of the Voice of China be resolved with just one cigarette? It is about a lawsuit that has no end in sight, and it is a huge hole that cannot be filled with countless money. It is one of Mr. Yang's saviors in the third quarter. This program has a huge influence, and the capital behind it is also strong. It is a sign board and can attract money. How much resistance will it face if it wants to be stopped? How much money and time will it cost? Reconciliation? No, it is absolutely impossible to agree. Boom. With a step on the accelerator, the supercar disappeared in an instant with the roar of the engine, leaving only a pile of exhaust gas for Zhu Wanteo of the Voice of China program team. Zhu Wanteo held a cigarette in his hand and stood there in a daze, his eyes shocked and confused. Another errand boy. The previous errand boy just got in a luxury car and left, and this errand boy is even more exaggerated. He got into the supercar that looks very expensive and left. Let's not talk about why there are so many errand boys in Kuiguang Group. Just the treatment is outrageous, right? Alas, the task assigned by the superiors this time is a bit difficult to do. Zhu Wanteo silently put the cigarette back into the cigarette box, looking around at the flow of people coming out of the office building, feeling extremely anxious. It was because the program team really didn't expect that the Kuiguang Group would make such a big fuss and actually put on an attitude of fighting to the death. Even though the program team has tried their best to play dead and ignored all the insults, the offensive from the Kuiguang Group has not slowed down at all, but has become more and more fierce. It has begun to affect the normal broadcast of the program. The most important thing is that they are very confident, as if they really have some hard evidence. This made the Singing Motherland program team, which was originally for making money and expanding its influence, finally feel a feeling they had never had before. They were scared. At the beginning, the program team received sponsorship fees from the Kuiguang group and subconsciously thought that the artists under this company were the same as other artists and could only be manipulated by them. As a result, it now seems that the fighting level of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The sponsorship fee from Kuiguang Group has long been lost in waves of public relations crisis, and there is no sign of the other party giving up, and it seems that they will fight for another 3 years. There have been waves of condemnations against the program team, and the popularity is still high after so long. No one would believe that there is no support from Kuiguang Group behind it. The program team, who are only interested in fame and fortune, is definitely unwilling to continue like this. If the trouble continues, the fame and fortune of this program will be irreversibly damaged. Everyone comes out to do variety shows, programs, train artists, and make songs, all for fame or fortune. There is no business conflict between the two parties, and they are not competitors. Why are they so stiff? If there is any misunderstanding, they should apologize and give up resources. At most, Wei Ling and Zheng Yi can be invited to be mentors in the next program. The Voice of China should give face and give some of its resources to Kuiguang Group. Kuiguang got the inside information and resources, and the unpleasantness on the show was just forgotten. Isn't this a win-win situation? It's not a zero-sum game, where one side must suffer in order for the other side to profit. Besides, if this matter continues, it will not be a good thing for Kuiguang Group. In the entertainment industry, public relations is the most expensive project, no doubt about it. The influence is limited to Kuiguang Group in Jinhai City. Even if it becomes rich recently, it can't withstand such terrible expenses. The money has been burned, the anger has been dispelled, and the attitude of standing up for their own artists has been almost the same. It's time to sit down and have a good talk, right? Doesn't Kuiguang Group want to make money? Doesn't Yang Ruoqian want to make money? The program team waited for a long time, but couldn't wait for Kuiguang to send a signal of reconciliation. Finally, they were annoyed and decided to condescend and take the initiative to visit. After all, Yang Ruoqian is a young man, a little angry and impulsive, which is understandable. As a person who has been through it, it won't lose a piece of meat if he takes the initiative to ask. But who knew that when the confident program team called the Kuiguang Group, they were told that the company did not exist. No one answered the phone call, and no one replied to the email. The company could not be contacted by any means. Even when they changed to a small account, the receptionist who answered the phone hung up the phone as soon as she heard the words "the voice of the motherland" without even a word of courtesy. After a few days, they almost suspected that they were dealing with a non-existent company. But soon, the program team, which was full of people, understood Yang Ruoqian's intention. The phone and email exchanges were for fear of being accused and leaving evidence, which might cause trouble in the future. As expected of someone who could rise in just 1 year, he was cautious in doing things. That's simple. If it doesn't work online, it should be okay offline. After figuring it out, Zhu Tao was sent over to meet with the people from the Kuiguang Group offline to discuss how to stop the meaningless consumption between the two sides. As a result, the people from the Kuiguang Group were found, but they all claimed that they were chores and said they were not qualified to report. Never mind. Maybe this is their company culture. Zhu Tao scratched his head and looked at his phone. See if there is any other way to meet them. At this time, he saw a piece of inconspicuous news hidden in a pile of unread consultations on his phone. Tomorrow at 12 noon, the award ceremony for the Black Robe Inspection Team prize-winning guessing contest will be held as scheduled. At that time, the president of Kuiguang Group will be present to observe in person. Chapter 248, an award ceremony tortured everyone. At home, Yang Ruoqian was lying on the bed, holding his phone, dealing with the last bit of business left. Well, the project team of Wandering Blue Star has already started preparations. This includes the preliminary work of turning the novel into a script, the budget for all kinds of props, costumes, and sets, etc. A movie that costs a lot of money is not something that can be filmed immediately after you think of it, even if the money is in place. How does the design of a set match the script? Some props are expensive, but are not used at all, and are very unpopular in the market, and even require exclusive customization. How can we quickly communicate with these merchants, perfectly convey the needs, and how to improve the products after they are released? Casting, test shooting, contract signing, so many people, everyone has their own schedule, you have to pick a suitable time to get them together, etc. Even the actors themselves need to arrange their time well when participating in the movie. They don't have time to act during the entire filming process. It is very likely that actor number 1 is free on Monday and actor number 2 is free on Tuesday, but they have to play a scene against each other. What should we do if an actor cannot make time for the unexpected situation? How can we make emergency arrangements without wasting time? The formulation of Plan B is also very energy consuming. There are so many actors in a movie, and it is not an easy task to arrange everyone in an orderly manner. When it comes to the issue of having to spend time, no matter how much money is spent, it is difficult to improve efficiency. Money cannot be spent all at once. Of course, Yang Ruoqian has only one solution to these problems: spend the appropriate money and try to prolong the pre-production work, but it is best to spend all the funds within 3 months. Yang Ruoqian first checked the blacklist of the address book to make sure that the program team of The Voice of China would not harass him in the middle of the night, and then clicked on the pre-production report sent by the crew. The content inside is the props requirements and quotation list of the crew. In fact, generally speaking, Yang Ruoqian does not want to spend time to read these. It is so simple to be informed and let the crew solve it themselves. But after all, the pressure this quarter is high, so Yang Ruoqian still specifically reminded that a backup copy of the purchase or rental form must be sent to the president's office. It's not that I'm worried about my employees spending money recklessly, but that they're worried about saving money recklessly. Although Yang Ruoqian has repeatedly warned us not to pursue cost effectiveness in props, the crew will at most buy props of good quality, and it's impossible to buy whatever is expensive. Yang Ruoqian's considerations are different. When buying things, quality is not important, and the most desirable thing is the expensive and poor quality products. Props. Why use props when you can use real ones? Well, it's a pity that we can't buy real spacesuits in a short time, so we'll just make do with props. Don't accept customization of this kind of car? That's a pity. We'll use special effects later. You don't even accept customization of mobile phones, so you can only use props. That's too much. What kind of business are you in if you don't accept anything? Aerial photography needs. Is there a DJI drone in the purchase order? This is also the best quality drone. There's no room to raise the price. After a quick glance at the form, Yang Ruoqian couldn't find anything to criticize for a while. After working in Kuiguang Group for a long time, everyone thinks they have gradually figured out Mr. Yang's character and will not save money that should not be saved on various necessary expenses of the project. Alas, there is no demand, and I don't really understand science fiction. I don't think it's good to force a unilateral upgrade of the props. Forget it, go to sleep. There is an award ceremony to attend tomorrow. Previously, Yang Ruoqian had tried his best to force an event in the name of finding a cameo role in the movie. Because this event itself was launched online and the scope was not very large, the value of the gifts was limited to a certain range. Therefore, Yang Ruoqian had to find another way and forced an extremely grand award ceremony for this event that was not important at all. The person who hosted the award ceremony was a well-known host who was specially invited at a high price, and some celebrities were also invited to sit in the VIP seats in the audience to raise the level as much as possible. Because the venue was so large, Yang Ruoqian was worried that it would be embarrassing to take photos of the empty auditorium, so he specially found some idol people to wear gorgeous clothes on the day of the award ceremony and fill the auditorium. It is also called hiring people. As for the cost of these clothes, of course, it was paid by the Kuiguang Group. In order to delay the length of the ceremony and pay as much rent as possible, Yang Ruoqian specially set up a set of complex and lengthy speeches for the host to read. As for how much physiological impact these speeches would have on the host, the winners, and so many people in the audience, and how much mental torture they would cause, it was not within Yang Ruoqian's consideration. Anyway, he paid for it, so he had to listen to these award speeches, even if he didn't like them, and he had to applaud after they were finished, even if he thought they were all nonsense. Maybe everyone except Yang Ruoqian would be tortured. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian was not ashamed, and even felt a little happy. In short, except for the winners and a few old acquaintances, all the people at the award ceremony were hired by Yang Ruoqian. The event was grand and expensive, but the value was very low. After all, with the current influence of the Kuiguang group, relying on just one event, let alone attracting these well-known figures, it would be a luxury to even get the attention of a few passers-by. Without spending money, and relying on relationships, there would probably not be many people who would come to support him. In Yang Ruoqian's mind, this was a self-directed and self-acted drama. Bang! Turn off the lights, and go to sleep. The next day, in front of the Jinhaising Huan Hotel. After all, it was an event for self-entertainment, and no one would record or take pictures. Yang Ruoqian did not deliberately wear any formal clothes, but changed into casual clothes and went out. Whoosh! The supercar slowly drove to the hotel gate. The receptionist who was in charge of reception saw such a luxury car coming, and did not dare to neglect it at all. He quickly stepped forward, and helped Yang Ruoqian open the car door. Chang Ziking, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the main entrance of the hotel, where many people had gathered early in the morning, and shook her head slightly. TSK, what a grand ceremony. Will you ask the driver to pick you up, or will I pick you up? Yang Ruoqian looked at the scene outside the car window, feeling a little confused, and said absent-mindedly, I'll handle it myself later. At this moment, his attention was not on the conversation at all, because there were too many people at the entrance of the hotel at this time. After all, a lot of people were hired. If there were only many guests attending the ceremony, Yang Ruoqian would not feel confused. Now the key to the problem is, why did so many unknown people with long guns and short guns appear at the entrance of the hotel, taking pictures, and looking a bit like reporters? In order to minimize the impact of the incident, and be able to spend money in his own bed, Yang Ruoqian did not invite any media. Could it be that other families are also holding activities today? Is there such a coincidence? Chang Ziking didn't know the shock in Yang Ruoqian's heart. She pushed up her big sunglasses, and said with a smile, okay, I'll go to work then. The sun in the morning and afternoon is definitely very torturous for drivers. Without sunglasses, the driving experience can be said to be the ultimate torment. Be careful on the road. Yang Ruoqian got out of the car absent-mindedly, glanced at the reporters who were looking around, suppressed the vague uneasiness in his heart, raised his hand to refuse the service of the receptionist, lowered his head, and wanted to walk into the hotel quickly, into the auditorium on the 3rd floor. They are not looking for me. Not me. They are here for something else. However, the reporters ignored Yang Ruoqian's mumbling. Just when the supercar drove over, some sharp-eyed reporters had already noticed this side. Before Yang Ruoqian got out of the car and took 2 steps, some fast-footed reporters rushed over with cameras. Hello, are you Yang Ruoqian, the chairman of Kuiguang Group? Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm a reporter from XX Media. Could you spare some time to accept our interview? Does Kuiguang Group organize such a large award ceremony this time? Is it really just an award ceremony? If so, what is it? Is it the inside information about the new movie? Excuse me. Listening to these questions that came like a string of cannonballs, Yang Ruoqian's plan to sneak away quickly was completely bankrupt. Because the entire hotel entrance was surrounded by these reporters, not even a crack was left for Yang Ruoqian to pass through. At this time, Mr. Yang, who was blocked, was confused. Even if he was a person who could deceive himself, he had to admit in the face of such a scene that these reporters came to find Yang Ruoqian just for this award ceremony. Now Mr. Yang had only one question in his mind. Why were there so many reporters at the scene? There were many uninvited guests who came uninvited. Although the matter of holding an award ceremony was made public on the internet, the Kuiguang Group only made public the time and place of the event. They didn't even say what kind of ceremony they were going to have. Even if these reporters had nothing to do, they shouldn't come to participate in such a purely internal company event. Besides, if they really wanted to interview Yang Ruoqian and Kuiguang Group, they could just go to the downstairs of Shengjing Haoyuan office building, or the parking lot to block people. If they wanted to be more formal, they could also make an appointment for a large-scale interview planned directly like the people from Jinwo Media did before. Yang Ruoqian even welcomed this kind of excuse to spend money. The problem is, what's going on in this situation? Why did a bunch of reporters suddenly gather downstairs of the hotel and ask questions? Although it feels good to be surrounded by people, it's not the right time now. If they changed the time, or notified them in advance, and told them the purpose of their visit, Yang Ruoqian wouldn't feel so uncertain. Yang Ruoqian kept silent and squeezed forward, while thinking quickly in his mind. Any professional reporter would not waste too much time, because in an interview like this, the time of the interviewee is very limited. Saying one more nonsense is equivalent to saying one less useful word. Just now a reporter asked if there were other intentions for this award ceremony. What do you mean by other intentions? Is this the key point of the matter? At this moment, the road in front of Yang Ruoqian suddenly opened up, and a road that could barely pass through was opened. Yang Ruoqian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately squeezed through the gap, and came to the hotel lobby. At a glance, there were several tall people in suits holding up the crowd for him. Not far away, Cheng Fei, who was dressed up, looked at Yang Ruoqian, fiddled with the hair accessories on her head, and said in surprise, "Boss Yang attended such an important event, but he didn't bring more people with him? Oh. I forgot that Boss Yang is young and promising, and he is not very familiar with this kind of occasion." Yang Ruoqian ignored the noisy voices behind him, and also ignored Cheng Fei's vague compliments. The uneasiness in his heart reached its peak. "Boss Cheng, what's going on?" "Yes, there is another variable in this award ceremony. That is Chenggayu Group." After all, it was Chenggayu Group that was in charge of the publicity and promotion of the movie The Black Robe Inspection Team, so it was reasonable for them to have a part in this matter. However, since Chenggayu Group didn't say anything, Yang Ruoqian subconsciously thought that they had no interest in such a small event. Now it seems, it's not that they have no interest, but they want to give him a fatal shock. Cheng Fei glanced at the reporters outside, nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, our plan does not conflict with your award ceremony, and there is no impact on each other at all. Seeing that you are making such a big fuss, Chenggayu Media decided temporarily to take this opportunity to warm up the new movie that is still in preparation." "What? Didn't you see the official media we sent last night?" Yang Ruoqian. Shocked for a while, Yang Ruoqian swallowed his saliva, took out his mobile phone, and clicked on Weibo. "The Black Robe Inspection Team has come to an end. Please continue to pay attention to the movie The Wandering Blue Planet, which is invested and produced by Kuiguang Group, the annual science fiction masterpiece, and adapted from Liu Cixin's work of the same name. The staff and leaders of the Kuiguang film production team are happy to face any challenge. The past glory will not stop our staff from moving forward. Tomorrow, the auditorium on the third floor of the Galaxy Bay Hotel in Jinhae City will hold the last event before the end of the movie The Black Robe Inspection Team and a preview of The Wandering Blue Planet. This is the end, but also the beginning. Under this dynamic, there are netizens who are almost crazy. The domestic superhero theme created by Kuiguang Group has come to an end. But Kuiguang Group is planning to reach out to science fiction themes? Exclamation mark. You know, the movie The Fortress of the Magic City, which was released not long ago, and is known as a science fiction masterpiece, and is also adapted from the original work of the same name by a famous writer, was directly scalded through the center of the earth. For this reason, there was a big earthquake inside UFA Group. Kuiguang Group actually dared to touch this theme. Reporters, media, colleagues, fans of the original novel, and even the audience all have too many things to be curious about. After all, it's just a name, whose curiosity can be satisfied? With such a high popularity, the media will naturally rack their brains to get first-hand information, and naturally so many reporters will suddenly appear and block Yang Ruoqian at the door of the hotel. Yang Ruoqian shook his hands and clicked in the direction of the comment area. Chapter 249. Huge social death scene. The news released last night has already become a hot search this morning. After experiencing similar things several times, Yang Ruoqian is not so surprised that his company will become a hot search whenever something happens or there is news. All hardships become ordinary in the hardships of life. As Yang Ruoqian walked towards the elevator, he browsed various news about his movie on his mobile phone. Although this kind of publicity event will bring significant publicity advantages to the Kuiguang Group at first glance, it is likely to make the movie gain huge popularity before it is released. But after all, there is a precedent of Fortress of the Magic City, and I believe that the audience will not be too excited and will not open champagne before the movie starts shooting. It is true that the Kuiguang Group has never failed since entering the entertainment industry, but in terms of quantity, the Kuiguang Group has only 3 or 4 projects that it can really show off. A good start, with 3 or 4 projects succeeding in succession, is certainly commendable, but it is not enough to prove that the future projects of the Kuiguang Group will be so successful. Moreover, judging from all the projects of Kuiguang Group, they are basically risky moves. Dragon Son-in-Law, the Black Robe Inspection Team and Titanic 2 are all attempts to transcend traditional themes. They have been winning, but the wins are more abstract and more thrilling, especially at the beginning of the project. What if the next project, Kuiguang Group, rebounds from the top? What if cooperating with them now directly becomes a sucker who takes over at a high price? Therefore, many people are still in a psychological state of wanting to follow up with Kuiguang Group, but are afraid of losing all their money. What's more, the domestic market for science fiction themes can almost be said to be blank, and everyone's discussion can only revolve around stereotypes. Oh, is the Kuiguang Group also going to go straight for science fiction? How much money did the boys make them? Do they have enough funds? Unless they are planning to make another bad movie like Titanic 2, I feel that the cost of filming will not be too low. That's definitely not the case. Haven't you noticed that, if it's a normal movie, the Kuiguang Group will personally be involved? If it's a weird movie, they will let their shelter company distribute it. Yes, normal movies and weird movies should belong to 2 completely different departments in their group, with almost no intersection. In other words, the Kuiguang Group is going to make a real hard science fiction movie this time. Then it's back to the old question, do they have enough funds? Don't make a mess of it because of cost issues. Indeed, I personally feel that hard science fiction themes pay more attention to that indescribable sense of the future than other themes. If it's not handled well, it's easy to destroy the sense of immersion. What's there to worry about funding, brother? Now there are banks and loans. They are such a big company, isn't it easy to raise some money? Raising money is definitely not a problem. What if the movie fails? Wouldn't their entire company collapse? This is their business. You don't have to worry about it. What the audience has to do is to judge whether the movie is good or not. It's hard to say. UFO is pretty good, right? It has more directors and actors, and the scripts are from great authors, right? Why didn't it fail? I still believe in this company. They haven't missed any movie. Haha, I'm not optimistic. It's hard to be optimistic if you know a little bit about science fiction. Looking at the discussions on the social networking platform, Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly, as he expected. At this stage, although a small number of companies and investors completely believed in Mr. Yang, who shouldn't be believed, most people still took a bystander attitude. After all, the movie was just said to start shooting, without even a trailer or any inside information. It's like a piece of vacant land, where a high-rise building is said to be built, but there's not even a shadow of the foundation. It's hard to get people to pay for it, just based on empty words and PPT. No, this example doesn't seem to be very appropriate. Forget it, just mean this. Mr. Yang complained, turned off the screen of his mobile phone, and the feeling of anxiety in his heart was slightly relieved. Now the blind trust in Kuiguang Group has not spread to the consumer group, which has to be considered a good thing. If the movie is hyped up before it even starts shooting, because of this wave of publicity, it will make people black. No, I can't comfort myself. As soon as the fluke mentality came out, Yang Ruoqian immediately stopped this unsafe behavior. In the third quarter, any accidents must be avoided. Aren't there going to be speeches after the award ceremony? Aren't there going to be various interviews with reporters? we must take this great opportunity to lower the audience's expectations for Wandering Blue Star and even lower their impression of the movie. After preparing the speech, Yang Ruoqian walked into the elevator and walked to the door of the auditorium on the 3rd floor of the hotel. But who knew that the auditorium entrance was just like the hotel entrance, with a crowd of people. In order to make the auditorium look less empty and less awkward, Yang Ruoqian specially invited some celebrities and found some agents. In short, these people were able to fill about 70% of the seats in the auditorium. However, the current situation of the award ceremony is a little deviant from what Mr. Yang had imagined. Because there are so many people who came here for the reputation checked in advance and grabbed seats in advance, occupying the seats that originally belonged to the agents. The VIP seats are okay because the names of celebrities are placed on the seats in those seats, and people who occupy seats that do not belong to them will not appear in such occasions. The problem is that the ordinary seats that are not VIP seats do not have names written on them. Anyone who is present can sit down, and it is a first come, first served basis. Whoever is late will be unlucky. Now, the auditorium, with 70% of the seats occupied by agents, seems to have insufficient seats. The publicity and connections from Chenghayu media will more or less attract some audiences or friendly companies, plus a post that caused an uproar on Weibo. Even before the award ceremony officially started, the auditorium was already full except for the VIP seats. Some of the agents who planned to check in and punch in for work were staring at each other outside the auditorium, mixed with a real audience who really wanted to enter the auditorium to take a glimpse, which looked extremely funny. The agents, who were wearing expensive clothes and couldn't go in or out, wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, brother, since there are so many people attending your crappy award ceremony, why do you bother to ask for favors? It's not some internet celebrity milk tea punching point that requires a long queue to set off the atmosphere. What's the point of finding so many people? Do you have too much money to spend? Although it only takes a walk around the daily talent market to hire such a person for a whole day at a very low price, the number is huge. In order to maintain the pomp of the ceremony, Yang Ruoqian also specially gave them some extra money to make sure they were well groomed. The clothes on their bodies were also expensive. Why spend so much money just to make them stand outside the auditorium and not be able to enter? Even if it was to invite door gods, there would be no need to invite so many. Yang Ruoqian looked at the huge crowd and sighed helplessly, feeling that no matter what he was going to do, there would always be unexpected things that would make people laugh and cry. Hello, is there anyone who is the person in charge here? Just as Yang Ruoqian was about to squeeze into the auditorium, a not so obvious voice came from behind him. The voice was soft and was quickly swallowed up in a noisy place. But Yang Ruoqian was reminded by this voice. That's right. As the organizer of the event, Yang Ruoqian didn't seem to have arranged enough staff to be responsible for the scene. This was not his negligence. After all, in his imagination, all the people who came to the award ceremony were found by himself, and what to do before entering and after entering had already been explained clearly. Only 1 or 2 on-site staff were needed to be responsible for the deployment and coordination, and the entire auditorium could be in order. Hiring more staff would indeed increase expenses, but Yang Ruoqian's energy at the time was focused on how to make the award ceremony more grand, and he did not explain such trivial matters in detail. As the real top person in charge, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Mr. Yang, who had a difficult life, sighed, looked back at the girl who was talking, and said, "I should be considered one. What can I do for you?" The girl was not tall, quiet, and beautiful, wearing fashionable clothes and popular accessories, and had a very good temperament. "Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm here to receive the award. I just can't squeeze into the auditorium. I'm really sorry." Yang Ruoqian looked at the girl and was stunned. "Are you the winning user?" He was puzzled at this time, not because he was surprised that the winner could recognize him. He could accurately find the 2 bosses who made guest appearances in those short clips in the movie. How could he not recognize them in real life? Unlike celebrities, Yang Ruoqian has no idle burden, and he doesn't wear heavy makeup and photo beautification when filming. He doesn't have 2 images online and offline. It's just, he vaguely remembered that the ID that won the award at that time was called Get Up and See Beautiful Women to Reward Yourself, and there was an abstract user with a fat man with chest hair on his head. In Mr. Yang's impression, there is an 80% probability that this user is a big man who picks his feet. In order for the prizes to be actually issued, the Kuiguang Group, as the organizer of the event, will of course verify the user's personal information. But such trivial matters are usually handed over to his subordinates to complete. Yang Ruoqian was thinking about how to spend money and how to make the award ceremony bigger. The situation of a winner had little to do with him. So when he saw this ID, he just smiled and handed the specific matters to his subordinates. But now, such a soft-spoken, pretty, and quiet girl actually said that she was the winner? Exclamation mark. Is this the huge difference between online dating and dating in person? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "Excuse me, are you the user with the ID Get Up and See Beautiful Women and Reward Yourself? Get Up and See Beautiful Women and Reward Yourself." When the lady heard this name, she covered her face with her palms and said in a pleading voice, "Mr. Yang, please don't mention this ID. I'm socially dead now. My roommates all know my ID." God knows how terrible internet violence Yu Jinggai received after she was announced as the winner. Even if everyone doesn't know what she looks like offline, this idea alone is enough to make a lot of netizens laugh. For Yu Jinggai, this was not an award, but an execution. If the prize was not a bit big, she really didn't want to attend the event to embarrass this person. She originally participated in this event just for fun. The boys is so popular, and the prizes are so good, there must be a lot of people participating in the event. Besides, she has no background, doesn't know any big shots, and guesses about the guest roles are all based on intuition, which is just a blind guess. She never thought she could really win the prize. As a top-notch fan who can't even win another bottle, who would have thought that this time she could really turn the tables? So Miss Yu Jinggai's shameful ID was announced. The enthusiastic netizen who used this ID to dominate the internet and major social media was forced to be exposed because of a ridiculous event and was forced to die socially. Oh, I'm sorry. Yang Ruoqian always remembered his identity as a big boss and forced himself to hold back the urge to burst out laughing on the spot. "What's your name?" Yu Jinggai looked resentful. "My name is Yu Jinggai. Okay, come in with me. There is a special seat for you on the scene." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "It's in the front row, in the middle of the VIP seat, and your online name is written on it." In order to protect the privacy of the winners and to be more open and transparent, the organizers of the event decided to use the winners' online names instead of their real names on the scene. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian mourned for this girl for 3 seconds in his heart. To be able to successfully hold an award ceremony that makes the award presenters, winners, onlookers, and organizers all dissatisfied, you still need some talent. Yu Jinggai, can you change it? It seems too late. Yang Ruoqian looked at the time and replied. 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone was basically seated, and the award ceremony officially began. First of all, thank you Kuiguang Group. Thank you Mr. Yang. Thank you. Our company is positive, hardworking, and conscientious, lively, cheerful, enthusiastic, and active. The host held a thick speech book, and after a series of long and hypnotic nonsense, she finally turned to the last page. Next, let us warmly welcome the protagonist of this event, Miss Get Up and Look at Beauties, to reward yourself to come on stage to receive the award. I can only say that she is worthy of being a professional host. She didn't laugh when reading such things. Let's applaud her. Chapter 250. Look, I have brought so many sponsors for you. Get up and look at the beauties and reward yourself. Get up and look at the beauties and reward yourself. The net name was exposed in front of so many people in the entire auditorium, and Yu Jinggai, who was sitting in the most conspicuous position, obviously staggered. After the host said this, Yu Jinggai felt vaguely that the quiet ceremony scene seemed to have echoes one after another, forcibly pouring into her ears. She suddenly remembered that there was also a national level lottery to read out the net names. At that time, she looked at those national level embarrassing scenes and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. But she didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to her today. The fiery gazes of a large group of people were like knives, making her not know where to put her hands and feet. Yu Jinggai, who walked onto the stage awkwardly, took the huge foam sign with the prize written on it and held it in front of her with a forced smile. The sign was green with a red frame, and on it were several golden characters. 33,333 cash red envelope X1, a set of gold jewelry worth 33,333, a set worth 33,333. Listening to the host slowly talking about the rewards, holding up the big foam sign, Yu Jinggai, with a stiff smile, was very anxious and kept hoping that she could finish these nonsense quickly. I know everything, no need to say more. Even if you really want to say it, wait until I go downstairs. If the organizer had not been so generous and given so much in the reward of 100,000 yuan, Yu Jinggai would never come to this award ceremony. Looking at the reporters squeezing in from the gate in the distance, carrying cameras and shooting at the stage, the white light of the flash almost blinded Yu Jinggai's eyes. It's over. I guess my heroic appearance will be laughed to death by the group of classmates waiting outside to laugh at me. The host smiled and talked about the award while glancing at Yu Jinggai's expression and said in a joking tone, "It seems that our winners can't wait. Don't worry, the prize is yours, and it will definitely be yours. Don't worry." Then, in the shocked and collapsed eyes of Yu Jinggai, the host put down the large stack of manuscripts in his hand and took out a new set of speech from somewhere. The thickness is not inferior to the previous one. Still, there are so many? Yu Jinggai was stunned. I thought it was almost over, but it turned out to be just the appetizer. Now the appetizer is gone, and the main course has just come up. No, this is too much. It will kill me. Woo woo. But Yang Ruoqian, who was watching this scene, nodded with satisfaction and even forgot about the little unpleasantness of Chengaiyu Media helping him promote for free. At least from the perspective of delaying the speech time and raising the venue rental, this award ceremony was very successful. At the same time, at the entrance of Galaxy Bay Hotel, Zhu Teo, a negotiation expert sent by the Sing My Motherland program team, also took a car with several people and came to the lobby under the reception of the receptionist. The few people who followed were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, well-mannered and pot-bellied. Just from the appearance, they were very consistent with people's stereotypes of old vampires. "Please take a seat." Zhu Teo glanced at the time, but did not walk towards the venue like the others. He just found an open place and asked the three people who came with him to sit down. The three people were very polite. After sitting down, they smiled and said, "Mr. Zhu is polite, too polite." The three of them were small brokerage companies and small sponsor brands that Zhu Teo contacted overnight. This time, he called them over to show his sincerity, to reconcile with Kuiguang Group. Small brokerage companies can help Kuiguang Group contact resources, or cooperate with some artists, or even directly invest money, and the terms and contracts are favorable. In exchange, in the next episode of Sing My Motherland, a singer from this agency can be guaranteed to enter the top 8 of this talent show. The same goes for sponsors. I heard that Kuiguang Group is preparing to shoot a very expensive movie recently. According to outside professionals, the investment in this movie alone is enough to drain all the profits that Kuiguang Group made from the Black Robe inspection team, or even more. In this case, Kuiguang Group, which is under considerable financial pressure, should be very eager for others to make the initial investment to ease the pressure on the capital chain, right? It just so happens that some of the less important sponsorships of Sing My Motherland can be given to Kuiguang Group. The program team racked their brains to think of these tricks, which are actually the so-called transfer of resources, transferring or sharing some of their own interests and connections with Kuiguang. Although for the program team, transferring these resources is not a big deal, and it is even almost harmless, but compared with the contradictions between the two sides, these interests are tempting enough. To put it bluntly, the conflict between the two sides is nothing more than the elimination of two singers, which is nothing more than a few tens, or at most millions of dollars. If young people like Mr. Yang are young and energetic, and feel that they can't get over it, the Singing Motherland program team still has a trump card, a big move, that has not been released. That is to invite the two people who have formed the Dragon and Phoenix legend to become mentors for the next episode. If the people in the program team were a little hesitant about this matter before, now that they have seen the influence of Dragon and Phoenix legend in the singing industry, they are not stingy with this condition at all. When they are invited to be mentors, it is still unclear who will take advantage of whose popularity. It can also send a signal of reconciliation between the two sides to the outside world, and it can also be used as a sincerity to the Kuiguang group. The next episode may also benefit from the popularity of Dragon and Phoenix legend. It is simply a clever plan to kill three birds with one stone. In general, if this set of plans is implemented successfully, Singing Motherland can not only calm down public opinion, slowly restore word of mouth operation, but also not lose much economic benefits. By the way, it can also complete a settlement with the Kuiguang group. Haha, Yang Ruoqian is still too young after all. He cares about his reputation, is eager for quick success, and loves taking risks. How can he be like the think tanks of their program group, who are resourceful and steady? Now that the program group has given so much sincerity, they are not afraid that Kuiguang group will refuse. They were so late and sat in the hotel lobby because they learned about the general arrangement of the award ceremony on Weibo. The first stage is the award ceremony. There is nothing to do at this stage. First, you can't get a word in, and second, you can't find anyone. After all, Zhuantao is an uninvited person. Without arranging a meeting, he suddenly broke into other people's venues and said something irrelevant. It's really too low in emotional intelligence. After the first stage of the award ceremony is over, it will enter the second stage of the new movie preview event. Zhuantao will lead these three people to enter as friends, which seems much more reasonable. Anyway, they did go there with the intention of sponsoring, so it's not nonsense. Although they don't know how much time is spent on each stage. However, as senior employees of a talent show, they have experienced a lot of self-directed and self-acted things, and they can roughly estimate the time. Don't mention it, the pomp of the new movie preview of the Kuiguang group is really quite decent. They must have spent a lot of thought, whether it is the quality or quantity of the participants, whether it is the timing and excuse for making this preview, and there are so many media reporters. Obviously, the Kuiguang group must have taken great pains to promote the current situation. Even the filming of the movie has not started, and it is already promoting it in a hurry. This situation also shows that the current Kuiguang group is indeed very tight in terms of funds and urgently needs popularity and investment. After all, it is just an agency that has just entered the entertainment industry. The employee benefits are so high, and there is even an internal swimming pool. The funds to maintain the operation of the company alone are a considerable expense. It is also heard that the legal department of Kuiguang is suing many upmasters and even UFA Group itself. The public relations war between the two sides has gradually been revealed on major media platforms. The company's operating costs, new movie expenses, various lawsuits, conflicts with the program group, etc., etc. Kuiguang, who is full of money-making projects, will soon devour the benefits brought by a movie. Even though they not only have industries in the entertainment industry, but also various projects before entering the entertainment industry are also big cash flow users. It is estimated that at most they can barely maintain the status quo. As the only controlling shareholder of the group and the biggest beneficiary of the company's profits, does Yang Ruoqian want this status quo to continue? It is definitely impossible. Yang Ruoqian must be in a state of being overwhelmed and unable to get off the tiger. As long as he is given a step, he will definitely get off the donkey immediately. In other words, in this negotiation, the Singing Motherland program group is actually the one in the advantage. They dare to turn the table and turn their faces and fight to the end, even if they don't make money. Does Yang Ruoqian dare? During the negotiation later, maybe he can use this advantage to bargain again, and then he can get a lot of the money saved. The more it looks like a real show, the worse the current situation of Kuiguang group is. A small sponsor said flatteringly, otherwise, it would be the same as before, just making a fortune quietly. Why make such a big scene? Young people are young people, they are taking too big a step. Click, it's nonsense. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that our program team is so nice and doesn't want to fight with a young man, would they really be scared of him? That's right, and they made us travel a long way. Young people nowadays are really rude. In the end, Yang Ruoqian should thank us. The three people who relied on their seniority said soft and hard words, stepping on one and praising the other, and Zhuanteo nodded repeatedly. Yes, after talking with Kuiguang later, we have to teach Yang Ruoqian how to behave in the entertainment industry so that he can get along better. While imagining a complete victory in his mind, Zhuanteo looked at the time, stood up and said, "It should be about time, let's go up and take a look." As he said that, he stood up first, walked into the elevator, and came to the third floor of the auditorium. However, as soon as they arrived at the third floor and the elevator door opened, the grand scene in front of them stunned the three people. Outside the auditorium, there were groups of reporters with annoyed faces. From a distance, not only were all the seats inside the auditorium full of people, but there were also many people standing in the aisles on the open ground. On the stage, you can barely see a girl holding a foam sign with a very old style in both hands, and a host holding a thick speech in his hand. Zhuanteo was stunned. It's been so long, and the first stage of the award ceremony hasn't ended yet? What kind of award is this? Isn't it just a small event that can be dispensable? Is it necessary to waste so much time? Isn't the real purpose of Kuiguang Group to use this to promote its new movie that is about to be filmed? Didn't the first stage just pass by perfunctorily? Why don't we go down and wait a little longer? Maybe something happened at the scene just now. An hour later, seeing that no one had come down the elevator stairs, the three people who appeared at the door of the auditorium again were anxious and saw the same host and the girl holding the foam sign in her hand. Zhuanteo felt a little dizzy. Can anyone explain what was going on? Exclamation mark. Could it be that he was trapped in a time loop and was trapped in this hour? Just when Zhuanteo was doubting himself, there was a sudden noise in the auditorium, and many people stood up and moved towards the door. Soon, many audience members in formal clothes took the stairs or the elevator and left the auditorium one after another. The so-called second stage was actually added by Chenggayu Media. Yang Ruoqian did not make any relevant arrangements, so the agent still got off work on time and left the venue after the award ceremony. With the departure of this group of people, the venue, which was originally so crowded that even people could not squeeze in, finally became much emptier, and many people who were waiting outside finally seized the opportunity to rush in. Zhuanteo, who was not aware of the inside story, saw this abnormal and strange situation and didn't know what was going on inside. He was afraid that he would miss something important, so he could only squeeze forward with the crowd. If some small episodes led to his kickbacks and the negotiation failed, it would be a big deal. After all, they came late, and the three of them were at the end of the line. After they entered the auditorium, there were still not many empty seats left. But it doesn't matter. The trio represented by Zhuanteo came to the venue as sponsored ads. He came with money. His status is naturally superior. But no matter how high his status is, after all, he was not invited, so he had to take advantage of the halftime break to report to Yang Ruoqian and explain his purpose. Otherwise, how to arrange the relevant links later. Thinking of this, Zhuanteo held his head high and walked to the VIP seat at the front under the surprised eyes of many people, bypassed a girl with a dazed expression and a foam sign in her hand, and came to the position where Yang Ruoqian was. Thinking about what was going to happen soon, Zhuanteo couldn't help but reveal a confident smile on his face. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.